buzzer.
Jesse, we are live for the round 21 clash, Collingwood versus the Brisbane Lions. I think this is probably the biggest match that we have covered on the True Footy YouTube channel so far.
Or West Coast versus Richmond might have actually pipped this. We have had a pretty rough run of maybe other than two games, which are ironically the True Footy derbies when Fremantle played North and West Coast played North. Every other game we've covered, I reckon, has been a one-sided belting. So I reckon we buck the trend tonight, and there's some serious stakes tonight.
That's what I mean. I'm kind of thinking with these teams, first versus third, and having a look at the fixtures, like we did that projecting last week, there is a little bit of, I feel like, jeopardy here for both teams. That you've got Brisbane, who are currently in third, but a really, really difficult run home. So they could drop out of the four, potentially, if they start dropping these kind of games. Collingwood, on the other hand, are probably safe from the top four, but they don't want to get this like momentum falling against them. They've lost 2 out of the last 3. They wouldn't want to go 3 out of the last 4, I wouldn't have thought, just to keep everybody calm.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with Adelaide, on the tear that they are, and probably with an easier fixture off the top of my head, going to last 3, feels like the loser of this game can't make top 2, or at least it would be very unlikely.
Who do you think that is worse for with the teams that are around them and like kind of projecting if one of these teams wasn't to make the top 2?
That's a good question. Which team would survive better if they had to come outside the top 2? Brisbane won the flag from 5th last year, so it's hard to go past them. Although I do think Collingwood travel well. I say for their recent loss on the Gold Coast, they play well at Adelaide Oval. They played well in Perth early this year. They beat Fremantle. So, with the way that over the last 10 years, we've seen increasingly, it seems like teams doing well outside the 4. Maybe it doesn't matter that much, but nonetheless, you'd much prefer to be the team that stays in your home state for ideally the first 3 weeks.
For sure. And looking at the run home here that I've got in front of me, so obviously they've got each other tonight. Collingwood go into Hawthorn, then into Adelaide. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like if they were to lose this game, that would be 3 out of 4 with 2 very losable games coming up out of the next 2. Both of those are away as well. Obviously the Hawthorn one, they stay in Melbourne, but the Adelaide one is away. And then they finish with Melbourne at the end of the season. So you'd be starting to get into free fall territory. Brisbane, on the other hand, they've got Sydney, Fremantle away. So they've got to travel to Perth for that one. That makes it a little bit more tricky. And then Hawthorn to finish out the season, who will be probably at that point playing for a top 8 spot. So it's a weird season because we've had so many teams that almost don't matter in the whole scheme of the season, like those 9 sort of bottom teams. But the top 9, it's caused this really interesting finals race, I feel.
Absolutely. And it only takes one surprising result to sort of throw all of your predictions out. So last week we said that Hawthorn are the most likely team to miss the 8 based on the fixture on the run home. But last night, watching the Adelaide Crows and Hawthorn game, that was such a topsy-turvy game. It made me nervous for that prediction. Like immediately, Hawthorn played really well, I thought. So there's a lot of great fixtures to end the year. We've had a lot of dead games this year, but as you point out, like both of these clubs in question tonight, Collingwood and Brisbane, have some tough games ahead. Teams like Hawthorn, Fremantle away in Perth. It's shaping up for a very interesting finish of the season.
Yeah, it sure is. I kind of want to get into that right now. So Hawthorn, I agree with you. You said to me when you first came inside tonight, you said you were super impressed with the Hawks last night, but they still dropped the game. And Will Day is now out for the rest of the season.
It's funny that he was, not him personally, but like the umpires were getting criticism because when he was limping off the field, they were like, don't stop the game for cramp. And then it's a season-ending injury, which is, funny in a
dark way.
Yeah, I guess that's the word. Look, yeah, I would say that the Hawks, I think last week I said I perhaps a little bit, it was a bit of an exaggerated view, but I said that Hawthorn don't have a great performance to hang their hat on this year. And that's harsh because they have played some good footy, but there's no like one performance this year where you're like, wow, Hawthorn, they could really go far this year. At least that was the point I made last week. I wonder if last night against Adelaide was almost the most impressive performance I've seen from them this year. If they hadn't faded out in 2 separate patches of that game, then they'd probably be back in the conversation for going deep into September. But as it stands, that was a really important 4 points to lose.
That first quarter was pretty mesmerising. But that's probably, in a way, a bit of a microcosm of their season at the same time. They just haven't been able to they've been able to kill teams. Like last year, they were that fun team and they were actually putting teams to the sword and playing that really sort of expansive kind of football. I feel like it's just dropped off to little patches this season, so it's not quite there. I'm having a look at all of these teams. So I've got them in front of me here. So out of these like most likely to miss teams, I think now you're looking at Hawthorn, the Giants and Western Bulldogs. One of those teams is probably the most likely to miss. Hawthorn are on 52 points, 117%. The Giants are on 52 points, 111%. And the Dogs are on 48 points with 137%. So they're kind of the worst place right now, but they've got the D's and West Coast and Freo to come in the next 3. So 2 really winnable games. The Giants have got North, the Suns and St Kilda, so 2 really winnable games. The Hawks, on the other hand, they've got Collingwood, the D's and Brisbane. So they've kind of only got one really sort of bankable game that they could hang their hat on. So they're going to have to beat Collingwood or Brisbane and hope that the Giants don't win by a lot against North Melbourne and St Kilda to sort of jump them on percentage.
That's true. Only 6%. I couldn't do the math quickly enough to estimate like how big a win would need to be had by the Giants to overtake that 6%. You got to hope that Hawthorn, even if they win one of their games against Collingwood and Brisbane, is that right? Yeah, if they only need to win one of them, they just can't get belted in the other would be a big fact.
That would be a big don't factor. Get belted and hope that GWS don't belt North Melbourne or St Kilda, which is also possible. So that kind of leaves them probably leaves them in the worst place, would you say, though, overall? Not that I can... There's going to be twists and turns. Like these games aren't going to all just go to plan.
We're not going to get our tips right for the rest of the year, let alone next week.
But what does feel kind of secured this year, I feel, is like the Dogs playing Melbourne or the Dogs playing West Coast. Like they're not going to slip up, are they? Are they going to slip? Like no. I don't know. The top 9 have been pretty solid against those bottom teams. Maybe if you threw in like a Sydney, if any of them were playing a Sydney, I think that's a little bit more of a danger game.
Agreed. Yeah,
but anybody else looks pretty... Like Carlton seemed like they've put the queue in the rack. I thought, maybe they could go all right against Freo, but Kernow's out now for the rest of the season.
Yeah, they have the opportunity to do the funniest thing tomorrow, though. It would be hilarious.
It would be so funny.
Yeah, it would, but I'm not getting my hopes up. Fremantle should be too good for them. What I will say on Hawthorn is, even though they lost against Adelaide, my estimations of their chances of beating one of Collingwood or Brisbane have actually only gone up, having watched them last night. I suppose the Will Day thing mitigates that, but they impressed me. So definitely can't rule anything out. Like Hawthorn v Collingwood, we need to see how Collingwood show up in this game, because if Collingwood are lacklustre again, then next week Hawthorn v Collingwood looks like a huge game for both sides, obviously, with Hawthorn playing for the spot in the 8 and then Collingwood probably fighting for maybe the spot in the 4. I don't know if it's that bad.
I couldn't agree with you more. What are you saying, though, out of this? What's your prediction from here? I know we tipped Hawthorn. Are you sort of staying with that? Based on our ladder predictor from last week?
Of the teams to miss the finals?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that Hawthorn is the most likely. The Giants, I found the Giants were pretty ratchet on Thursday night against the Bulldogs. That was awful, and I think really underscored this thing I was saying throughout most of the second half of this year, which is that while their best is outstanding, their worst, there's a huge gap there. And I don't know if teams that go deep into finals can have such a big swing. So by extension, are they completely infallible against a North or a Saints? You'd think that those are the sorts of teams they would actually beat up on.
You do. We're not beating them. I mean, and
that's probably a stretch. Yeah.
That's a home game too.
Yeah.
So we've got to travel up to Sydney. I feel like we're really limping to the end of the season. Saints obviously had that big win. I could see them as more of a banana skin for the Giants, but like I said...
Final round of the season upset like that would be incredible.
Wouldn't it? That'd be absolutely box office.
Yeah.
We've got 64 people on the stream at the moment. Aquila Victor says, I won't be too disappointed if we, the Hawks, miss out this season. We haven't had the best run with injuries at the comp, and the comp is so tight. And I couldn't agree more. I don't think... There's been a clear... It's the most clear top 9 that I've ever seen, I think, watching football, where the ladder, like the top half and the bottom half of the competition have been so far apart. So, in a way, it was probably the best example this year, or best endorsement for that sort of idea of a wild card, where the 9th team probably could do damage in finals.
That's true. I mean, with the wild card idea, all we're essentially doing there is extending the finals and just calling it something different there. Yeah. So it comes down to whether or not you want 10 teams playing in finals. I suppose that's what it would be, 9th versus 10th. Was that what it is, or 8th versus 9th?
No, 9th versus 10th.
9th versus 10th.
And then one team gets an extra spot. Or you extrapolate that out further and you do more of like a soccer playoff where you go, you can go even deeper than that, like 9th versus like 4 teams outside the 8. So 9th to 12th and kind of have a little micro competition there.
What it would do is, it depends on your views on having 2/3 of the competition play finals or playoffs or whatever you call them.
Yep.
That feels wrong to me. I feel like it would devalue a little bit making finals. However, on the other side, like I think about how many teams would get finals experience, even if it is, 9th versus 10th, it is still finals experience if there is the atmosphere and if there is the hype for those games. Selfishly, as a fan of a club, like I'd like the idea of finishing 10th and getting finals experience, even if we didn't
100%
earn it in the same way.
I agree with you. Like, I don't like the idea that you get giving out sort of participation. I think there's that part of it, but it does mitigate against our competition with the draft and the idea of tanking, right? It just keeps teams a little bit more motivated. Like now, if you're a Sydney or you're a Melbourne or a Carlton, even though like you've had a terrible season, you've sort of got some little outside chance that you could still do something. I think that would kind of improve. It would improve some of the home and away games now to try to get yourself into that area. And then it would create a few more extra big primetime games coming into a different sort of a final series as well.
But don't you think it would be weird if and I think eventually it will happen if you roll the dice enough times that say 4th hosts 10th in the grand final? Like that is theoretically possible. That would sit weirdly with me.
It would. I sort of feel like that would be really rare.
It would.
Because what have we run? We've had 25 years of top 4, top 8, and we've had 2 teams outside the 8 in 25 years. Is that correct? Dogs and Brisbane?
Yeah, that's right. In 25 years, Adelaide did it under a former system.
Have there been more grand finalists? Because that's premiers I'm going off there, Dogs and Lions. There might have been more grand finalists.
2019, GWS finished 6th.
Right.
So there's at least that, and there's probably more than that.
But it's relatively rare.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's usually I remember for a while there, up until the 2016 grand final, it was pretty much said that like you have to be in the top 4 to win the premiership, and then the Dogs sort of did it. So,
but I suppose someone like a Collingwood who finished 9th or 10th last year, they started really poorly, got their game going.
So you're just annoyed the fact that they still get rewarded for that.
Well, that's not so much my angle, but more like the last year's version of Collingwood, had they made finals and finished 10th, I actually think they were still a good enough team, just out of sorts a little bit, that in September or an extended final series, they probably could have won a few finals and made it to a prelim, and I just think that would have felt weird. Which I wouldn't have liked.
When you say felt weird, though, ultimately you'd say no to it?
Yes, because I think it kind of undermines everything we do for 24 weeks up into the final series, the longer you make that. When Tassie comes in, maybe, and if we get a 20th license, which seems to be talked about as something that should happen, I don't know how likely it is, but say we get to 20 teams, you could go your 8 finalists in a wildcard weekend between 9th and 10th or 8th and 9th or whatever it looks like. You can justify lengthening the finals series there, is my opinion on this unexpected tangent.
I like it. It is a bit of a tangent.
we did not prepare for that.
Absolutely didn't plan to do that. Collingwood and Brisbane, we're about 10 minutes away from the start of the game. There's a few people jumping down into the comments. Lego Cars says, can I see the game on your video? No, we're not at liberty to do that. We can't actually play the game. So it's us watching the game. We're going to be giving an alternate commentary, I guess, to the main thing. So it's just a live stream watch along.
We should wear like big reflective glasses. I think that's a thing for like dodgy streams. Like people watch like a boxing fight or something like that. Something that's very hard to get if it's pay-per-view.
And you get
and then you get the reflection of the glasses. Like
mirrored lenses.
Yeah, people have done that before.
That. We should do that.
Yeah.
Vergabus says 2021 Bulldogs. So that was another team that...
Yes, they finished 5th that year.
Yep.
Yeah, that was an interesting one because I remember thinking throughout 2021, obviously he was covering it as a YouTuber as well, that Melbourne and the Bulldogs were clearly the best 2 teams, and the Bulldogs faltered badly in the last month.
They did. They lost 3 of their last 4 or 4 of their last 5.
Yeah, I reckon there was like a home loss to Port in there. For some reason that sticks out.
I remember that game too.
Yeah, right.
That is definitely a thing.
And then... sure enough, they proved themselves to be the second best side in the competition. I think that in the end actually worked out. I mean, you could say the same thing for Brisbane. Had they not had a really slow start to the year last year, they probably would have, finished high anyway.
Yeah.
You'd think.
Yeah, it sort of comes down to that question of whether you want to reward the kind of those banking those wins early, or you want to reward the teams that are coming into form as the finals go on, I guess, which is kind of going to ultimately decide it. Thomas Payet says, bad luck on Stat Chat deal. Yeah, I lost a quiz show. Have you seen Stat Chat?
I am aware of Stat Chat. The guy from it, if I'm not mistaken, he used to have a channel called IFES.
Oh, okay.
And I presume that's his name, like a surname or something, or a nickname. And he used to be he's like the first Eagles YouTuber I ever knew. He used to vlog games.
Right.
So, and that was like 2018. And I think that I found out...
And this is one of the Stat Chat guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it Josh? I've kind of forgotten. It's been a long time now, 7 years.
Yeah.
It was before anyone knew who True Footy was. I was like making videos, nobody was watching. So I was watching him. And then I think years later... he was like, I think he found out that I watched his videos and he was blown away or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, fun fact.
Nice story. It was a great show. I reckon the format, how they did it, was so good. I'm not sure if they've always done that because I wasn't familiar with it before, but it was like a board basically that had like a team name on it, and it was about centre clearances. So who had gone 3+ centre clearances in any given year. And it would have like Port Adelaide, and it would have in brackets the year.
Yeah.
And then like potentially like the amount of times that they had done it. And then you had to guess who that was. So it might say like Carlton 6 in brackets. And that was Patrick Cripps. He's done that six times in his career.
Okay. Yeah,
won
right.
3+ centre clearances, averaged 3+ centre clearances over a season. Again, a huge tangent here, but it was a really fun show.
That's cool.
Everyone should check that out for sure. JD Eagles is in the chat. JD,
G'day, JD.
You're a legend, mate. He just says, hey, guys.
He bought these beers.
JD bought us the beers.
The donations.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for the super
One's for
chat.
you.
Now, we do have a game tonight that we haven't really talked about too much. We've said that it's a big game. We've kind of dropped that nugget. What's going to happen, though? I've got some ins and some outs. So, Pendles, DeGoey, Bobby Hill in for the Pies. Out goes Allen, Mitchell, Sullivan. And for the Lions, Henry Smith comes in and Bruce Revel comes in. Who is Henry Smith, by the way? I have no idea who that is.
Is he a ruckman or a key defender? I feel like he's a tall.
You might be right. Someone probably needs to help us out there a little bit.
Yeah.
You seem to think you know it's a tall.
I'm aware of him.
Well, Oscar McInerney's gone out. I assume Darcy
there you go.
Fort is still there, though.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Hey.
Henry Smith is out or is he in?
No, he's in.
Okay, well, I reckon he might be a ruck.
Could be a ruck. Connor McKenna and Oscar McInerney out. And Darcy Fort is in because it's his 50th game. So what are you thinking? What's going to happen? MCG?
I think that this sort of game will get the best out of two sides here who are a little bit out of form, or at least, the Brisbane Lions got touched up last week. Collingwood with 2 of the last 3 weeks a little bit below average. And I didn't really watch the Richmond game, Collingwood v Richmond last week, but, they just sort of won by 6 goals, so probably not at their absolute best. So having said all that, I think this occasion, it's like a mini final, and it will bring out the best of these two teams. I think it is going to be on a knife's edge all night. I have tipped Collingwood. With the recent form between the two sides, MCG factor. Well, actually, no, ignore that I said the MCG factor. I don't think that is a factor. I just think that Collingwood will narrowly win and manage a close game. But as I say that, there's so many arguments against that too.
When you say the recent form, are you talking about the fact that they've won the last 4 fixtures?
I was referring to that, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So the head-to-head form and the significant win earlier in the year against them at the Gabba.
That was super impressive because we actually live streamed that game as well.
Brisbane, I feel like once again started this year slowly though.
They did, but they just won.
Yes.
Whereas last year they didn't win.
They were like 5 goals down against Geelong. They were 5 goals down against West Coast in round 2.
They were too.
They won both of those games.
Yeah.
I just felt like they were winning in patches, and then I think I tipped Collingwood to beat them in the week that they did because I felt like they were vulnerable. Now, I think we'll see 2 absolute heavyweights. Is this a retro jumper that Collingwood are wearing? Okay.
It is a retro jumper. It's got the old AFL logo on the right pocket there, and then it's got the Fly Emirates in some sort of a retro. I mean, they wouldn't have had that sponsor back in the day, would they? So
Fly Emirates, I reckon, or maybe not that long ago. No, sorry, early 2000s they did. Is that still their sponsor though? Fly Emirates, I think it might be.
I think so. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Or Emirates, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they've had that sponsor for like 20 plus years.
Yeah, you're probably right, actually.
I could be wrong, but
they would have had it for a while. I don't think they had it in. I remember back in the 90s, they always were rocking that Spices paper.
Ooh, that was before my time.
That's before your time. That's like sort of, I'm going back to like Anthony Rocker, Sav Rocker type days here. I just remember that. So if anybody remembers Spices, let me know in the comments.
Old AFL logo goes hard.
Oh, yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, we wore it on our Navy retro, and for some reason it was just such a value add. It looks so nice.
Yeah, it does look nice. I really rate that. I was going to ask you, going into the season, where did you have Collingwood? Because I think that's kind of, it is a bit of a factor here for where you rated their list. Did they surprise you with how the majority of their season's gone? They're obviously dropping off a little bit now, but they've been a pretty good team. They've probably been the best home and away team thus far.
That's a really good question because I always do 2 ladder predictions. I do one after the draft and I do one at the start of the season. And I know in one of them, I'm pretty sure I had a Collingwood Geelong grand final. I think it might have been December. I felt that Collingwood were going to come back hard this year. I felt that once they got the conditioning right and, didn't have a full September of playing finals, they'd come back early. I think that prediction is looking pretty good. I have a feeling I might have hedged, though, in the second one and put them like 5th. But I always saw them playing finals this year.
Okay, I had them 8th.
Okay.
So I thought there was like a slight comeback, but not too much. I sort of had this feeling in my head that the gelling in of Dan Houston could have taken some time. And then potentially some of those aging players might have dropped off a little bit, which obviously didn't happen. Sidebottom and Pendles almost feel like, and Crisp, they feel like they've gone to another level as opposed to actually declining. So that got me.
Yeah, absolutely. Mind you, we later in this video, we will discuss some trade rumour fallout that's happening at Collingwood. There's a little bit of rumours of unrest. I don't know about if that's the right word, but, I feel like we could see a slightly different Collingwood shaping up next year if you believe some of the rumours.
Do you think the fact that Bobby Hill and Jordan De Goey are coming back for this game is a bit of a risk?
Yeah. Do you know off the top of your head how long both of them have been out?
Bobby Hill, it'd be over a month.
Yeah.
They both played VFL last week.
Okay.
I think that was against Frankston, off the top of my head. I didn't watch the game or anything, but I think they played full games there. But still, it feels overall. Yeah. And I guess the other question there is, how does that midfield actually fully look at the end of the season or coming into finals? Because you've got, I think you do have 2 players in Ned Long and Tom Mitchell doing the same thing. Tom Mitchell's out of this game.
Yes.
Who goes there, do you think? Do you think Tom, at the end of the day, they just go, Tom Mitchell, you're experienced, we know you can get it done, or they go with Ned Long?
Sorry, just trying to understand the question. You mean like in finals, like who would you prefer?
I feel like they're going to, I feel like it's one or the other.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's a tough one. Ned Long's played.
He's had a good year.
Yeah, and he's really. He hasn't been dropped at all. No. I wouldn't have thought. No.
And Mitchell, I think Mitchell's been managed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one. It feels like Ned Long's probably the safer of the 2
in a way, and that's hard to say that about Tom Mitchell, who's obviously had a great career. But
I don't feel like Collingwood are really lacking in finals experience, though. If you're looking around the field, it's not. I don't know if, as you made the point about Lockie Neal last week, it's like you take out an experienced player and
it's not as a big a deal for Collingwood because of all the other players. Yeah. We are underway here, by the way. Brisbane just building the ball up. Got the first. That's actually probably Collingwood that got the first centre clearance, actually.
Yeah. What do you think of the old Fitzroy jumper that Brisbane wear in Melbourne? Or away from home? They wear it interstate, actually.
What do I think about it? In what regard? Do I like the jumper,
like yeah.
the design, or do I like the kind of symbolism behind it?
Give me both answers.
Do I like the jump?
Based on that, I think we're going to have the same answer.
Yeah, like don't care.
No.
Was that what you were going to say?
No. It was based on the specification of my question.
Okay.
I think that it's a really nice idea, and I like the symbolism to pay respect to one club that used to exist and is part of Brisbane, but I do think it is ugly.
Okay. Yeah. So aesthetically, it's a no.
Yeah, I would have loved to see them in their proper maroon tonight, but it was good to see in the grand final both times they have worn their proper home jumper.
Yeah, okay. That'd be interesting how Brisbane fans feel about that, and specifically the ones that maybe did stay with the club from the Fitzroy days. Like it's obviously cool when I used to live in Collingwood, and you kick around that area, like when they're in the grand final and stuff, they've got all the Fitzroy pubs there, the memorabilia and stuff. It's pretty cool. Honestly, I don't mind it. It's sort of like I probably get a little bit of nostalgia about it just because I remember them when I was growing up, they were still a club in the AFL.
Yeah.
So like I remember their last game and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool to get a reminder of it. But at the same time, they don't feel like the same club. It does just feel like they're pulling out the jumper to me, but other people would have their own feelings about that.
I suppose there would be a good chunk of people who are Fitzroy Lions fans that then watch their team get absorbed in a merger. Great mark by Schultz.
Yeah.
That would probably get a real kick out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. LD Sport says, I don't know why, but the Brisbane home jumper looks so good on a sunny day. That's a great shout.
I actually agree, yeah. I thought you were going to laugh at the comment, but I was like, no, I think there's something to that.
No, I agree.
Yeah. On grand final day at the MCG, I even liked it with the white shorts. So I'm a bit funny with like jumpers. I'm really particular about them.
Let's unpack this.
I have serious gripes as Schultz goes back and kicks the goal. I have serious gripes with teams that wear clash jumpers in the grand final. Now, I realise that it's not fully in their control, but I'm still angry that GWS in their first grand final strolled out with a fully white jumper and an orange G on it. When the previous 2 years previous, they played in a prelim in their home jumper. If I'm supporting a club, I want to see, unless there's a genuine clash, like if West Coast played the Bulldogs, we'd have to wear yellow if we were the away team.
Yep.
But if I'm, if we're... Bottom line is, if I was a Giants fan, I would have been livid. And I was livid as a neutral.
Lucky there aren't many.
Yeah. So I was pleased to see that Brisbane didn't wear this Fitzroy jumper in the grand final.
So they wore, it's actually funny because I can't even remember. They wore the maroon with the white shorts.
That was in 23.
23.
In 24...
They went full maroon.
There's a quirk where if you play Sydney, you don't have to wear white shorts a lot of the time.
Okay.
And Gold Coast. So like West Coast wears blue shorts at the SCG and at
Okay, so you're promoting here a really like pragmatic approach to this where it's basically the two teams get named and then somebody goes, what do we need to do here? And you don't want white shorts as much as you possibly can.
The shorts not so much the problem. It's like alternate jumpers in a grand final is essentially what I am disgusted by.
Okay. And what about just general season? Like
so be it. But I kind of much prefer us in our normal colours. But like, no, general clash jumper's fine. But grand final day, like there was a scenario last year that Port Adelaide if Port Adelaide had played Geelong in the grand final last year, they would have had to, or I might be thinking of the year before, they would have had to wear that charcoal jumper in the grand final.
No.
You know that like grey one?
I'm going to be honest though, and this is going to make me sound really, really old. Like I'm mid-30s, but I really struggle as I've gotten older. I do struggle with clash stuff.
Fair.
There was a game earlier this year, and it was it's kind of not the same thing what I'm saying here, but it was Western Bulldogs and Geelong. And they slightly switched the colours because Geelong had that Indigenous jersey that had the red on it. And they were sort of inverted to their normal. And I kept thinking Geelong were the Western Bulldogs and vice versa. Like I couldn't adjust.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
And I do have trouble when there are those like really bad clash situations. Like you mentioned West Coast and Western Bulldogs. Like that's nasty.
Yeah, like I accept that we can't have two like royal blue jumpers in the same game on grand final. I do accept that. But for a while, we had to wear our clash against Richmond, which was ridiculous, and the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah.
But I don't know, just like more a scenario where, do you remember Carlton's baby blue?
Yeah, I loved it.
Or their yellow blue? Did you?
Yeah. I like that stuff. I'm weird.
That's a conversation killer.
Whoops.
But
it kind of reminds me of like Sturt.
But imagine they want
SANFL.
Fair, that is true. But imagine they want a flag in that thing.
Well, yeah.
I remember in 2010, St Kilda were given the opportunity. I think if they had beaten Collingwood in the grand final because they wore a white clash that day, I think they were given the opportunity to get changed for the trophy presentation.
Oh,
same as like same year, Spain and Holland played in the World Cup final.
Yep.
And Spain got
2010.
changed. Yeah, 2010. They got changed out of their navy blue kit into their
they did
normal
too, into
red
the
one.
red with the blue shorts.
Yeah. Richmond declined it in 2017. They said when if we win the flag in our yellow jumper, which they did, they'll wear their clash jumper on the stage.
They were cool.
But
with
they
it.
were given the choice to get changed.
Yeah, interesting. It's not something because you're very specific about it to the grand final. It's not something I've had to think that strongly about in recent years. So I can't say it's like a big thing on my mind.
Fair.
At the moment, I would be prioritising North Melbourne making a final just being half decent as opposed to caring what jumper they wore in the grand final.
I get annoyed regardless of who the teams are.
Okay,
I want to see the home teams,
you want to see
home jumpers where possible.
Yeah, okay. Is that like a minor sort of an OCD type situation?
I suppose so. But for me, the aesthetic of a grand final is like part of the joy. Like it did shit me that Richmond wore yellow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let us know what you think in the comments. We've got 75 on. Someone's mentioned there a Hawthorn jersey. Anyone remember Hawthorn's blue and brown checkers?
Oh, yeah.
I don't.
Oh, I've more heard
that?
about it. I reckon the 90s.
Okay.
I remember hearing about it. I didn't watch footy back then. But yeah, if you Google it, it's the biggest monstrosity of a jumper I think the game has ever seen.
Was there a Carlton No, the blue one was the M&M's one, wasn't it? Wasn't that some sponsorship with M&M's? And
was there a yellow one as well? There was a yellow one.
Might have
Carlton
been.
wore yellow for a bit.
Yeah, I mean the first games of Carlton that I ever watched were at Optus.
Optus Oval.
Yeah,
right.
like old school. Yeah.
Princess Park.
Princess Park. Yeah, I used to like watching games there because the stadium looked really cool with that sort of like twist thing.
Yeah, I remember. Times. We played them there in 2004. So sometime since then they stopped playing there.
Yeah. Wow. Lance Whitnell. That's who I'm thinking about there. I've got some player head-to-heads here for these two teams. It's been pretty cagey early. Collingwood have kicked the 1 goal. Brisbane just the 2 behinds. I can't say there's been a team so far that's really particularly controlled the game. Brisbane look pretty dangerous. Charlie Cameron coming in. And as I've said that, Logan Morris gets on the end. He's probably going to kick this. Snap around the body. What a player. I have some head-to-heads though.
Yeah, I saw this in the prep. It's good.
It's hard to match them up player for player and get this perfect. And I think particularly with these two teams, they have kind of weapons in different positions. So it's hard to kind of match them all up. But I've tried to go on with roughly their sort of top 10 players for both teams on, ranking points and stuff like that. Or just, I've taken some liberty as well just to do it myself. But I've gone with Nick Dacos here at the top versus Will Ashcroft.
The logical comparison, yeah. Do you want me to choose as we're going?
I think so.
Okay, so we're choosing between Nick Dacos and Will Ashcroft?
Yeah, who are you taking?
Nick Dacos pretty comfortably.
And I think I want to concentrate on this one particularly, not being who do you take for the future, but just who's better.
I think Nick Dacos has slightly more tricks in his bag than Will Ashcroft, who, doesn't do a lot wrong and is a big game player. Naturally, he's one of Norm Smith. And he can win heaps of possessions, doesn't really make mistakes. I just think Dacos gives maybe a little bit more drive, and I think his foot skills can open up the play a little bit more.
Yep.
And, he wins probably a fair bit more of the footy, which, Ashcroft finds the footy just fine, but Dacos, he's capable of those 42 disposal games and hits the scoreboard. So
I don't necessarily agree with this. I'm sort of just playing devil's advocate here for fun. But would you say, like, Will Ashcroft's maybe slightly lower disposal count would come down to the fact that he probably shares more midfield time? And he has won a Norm Smith medal. Do you put anything in that?
I definitely do. But
it's just taken a massive contested mark there.
I definitely do. But, Dacos played pretty well in finals and the grand final, hasn't he? So, I don't know if he really edges him too much for that, so to speak. Those are rumours. I knew it. I can't resist. This is another shot on goal for Logan Morris.
Oh, it is. Big pack mark.
Does he share more midfield time?
Just the fact that you've got Neil, you've got Dunkley, you've got McCluggage,
and
he's probably like fourth banana in some ways. Like probably this season he's gone in more. I don't have the centre bounce numbers in front of me, but yeah, I feel like probably since the knee injury he's had to kind of share that quite a lot. Like I think most of last season he was probably around the 40% mark of centre bounces, so it's a little bit more difficult for him to get into the game.
I see what you're saying.
I don't agree with what I'm saying though. Also,
you're just making a balanced comparison.
Yeah.
Fair play. I just think that Nick Dacos is a better midfielder. I think if you gave them, they're both outstanding young players, so we're splitting hairs a little bit here. Yeah. But I'm just saying if you gave them both free rein in the midfield, I think Dacos would loom larger in Brisbane's midfield than Ashcroft does.
Dacos as well, I think this is anecdotal, and I haven't got the numbers, but I think he kicks more goals.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, they would have to.
Yeah.
I would have thought.
So I definitely agree with that. I've then gone Josh Dacos or Dane Zorko, and that's kind of to do with the fact that Josh Dacos has made that move to half back, and Dane Zorko is probably still their kind of primary distributor from back there. Who would you take? You got one game, you got a grand final to win. Who are you taking?
I was about to lock in Josh Dacos pretty comfortably as the better player these days, like as of this season.
Yep.
But when you said grand final, like then I thought, like Zorko's probably not going to let you down. If Zorko had a poor grand final, I've forgotten. But I don't know. No, I would still say Josh Dacos.
You'd take Josh?
Yeah, I mean, Zorko's deep into his career and he's been obviously a better player for longer than Josh. But I think Josh, since he's really burst onto the scene as All-Australian quality, I think he's got him covered than over a 36-year-old Zorko, whatever he is.
In a one-off game, is there any credence in the fact that you, with a Zorko, like just the pure shithousery of the guy, you kind of go, he might just do something.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's like have one of those really like tactical free kicks that he gives away, does something just to piss off the opposition that gets you over the line. Like I feel like he's got that in him.
Yeah, I don't mind that, but
you're going with the quality.
I'm going to go with the quality. Yeah, I mean Zorko's obviously a more established leader as well. Now Brisbane's starting to
Logan Morris particularly.
Yeah.
Who's his direct opponent there?
It is hard to see from this wide shot.
It wasn't Darcy Moore.
No.
So presumably Darcy Moore's got Hipwood.
Charlie Dean playing?
Yeah, well, that might be him because he looks unfamiliar.
Yeah.
I think that is Charlie Dean.
I got a feeling he's playing.
I'll just jump into the app and check.
Yeah. I'll have a quick
He
look
is, if that's the direct opponent, he's looking very vulnerable early. Morris kicks this, I reckon.
Oh. Ooh, you should have kept that to yourself.
Oh, fuck.
Bulldogs with the Thor kid.
It is Dean, number 43. So they've got Dean, Moore, Maynard, Houston, Perryman, and Quaynor in that back six. Frampton, Emergency. And Markov on the bench too. Hill's playing as a sub tonight.
Oh, okay.
Revel for the Lions.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one.
Dacos. Oh, gets caught. Did that tackle slip low? I don't think. I would have called a play on or holding the ball.
He's just pumped that, and Harris Andrews is going to mop it up.
They're really dominating field position at the moment, the Lions. They're hemming Collingwood into their back half. They can't quite get it out.
So this is where I go to this comparison, as he's just popped up with an intercept mark.
Oh, it's Frampton. Sorry, I think somebody said.
Frampton
in the back line?
No, he's not playing.
Isn't he?
No.
Sorry. I just read a comment. I misinterpreted it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
no,
continue.
yeah, he's actually an emergency.
Okay, my bad. You did say that actually.
It is Charlie Dean, yeah.
Yeah.
What I was going to ask then with Harris Andrews, who would you take out of Andrews or Darcy Moore? I think Darcy Moore's had the better season.
Yeah.
But probably over... it's hard to say over a few years.
Both the same draft, I reckon, or is Darcy Moore 2012 draft? Darcy Moore might be a couple of years older.
They're probably similar, aren't they?
Yeah.
Harris Andrews is sort of that Brisbane Lions Academy, early Brisbane Lions Academy, isn't he?
2014.
Yeah.
Yeah, same age as Petrarca and Heaney, because I remember doing a redraft of it. I think Darcy Moore is a couple of years older. Anyway, I think Darcy Moore has had the better season, I would agree. So if we're playing one game, probably Darcy Moore, but I would actually say Harris Andrews has had the better career out of the two.
Yeah. That's a really tricky one, I reckon, of all of these two teams, like top line players. Because I reckon Harris Andrews, when he's really on, like that 2023 season, that run to the grand final, I feel like he was a problem for opposition coaches. Like Frampton had to go to him in that grand final and actually do a job on him because he just provides so much of their drive.
Ashcroft, the man of the moment, misses to the right-hand side.
Far out.
Yeah. I feel like Darcy Moore took longer to come on, probably due to injury from memory. I feel like
he was a forward early, wasn't he?
He was. He drafted as a ruck forward or even just a forward. Looked weird with short hair, like in hindsight now. Like I'm so used to seeing him with long Keira Knightley-esque locks. But yeah, I feel like his prime came a little bit later. Collingwood fans in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was my perception. I would agree that right now, Darcy Moore slightly over Harris Andrews, but it's very thin margins on that one. Very small gains to Collingwood.
There's a few people in the chat just getting annoyed at Collingwood things, I feel. Father-sons need to end. I assume that's in reaction to Darcy Moore.
Yeah.
And Collingwood have had a pretty good run with father-sons. Darcy Wilmot from downtown. He is an absolute gun.
He is. Lines all over him early.
Far out. Are Collingwood falling apart?
Watch them lose this and then go beat Adelaide next week.
Yeah,
or
true.
another week after.
But then they've got Hawthorn.
I know. Yeah.
And that's like the Ginnivan grudge match.
We'll see. It's early days in this game, but
true.
It's fair to
they look good, the Lions. Like, they're really pinning them in the forward half.
Yeah.
Logan Morris looks like a beast. I love Darcy Wilmot. I reckon he was an absolute steal. And he's out of a draft that we are going to talk about at some time. Stick around for that, guys. We're going to do a redraft of the 2021, what I'm calling now Super Draft.
I'm curious if you have him in your top 10.
I'm curious if you have him in your top 10.
Well, I guess we're both curious. Does that make us curious? No.
I don't. I can tell you I don't have him in my top 5, but I think that's probably obvious.
Yeah.
So, that's going to be a good one. 2021 Super Draft, redraft.
I would have been baffled if you had him in his top 5, considering the other players in that draft.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dacos has gone deep forward.
Hey.
Who's got him? Is that Starcevich? That's your boy.
Hey.
You going to come to West Coast?
It seems very possible. Yeah. We'll talk about that, I guess, a little bit later on in the stream, but it feels like salary cap pressures might have an impact on both of these clubs, which just might mean a couple of quality players will seek better pay elsewhere. Starcevich may also just want to come back to Perth. But I've heard that rumour for a little while now. A couple of years.
Is his... does he have like family in Brisbane?
Well, his uncle, I think, is still the AFLW coach, Craig Starcevich.
That's right.
So, I'm not sure beyond that. I don't know.
Dacos has just shredded that easily. Margin currently 8 points. About 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. It's looking good, this game. Pretty end-to-end stuff. Pendlebury was good there from stoppage. De Goey got the knock on, and it was Lipinski. Do you like... I feel like Dacos has added that to his game this year, where he's pushed kind of deep forward and become a little bit of a hit-up target.
I feel like he did that against Fremantle in Perth.
Was that the game where he was injured?
Yes. Yeah, and he was playing deep forward and he was taking marks. Yeah. I think he only kicked like one that day, but
he had a lot of shots, I feel.
Yeah,
he missed a few shots.
He definitely took a lot of marks inside 50, I reckon. Or a few. Yeah, he was definitely a big focal point in at least one of the quarters.
Yeah, I feel like those kind of guys that, he's not a physical player, but he's got so much speed that they can just get off the mark. De Goey's looking all right here too.
Since you proclaimed Collingwood have fallen apart, they've really turned it up a notch.
I only said could they fall apart?
I know. You're just doing your job.
Oh, God.
Nah, this looks like a pretty good game. Feels like a little bit like last night, Adelaide Hawthorn, where it was sort of both teams trading momentum.
Yes.
That could be on the cards here again.
I remember at one point you texted me and you said there's going to be some twists and turns in this game, and you were spot on.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that was in reference to Adelaide Hawthorn. I feel like footy is such a momentum game, and it's really about striking when you have momentum.
Yes.
And this is one thing my team don't do well. Like, we can have momentum for large periods, but we'll kick 0 goals for. That was the same today against Melbourne. West Coast had...
always got to make it about West Coast.
I know.
You can't help yourself.
We went like 40 minutes without mentioning West Coast, I reckon. That's our personal best. That's our personal best.
Oh,
yeah.
Talk to me about today. What happened?
Oh, I think I've said everything I need to say, but I was going to make the point that we had momentum for like half a quarter and on either side of half time. So it makes that a full quarter. We had like field position and everything, but we just can't kick goals. So and that is essentially what football comes down to, is kicking goals when you have momentum and limiting.
It's a big part, isn't it? Those goals.
Yeah.
You got to get them.
You got to really exceed your opposition. But we talked about it last week when Fremantle beat Collingwood. The way they won that game is Collingwood had like 19 inside 50s to 1 in the third quarter, but barely scored.
Yep.
Through a combination of bad entries, but also really good defense by Fremantle. And subsequently, Fremantle outscored them by like 4 goals in the last quarter when they had momentum. So.
Exactly. I feel like the game has drifted towards that sort of a style lately too, where, when Melbourne won their premiership, it was very much about like consumption or consuming the opposition. That's not the same word, is it? Consumption and consuming?
Yeah, it is.
It is?
Yep.
Okay. Just got a bit of an English lesson for myself there. But you would basically try to like out-volume by like winning contested possession and those numbers, getting field position and all of those sorts of things, where I feel the game's drifting a little bit towards who can like make the big decisions in the big moments, because there's a lot of that slog and a lot of that, contested possession that the game gets kind of ground into. And the teams that like ultimately like take their chances when the momentum's there will win the games. It's sort of, I don't know, I feel like it's a bit of a philosophical sort of a switch in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, those damaging small forwards these days are also a big factor in that, right? Because they are the players as much as anyone, and tall forwards as well, but like particularly dynamic small forwards can be the difference between a half opportunity going begging and a goal because of their talent.
Yep. So much about strike rate.
Yep.
We've got a question here, and I thought it was interesting. Out of the bottom 3 teams, this is Birdman. Out of the 3 bottom teams, which list do you take with whose coaching staff? Okay, that I didn't read that when I first read that in my head.
Oh, should we start with the coaches? I mean,
yeah, let's do that. Let's break it down into 2 separate categories first. I'm going coaches.
We've got one decorated all-time coach in Alistair Clarkson who could be past his best, and then you've got 2 fresh-faced, untried coaches that we are still learning about.
I feel like this is probably a Richmond fan. Like, you bastard.
Yeah.
I would say currently from what we've seen, Uze, McQualter, Clarkson.
Really?
Yeah.
Why Clarkson ranked 3rd?
Because other than if you didn't know that he'd won 4 premierships, which you can't take away from him, so it sounds like I'm disrespecting him a lot. But if I didn't know that, I wouldn't think he was a good coach.
Right.
Yeah. There's no evidence since he's been at North Melbourne to suggest that he's a top line coach. I know there's no evidence for the other 2 either because of where they are in the ladder and they haven't had enough time. But at the moment, with what we've seen, at least Clarkson's had 3 years.
Yeah. What I will say that Uze has that Clarkson and McQualter don't is half-decent senior players.
Yes.
I think that goes such a long way into asking coaches to prove something.
That is a really good point. And it also gives him coaches on the field.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I feel like Richmond's got the best spread of that. They've got big-bodied midfielders. They've got a big ruck. They've got Tom Lynch in the forward line. They've got Bolter sometimes. But like Nathan Broad-Vlostrian, so from that point of view...
Vlosten's probably one of the higher IQ players in the comp, honestly.
There is no equivalent of those players, certainly at West Coast and, North senior players.
Well, our best senior player is Luke Parker, and he only just joined the club.
Well, would you consider LDU a senior player now?
Yeah, but somewhat. I don't see him as a leader. Fair. I just see him as a good player.
Yeah.
Who has ups and downs, and is in some ways he's a pretty high level player, but he still makes like really big errors, and I can only put that down to the fact that he hasn't had other senior players really driving him with those standards.
That's right. Yeah, coaching style. I mean, I take your point about Clarko. As for Uze and McQualter, I mean, I would concede that Uze certainly demonstrated the most. I do think he is the most equipped with those senior players, but
it's hard to go against him in that conversation.
Yeah, I don't think you can make any argument that McQualter is a better coach, other than I have faith that McQualter seems really smart. And I think he's done a good job with what he's been given.
I think he's had as far as if you just went and looked at the wins and losses, you'd say, he's done terribly with West Coast. But the way that he's tried to play, I think, is the best that he could have done with the players that he's got available to him. So
but having said that, there's not enough there to put him as the coach you'd take out of those 3. So
no, it's realistically with both Uze and McQualter, like we haven't seen enough. It's too soon. I feel like there's kind of enough evidence with Clarkson though to say he was a great coach, a generational coach, but he's just not there. He doesn't have the same edge that he used to. Clearly, I think that's pretty evident.
So what about the playing list part? Because I feel like it's a bit of a philosophical question. Personally,
I would say...
Maybe not philosophical. I think it depends on your viewpoint.
Yeah, I would go as far as like if you just walked in and you just judge it on the list, not on what the club can provide in future years.
Yeah.
And you probably know where I'm going with this right now, but I would say Richmond, North Melbourne, West Coast.
So when you say best list, I don't even think this is a super simple question.
Talent.
Yeah. So we're talking like FIFA ratings, total sum of quality? Because
I think so. I think and focusing heavily on the players that are like 25 and under, maybe 26 and under, the ones that are going to potentially be there, I think, in the next premiership. So not necessarily looking at those 30 plus guys as well, and just looking at the kind of like the volume of talent. I think there is a level there that with Richmond, they're kind of granted a little bit more because of the fact that their players are so young. So they haven't had any, like West Coast have had like a few drafts, North have had a lot of drafts. So there's some players you're already starting to like put a line through. Where with Richmond, it's kind of like, Sam Lawler, Josh Smiley, Taj Houghton, Jonty Fall, Trainer and Armstrong. We're assuming that they're going to be really good.
Exactly.
Because we haven't seen them been able to fail yet.
Yeah, that's exactly right, which I think is a... Yeah, I mean, it feels like these draftees hold value and they depreciate over time. Yeah. Like we have seen absolutely nothing from Josh Smiley, for instance. We've seen a little bit from Taj Houghton.
There's no way all of those players, just on statistics alone, they're not all going to work out.
Exactly. But they have been put in the best environment out of those three clubs to perform well early. I mean, Sam Lawler probably would show the same highlights regardless of who he played for, right? But generally speaking...
That's a good point, though.
I think Richmond's got the best team to facilitate this development, but we have no idea how some of these guys are going to turn out. A few have probably made the steps towards being like, okay, you can tell he's a good player. Seth Campbell, for instance, Sam Banks looks pretty good, Tom Brown. But
I think we had a conversation earlier with Richmond too, where in a different episode, but we were talking about their, how they've been able to win those games. And we talked about how it was from the experienced players that you said, like your Vostons and your Broads and those types. But it actually has been a little bit those second to third to fourth year players, like Tom Brown, Seth Campbell, Banks, and these types of players that have kind of gone to another level. And they're starting to show that they probably will be not necessarily top line AFL players, but they'll be at least a role player in whatever is to come.
I do agree, but I think if you take out the senior players, those guys would be struggling.
Totally.
Is basically my point.
They need it, but yeah.
They wouldn't get a kick at West Coast.
Yeah.
Because there's no quality senior players.
And that's
really
what tends to happen as well. Like as a North fan, you'd know this as a West Coast fan too, but when you don't have those experienced players, you can't ever seemingly get a bargain either. None of your players end up getting taken at pick 50 and turn out to be really good unless there's some kind of a freak.
That's true, yeah.
You don't get as many bargains because those guys just don't go on to succeed unless they're in a top-line environment.
If Ollie Dempsey had been drafted to North or West Coast at the time...
He's doing nothing.
He wouldn't get a kick at West Coast, honestly.
Yeah.
Which is not a comment on him as a player, obviously. Like someone like a Ginnivan, right? He is kind of a, with all due respect... seagull. He plays well in good teams, but he's also incredibly skilled. Yeah. But you would never know that if he played at West Coast.
Totally. There are players that need to be in strong teams, I think, just their skill sets and whatnot. There are kind of those grafters that do that, hard sort of work, I suppose. And then you need the players that do have the finishing ability. On top of that, just the balance.
So in summary, Richmond have the best environment for young players to come in and grow. And so from that perspective, I'd almost say that's the list you want, provided given they also had the picks. But their young talent is still very unproven for me. There's nothing to suggest that they're going to rebuild perfectly from here. We don't know enough about the young talent. North have the best young talent of the three, certainly the best performed young talent, I would say. Your Curtises, your Sheezels. Yeah, I mean, they've kind of fluctuated, but I think on ability...
they're probably a little bit more advanced.
Yeah, agreed. Exactly. That's really what it comes down to. West Coast have the weakest established players and some really decent top-end talent like Harley Reid, Elijah Hewitt, and a couple others. But the rest of it, we still don't know how these guys are going to turn out, not because they don't look good at the moment, but they've just got so little support. They're just overexposed, and you have to question what that's going to do to their development if it continues like this for 3 years.
I think overall, to put a line under that, it's basically saying how important that the culture is.
Yeah.
And almost in a way, like the player, in some ways, like the players that you actually have is secondary. At some point, I think that tips the other way in the development. And as you get closer to like finals and stuff, then the player quality becomes more important.
Yeah.
But at the level that those clubs are operating at, they need, they probably need characters more than they need actually skilled players as well. But then they've got to get the list right at the same time. So it's
big bodies become more important at that level as well.
Yeah, for
we
sure.
can use a big body.
And it is quarter time here. And I actually didn't realise how that got away from Collingwood, but it is out to what are we at there, 20-point lead?
Yep.
How could I not do the maths on that? 34 and 14. That is a 20-point lead at quarter time to the Lions. How did you see that one?
Yeah, I mean, we sort of got lost in a conversation there. However, like the last time I think I was really present for this game was when I said Collingwood were coming back. Dacos kicked the second goal for the Pies, and then since then Brisbane rebounded. You have to say, like, without looking at the stats yet, I'll run through a few. But I'll
just go to Sean John Halls just asked on the back of what we said before, what position do you think Richmond needs filled in this year's draft? We're actually going to do a mock draft in this episode. So we're going to have a look at all the clubs.
Like I didn't know.
Yeah, you did. We definitely talked about that. Don't lie. We're going to do that as well during the episode. So at halftime, at full time, kind of those major breaks, maybe 3/4 time even, we'll kind of get in a little segment as well.
Depends how close this game is, I think.
It does.
Yeah.
If this one blows out, I think we could probably get into the quarters with some of those segments. We've got 80 on the line.
I'm going to take a leak, to be honest.
Yeah, did you have some stats there?
Speaking of leak, Aaliyah, that was terrible. I didn't even put any effort into that joke.
That was
Forgive me.
It was so you though.
That was
that was really.
I got distracted mid joke. Never distract me mid joke. 16 inside 50s to 9 the Brisbane Lions way. So as that kind of confirms the fact that it's living in their front half.
Logan Morris was a force.
Yeah, 12 clearances to 10. And that's Brisbane Lions way. Contested ball plus 10. So that's a pretty big beating for one quarter plus 10.
Yeah, well if you extrapolate it, plus 40.
Yeah. I generally consider like 20 a pretty big contested ball win.
Yeah.
Those are probably the main ones individually. Lockie Neal with 10 disposals. Didn't notice him, with all due respect.
Future West Coast player.
Yeah. That's right. Will Ashcroft, another future West Coast player, 9 disposals, and I'm joking. His counterpart, Nick Dacos, has 8 disposals and a quarter.
So Will Ashcroft actually was the better player after all.
Yeah, true. He hasn't hit the scoreboard though.
True that. Go and have a piss.
Yeah, thanks, man. 8 of the top 13. Sorry, no, out of the top 5, 6, 7.
Looks
8,
very
9,
Brisbane
10,
centric.
11. Yeah, only 2 Collingwood players in the top 11 disposal winners.
They really need to get going, Collingwood.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to making an outlandish call about them in a second if they don't stop it. Pat Kaz says Clarko is washed. Oh, I mean, it feels a little bit harsh. I think, like, when you're talking about a coach that's won 4 premierships, I mean, he's obviously a force in the development of the game overall. But, yeah, I think that there certainly does come a time where obviously the tactics that he brought into Hawthorn and all the innovation that he brought when he came in initially, like, it's just going to go away a little bit, and it just doesn't feel like he has it. He's obviously had a lot of personal stuff going on in the last few years, which I think hasn't helped as well, and probably kind of leaves him in a place where he's probably lost his edge a little bit. So I don't think you can understate any of that. Pat Kaz also says Richmond always comes out on top. Don't know about that, but they've definitely won some flags recently. Hades Shade says, I know Thilthorpe and Darcy are very unique, but how much ground ball ability will tall forwards need in the near future? Interesting question, because I feel like, if anything, it's really important for them to have that ground ball ability because so much of the ball is on the ground. But at the same time, you're kind of bringing more small forwards into your team as well. So in a way, I think for key position forwards, like, marking is more important than ever. So I kind of really value, probably for me, the 3 best key position forwards at the moment are Jesse Hogan, Sam Darcy, and Thilthorpe. So that 2 of those guys, just because of their pure contested marking ability. And that's been one of the strengths for Adelaide this season, I think, that they've been able to take, like, across all 3 lines, they've been able to take a lot of contested marks. They're less important than ground ball because they happen less in a game, contested marks, but they are really important to be able to get right with the keys that you do have there. So I still think contested marking will be the priority, and just aerial contests for those players. But if you can do both, you just become a more important asset as a player. So that's why Thilthorpe and Sam Darcy probably at the moment are, you'd put them above Jesse Hogan right at the moment just because what they can do at ground level as well. Their foot skills are really good. They can both kick on both sides of their body. They're pretty creative by hand and stuff like that. So they just become such a threat all around the ground overall. Oh, yeah, I'd love one, mate.
What would you like? There's 3 types in there.
Yeah, give me that orange one that's in the corner. Drewsy says, I'm not hungover, you're hungover. Do you get that?
Yes. Basically, he's saying he's incredibly hungover.
Oh, yes.
G'day, nice. Drewsy, former friend and former part of this channel.
Former friend.
Just kidding.
Friend until Freo win the premiership.
Yeah. I guess we'll be friends for life then.
I like that.
Thanks.
Stealth Trek says, Lions better than Magpies. They are right now.
Well, yeah, it's hard to argue with that so far from this quarter. We'll see, though. I got a feeling that whatever happens in this game, it doesn't necessarily prescribe what will happen in September either.
Brandon Cavallaro says, hey, Dylan, what do you think about West Coast asking for draft assistance? We sort of covered this last week and my thoughts on it. I'm sort of not, as far as my thoughts on them asking for it, it's fine. Like every club generally does it. I think that some clubs like to be on their high horse a little bit about it, don't they?
I feel like the general AFL community is trying so hard to stigmatise it.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, oh, you're going to beg for priority picks. It's like, well, this was like a rule that, Hawthorn would have had a few.
That's what I said. That period in the 2000s where Hawthorn won their premierships off the back of it, like the Franklin and Roughhead, that was priority picks. Collingwood got, I think it was either the Pendlebury draft or the Daisy Thomas draft.
That was the same year.
Same year. So one of those picks was a priority pick. Yeah. And that was start of the first round. So it's frustrating, I think, when you're the time comes that you kind of need one and then all these clubs are going, no, we're stopping that now. We're not doing that anymore. And you're basically a dick for asking for it. I think in West Coast case and in North Melbourne's case, they were teams that have been down the bottom of the ladder for so long. I think the frustration is compounded by the fact that we have these academies, which is just pissing everybody off exponentially.
It's never been harder to rebuild through the draft than it is right now.
Yeah. I certainly wouldn't be complaining that much if I was a Geelong fan, a Collingwood fan, or a Crows fan right now, who have, in some ways, I feel like they've sort of had the best of both worlds overall. So what am I saying? I think it's West Coast are perfectly entitled to ask for it. The AFL doesn't have to give it to them. And I think it's unlikely that West Coast are going to get much more than maybe an end of first rounder or something like that anyway. So I don't think it's going to be hugely significant.
Sure. That's actually more than I would even ask for.
You're more thinking about extra list spots and stuff
list spots
like that.
And help getting maybe if we can sign NGA players directly to our Cat B.
Yeah.
That doesn't disadvantage anyone else. I'm concerned about our waffle team and how uncompetitive that is. So a couple extra list spots, let Jamie Cripps stay on for a year. That's probably the starting point. And then if West Coast is still as bad in 2 years, then revisit the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. And I suppose they can always, do some stuff with the cap and things like that, right? Or allow you to have somebody else employed, things like that. I think they did something like that with North Melbourne as well, with development.
Yeah.
Because obviously that can be difficult when you don't have the players there. But
yeah,
I'm not against it in principle. I mean, I think every club has gained an advantage, and I wouldn't West Coast and North Melbourne, who have had that in the last few years, aren't clubs that have got the best out of that for sure. Yeah.
Well, one other thing on that, one final thing perhaps, is I laughed today when the Melbourne versus West Coast. One of the questions asked by the media team, the commentary team, was, do you think West Coast deserve priority picks? And I just think such a stupid premise because it's what would it look like for a team to deserve a priority pick? You got to be so shit that it justifies a priority pick, but what would it look like to deserve?
What would it look like?
You have to have made every decision right, no recruiting mistakes, but your team must suck and win one game for the year. That doesn't make sense.
I went through all of this when North Melbourne had it a few years ago. They did it to themselves.
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah, every team who's as bad as our clubs are, and any team that's fallen in a heap, not even as deep as us, but any wooden spoon team is ultimately culpable for their own position.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. I I don't think anybody else it's got there from like other teams being unfair to you or something, or somehow you getting an unfair advantage against you. So
or an injury crisis. Oh wait, we did have that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in North's case, again, when you look at fairness of the league and stuff like that, it is what it is. But North Melbourne obviously are one of the more like financially capped teams in the competition. Like we obviously miss out on stuff because of that. We miss out on like signings. So if there was a team that was going to get some sort of assistance in the draft, it's probably North would be a team that would be sort of like right up there as far as deserving one.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not asking for West Coast to straight up get as much as North did, which was still modest in comparison to what the rule used to be.
100%.
But yeah, bottom line, like, I'll cop it if the AFL say no. We'll revisit it in 12 months when we're probably still not going to be a good team.
Yeah.
But they can't just keep saying no forever is my thought.
And even if you do get picks, like you'll probably end up with Dylan Stevens and Zach Fisher out of it. So do you really want it?
Well, I don't mind the NGA thing because, if we take a punt on Kobe Evans and Tyler Williams, like if one of them becomes a decent player,
gives you
a
huge
free
win. Basically,
it's a huge win. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, we're probably going to get those players anyway, but in the short term, I'm concerned about the Waffle team. But anyway,
Druzy asked you if you went to Marvel Stadium today.
I strongly considered it, but we were no chance to even get close today. I told you before the game, West Coast lose this by 90. West Coast already has my money from a membership that I've been paying for 3 years, and I've only lived in Perth for 6 months out of that 3 years. There was no chance.
I just thought with the situation, like I don't think like you're the better team on paper or anything like that, but I thought if there was a time to get Melbourne,
I actually thought that was a bad week to get Melbourne.
You thought it was a bad week because of what happened? Yeah, okay.
Not that would have changed. Like, if that didn't happen last week, I still would have tipped Melbourne comfortably.
I feel like if a team if a North had have got them this week, they would have been vulnerable. That sounds like I'm big in North up too much.
You pumped North, the Demons early this year.
Yeah, then it's a little bit different. Us back, but yeah.
That's true. I think that Melbourne was always going to come out and make a statement this week. I would have tipped Melbourne regardless, but they from the very outset, their pressure was manic today, and it faded a little bit. We got back into the game, but at the start, we were lucky we weren't further down.
Right,
and then we were maybe the better team slightly for a quarter.
Well, that's what I was surprised when it had got out to the 80s, the margin by the end of the game, because the parts that I saw, it didn't seem like you were kind of completely out of the game.
Nah,
they've had an awful season though, the Demons.
But they're so talented at the same time. Like there's players who can just hurt you so quickly, particularly if they've got like a physical advantage. Like against West Coast, those players, their eyes light up, and Bailey Fritsch, Cozzy Pickett, Viney went nuts today as a clearance mid. Like, we cannot compete with that on paper at all. So if they suddenly have belief and a point to prove,
those guys will suddenly, though, when they play a semi-decent team, some of those guys that you've just said become a bit of a liability, I feel.
I agree. But I suppose
Gawn would be a massive problem for you guys.
Oh, yeah. It was insane. But yeah, we had no response to him. But like, say at Port Adelaide, higher than Melbourne on the ladder, but Melbourne are more equipped to slaughter us in a short period of time, I would say, just with the type of players they have.
Yeah, I know. I've got you. Aquila Victor says, West Coast list management has a lot to answer for. Look at Jai Cully today, delisted from West Coast Eagles and now kicking goals against them for Melbourne. I feel like that's. I'm sorry to take this. It's probably more of a you question.
No, you go.
I feel like that's pretty tough, like pretty harsh on West Coast, because I don't think Jai Cully is going to come back into that Melbourne team now and establish himself. He hasn't got into the team all year for a reason. That's harsh. I mean, he comes in, like you said, against you guys, who are probably the easiest team to play against in the competition, and he cashes in. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I agree. I wish all the best for Jai Cully. I liked him. Yeah, so I don't want to rag on him.
Nothing against him.
I was anticipating this conversation, like, oh, look what Jai Cully did. And he has some great AFL traits.
He does.
But he doesn't have the set of traits altogether to be good in any one position at AFL level.
There's not a position, that's the tough thing for him. There's not a position at AFL level for him. But then when you go and watch him play at Waffle level or VFL level, he looks too good.
Yes. And it was like that at Waffle too.
Yeah.
He's a great overhead mark. The contest stuff is fine for him. He's a great laser left foot, but he can't play midfield because he's too slow. he's not quite a good enough forward to play full-time in that position, and he's undersized, so he's kind of like your third tall. And as a defender, he's probably too slow. So, yes, he kicked and played well today against West Coast, but I could have played well against West Coast if I was playing for Melbourne today.
To me, he has to be at AFL level. He's kind of that... probably the player that I would compare him to is like a Bailey Humphrey type. But as you said, he doesn't have that like explosiveness.
Yeah. Look, I mean, would he get a game at West Coast now? Probably.
Yeah.
But I don't think that would be the case in 24 months. So I wasn't too concerned.
It's not really the point. I guess at the same time, was it Aquila Victor there? I don't disagree with the list There's been some questionable list management calls. I don't know if that's one of them though.
Yeah, no, I think longer term it won't even be talked about, is my personal guess.
Yeah. It's an interesting one though. So
not as bad as delisting Patrick Voss.
No, that's not looking good. I mean, the only, again, that was Essendon that did that,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
It looks really bad right now. They do have a lot of forwards though. Although, then again, I say that they probably didn't when they delisted him. They've kind of picked up a lot in the mid-season draft. Archer May.
Yeah. Nate Caddy was probably after as well. Maybe not.
How do you see Essendon's forward line, like in a best case scenario with what they've got? Because I feel like they'll be going with they'll go for like one big like contested marking key position forward, and then Caddy basically. That'll be sort of the two. Do you reckon it'll be Archer May?
Too early to say for me.
Yeah.
I don't really know. I couldn't profess to have a strong opinion on their forwards other than Nate Caddy, who I think is a gem. Oh, Logan Morris.
Oh, he's great. And so is Morris.
Collingwood got a good goal through Membry before.
Yeah, they did.
We talked through it, but the Brisbane Lions might have another shot on goal here.
Lions a chance to get one back. Collingwood kicked the first two of this quarter. Thomas Payet, good point. Yeah, at the time, Bombers didn't have that many forwards. That is true.
Yeah,
they sort of loaded up in that mid-season period, and then I feel like they've got too many talls, too many players on their list right now. So they're probably going to have to do a fair bit of cutting at season's end. But it does feel like overall they kind of need midfielders more than anything. But yeah, obviously when you see those ones, I feel like Patrick Voss, like right place, right time. He obviously worked hard to get into that Freo team. And now that he's there, he's making the most of it.
I think he's very talented, to be honest. I thought against Collingwood, he was unreal.
Yeah, he was. He's had an unbelievable season.
He kicked 6 against him. I can't believe how young he was. He's 22.
He's 22. He looks powerful.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Oof.
Who is that? Is that Smith?
I'm not sure. I thought it was Hipwood at first, and then he stood up. Like there, I thought it was Hip. Oh, that is Hipwood.
That is Hipwood.
That was Hipwood.
And then Morris kicks it to this guy.
Yeah. At first, I thought it was Hipwood again. Yeah.
Yeah, like I was saying, like he looks really powerful, strong.
Good guy.
Pretty much goes at everything in the air as well. Like it's not like he gets outmarked. And he's at Freo again. He's like perfect at Freo because he's got Josh Tracy there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He kicked 3.
Don't even know who he is. I've never heard of this guy.
I've definitely heard of him, but I wouldn't say. I thought he was a ruckman. He's clearly playing forward.
Yeah. Someone said in the comments actually, ruck forward. He's definitely bleeding.
There's a lot of blood in the Demons West Coast game. Just to bring it back to my team for a minute. But there was
you always do.
There was a lot of blood today. There was like Liam Ryan and Trent Riz clashed heads and both went off. And then Tyler Brockman had blood all over his neck later as well.
He took a hanger, didn't he?
A lot of claret today. He did take a great grab today, yeah.
Forward stoppage in Collingwood's half. 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. 14-point margin in favour of the Lions.
You'll hate this, but Tom Cole was one of our best players today.
Ugh, stinky.
You would have loved the moment Liam Duggan did the kick out.
I saw that. I actually saw that.
Petrarca. Oh, you could only
right at the end, and then Petrarca just kicked the nicest ball.
Yeah, there's no Eagles player he could have been aiming for there. It was just weird.
Who else played out of the stinky players?
You know who played really well today? Campbell Chesser. He was like he was our third best player, I reckon.
I heard the commentators talking about him. I didn't see any specific things that he did.
Yeah, he had
Did he look good though?
It was so good. Yeah,
did he?
Yeah, it wasn't just stats. It was like he burst through the middle and hit up Archer Reed with a bullet pass, and then he did the same thing later and hit up Liam Ryan. Like, that was really good.
He's 2021 draft, isn't he?
Yeah.
Top 5.
Was he in your top 10? Damn. No,
he wasn't. I'll spoil that.
Yeah, he was so good today that I'm now thinking, I hope he gets another contract.
Yeah, interesting. I thought he was definitely in the delisting category.
Yeah, well, he got injured for half a year and then probably a little bit lucky to get back into the team this week, but then took his opportunity. So we'll see.
That's that's that decision there. Just going back to this game, it's one of those like below the knees.
Yeah.
So who got that? Hang on. So Berry goes in, gets the. Oh, I think that's a below the knees.
Yeah, I agree.
Because he hasn't got the ball.
There was one they got wrong last night as well. Chol. I don't know if you watched this particular moment or remember it, but Chol got his legs taken out from under him, and the commentators were saying, "Oh, that was careless by Chol."
Yes.
And I was like, "No, that was not Chol's fault at all."
Yeah, I did see that actually.
Yeah,
agree. Yeah, they get those 50-50 sort of ones. I know that's like obviously a hard rule to adjudicate. You've kind of got to see what Berry's doing. Like I feel like if Berry's got control of the ball, you've got to reward the player with the ball.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't and he didn't have control of the ball, then you've got to give the guy getting his legs taken out.
Yeah, I think that's a great summary. Absolutely.
DeGoey lining up here. They're looking just a bit better in this quarter. I know Brisbane have had some momentum in the last couple of minutes. Yeah, Thomas Payet. Vossi won the Bombers BNF and got delisted. I assume that's the VFL. Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know he won the...
Who, sorry? I was reading
Voss.
a different...
Patrick Voss won the VFL Best and Fairest.
Oh, yes. I remember hearing that once he got drafted to Freo.
Gee, that's questionable. I mean, at that point, they just mustn't have thought that he had AFL traits.
Good goal by DeGoey.
Yeah. It's what he can do.
Any chance Josh Lindsay falls to the Bombers pick? Where does that currently sit?
I'll tell you.
They have Melbourne's and their owns. Their owns.
So pick
like
8.
Pick 8, okay.
I say pick 8. That's after Academy bids matched. I'm presuming.
I think he is a chance to get there. Like, I mean, if you just look at some rankings, like some have him 9, some have him 7. So you couldn't say he's no chance to get there.
No, he's definitely a chance.
Yeah.
I currently in like our latest mock that we're actually going to unveil here, I wouldn't have him slipping through, but he certainly could.
Yeah.
Because I reckon Richmond's picks are going to that'll be the domino effect that'll, let a lot of this stuff go through at the end of the day. Like Essendon they're currently above St Kilda.
I think you're going to hate the picks I have for West Coast, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll probably understand it though.
You'll probably understand it, but I think it will probably buck the trend of what all the other rankings are saying.
Collingwood are on here.
They are.
Hoskin Elliott.
This game's gone up a couple of notches.
Dakai. Nah, that was a bad. The guy that passed that to Dacos was...
Yeah. It was over-possessing. It's hard to tell who that is.
Yeah.
That's him there. That's
Markov. Yeah. Like he's a trier, Markov, isn't he? Like a decent role player, but...
Yeah. Oh, while I was having a power tinkle about 10 minutes ago, I heard you answering a comment about something about coaches, and I was thinking about recycled coaches. How many coaches can you think of that have had 2 successful stints at 2 different clubs? I think there's one in the last 25 years that I can genuinely think of. Maybe 2.
Okay, I'm thinking about in the last how many years?
Oh, like 25 since we've been watching footy.
Right. So the first person that comes to mind, and this is probably going back slightly too far, but would be Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, no, that was the coach I was thinking of.
That was who you were thinking of.
I think he'd be the...
Did he have 3? Was he Western Bulldogs to West Coast to Collingwood?
Yeah, without a premiership at the Bulldogs, but yes, he did coach the Bulldogs, yes.
It finally faded at Carlton.
Yeah. Oh my God, I forgot about the Carlton.
Yeah, so I went there as well, but that was unsuccessful.
Yes. I was thinking more successful at 2 different clubs.
2 different clubs.
It doesn't have to be a premiership, but I think winning 3 premierships across 2 clubs there for Malthouse puts him in very rare air.
This game is hot, by the way. 2 points margin, still side bottom, gets 1 back. Brandon Cavallo says Malthouse. Cavallaro, I want to say, not Cavallo.
I would also probably throw Rodney Eade into this. Didn't he coach Sydney to a grand final in the 90s against your boys? and
The
then
Dogs.
and then the Dogs to a prelim.
So Rodney Eade was definitely the coach of the Swans in '96.
Yes.
Where they lost. So that's you'd have to call that success, not the ultimate, but and then he had that Dogs team with Ackermanis and Johnson and all the small forwards.
Cooney, Boyd,
Gian Syracusa,
Robert Murphy.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yep.
That's a great one. Somebody else is saying here, Ratton, I'd argue, has been successful, made finals with both Carlton and St Kilda. I would say that's a next level down for sure, but it is a decent stat to bring up.
Yeah.
He did make finals with both.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind it, but I agree.
And got sacked really prematurely from both, I feel.
Yeah. Yep. Hardwick is probably on track to be successful with 2 clubs.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be playing finals.
Yeah. Mind you, I think, not to take away anything from him as a coach, but like
slam dunk.
He couldn't have got a more talented list.
Yeah. Is it, is that a bit hard? Oh, it's not real. I get what you're saying. I'm kind of flip-flopping here in my own brain, but
he's a proven coaching legend.
A lot of people failed at Gold Coast. He does seem to have straight away, and I feel like the fact that some of the players that have gone up there, like Rioli and other Collingwood guy, Noble, guys that have gone up there, I think have probably in a way gone up there because of him.
Yeah.
Like they've bought into, it's been a more attractive proposition to buy into.
Yeah, I doubt Rioli gets there without
Hardwick.
If I had to guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose that's true, but I think when he inherited them, guys like Raul, Anderson, Mac Andrew,
they were already there.
They were further along than, when
Dew had them.
Yeah, Dew or, Rodney Eade was another one.
Yeah.
So, bit of both, but also, yes, I'm sure there's many coaches who would have gone to the Gold Coast in this position and not have made them as good as quickly as Hardwick.
Yeah.
So again, that's not taking anything away from Hardwick. He's one of the best to do it of the modern era. Absolutely.
It has been a difficult, I suppose what I was trying to say there, it's been a difficult place to get right culturally.
Yeah.
And he seems to have done that. Again, it's pretty early, but he's definitely going to be one that's up there. We've got Ross the Boss in the comments. St Kilda into Fremantle. That has to be considered.
Yeah, I'll pay it.
2
definitely.
grand finals.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. I completely forgot about him, to be honest.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah. So I would include Eade. Malthouse sits at the top of the tree there.
Yes.
But Eade and Lyon.
So wait, just to put a cap on that. So Malthouse won 2 flags? 3.
2 with West Coast, 1 with Collingwood.
1 with Collingwood, so 3 flags. I mean, clearly on top.
Yeah.
And then you've got...
and another grand final.
It's too early to put Dimmer second.
Yeah. I think Ross is probably the next closest because I don't know if another coach has won flags at different clubs.
Yeah.
At least recently.
Then you'd probably would go Dimmer.
Yeah.
There's so many situations. I feel like you've just got to be... That's the thing with coaching. You've got to have all of the assets to you to be able to do the job really well, and you've also got to be dog hungry.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's one difference with the AFL to a lot of other pro sports that have huge budgets and sort of... If you do go to a club that has a big budget, you can sort of go in there and just have all of the skills and they'll kind of put people around you to help you. Whereas in the AFL, you've really got to want it.
Mm.
Obviously helps going to a big club as well.
Yeah.
It's no coincidence that Malthouse won premierships at West Coast, probably arguably the biggest club in the country, and Collingwood.
Mind you, I don't know if that was true in the 90s.
Fair.
I think there's some myths about how strong West Coast were when we formed, but they didn't even have a training ground in the first few years. So, I would give them some credit for that. Collingwood, on the other hand, were probably always a powerhouse, but it still was a 20-year drought.
Yeah. No, well, anyone winning a premiership with anyone is an achievement.
Hardwick's might be the most impressive.
If he does it.
Sorry, I meant specifically at Richmond. I remember what Richmond were like when he took over.
Yeah.
They were they never had a 1-win season, but they were a bit like West Coast now.
True. I would put, again though, I would say there, were they just a bit of a sleeping giant?
I don't think so. They were diabolical.
Yeah, okay.
That's the way I remember it anyway.
No, they were. They absolutely were diabolical.
They did have Dusty, Cochin, Rewalt and Rance already on the list, in fairness.
Because I'll give you an example there. We're both Liverpool fans in the soccer. Liverpool were tragic most of my upbringing.
Sure.
I say tragic. They did win some stuff, I guess, but minimal. And then now they're winning, and you're like, well, that was always going to happen, wasn't it? Because we were always going to... There was always going to be a cycle where we came good.
I think the systemic advantages that Liverpool hold exceed what Richmond had.
Yes, agreed.
By comparison in the AFL.
Absolutely.
And the 30-year drought. Like, I give Hardwick his chocolates. Like, him and Brendan Gale, amongst many others, I'm sure, did an amazing job with that
Lee
football
Matthews.
club. I forgot he coached Collingwood as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is further back, though. But...
Yeah.
Like you not eliminating it, but yes,
I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
So what was his? Did he win a premiership at Collingwood?
Yeah, 1990.
Oh yeah, well, gee. Now
So he was the one before Malthouse, and then, funnily enough, coached 2 premierships against Malthouse.
How much do you put with Malthouse? With Lee Matthews, that Brisbane Lions team. How much do you say he built the culture? And because that was at that time that Brisbane won all those flags, it was a time where the AFL were obviously had a big stake in wanting to make football big in Queensland as well. Okay. How much do you put that down to Matthews' brilliance versus good fertilising ground? What am I trying to say?
Yeah, I understand where you're going, but I want to hear you stammer through it a little bit longer. That's a good question. This was before my time, so I couldn't... Like, I started watching... The first grand final I watched was 2002. So, don't have a great opinion on that other than to say that I'm pretty certain the Lions won the spoon in 99. Or was it Collingwood that did? Or if they didn't, it was 98 because Headland was the number 1 pick. Hang on, Josh Fraser.
Because I reckon we played Brisbane in a prelim in 99.
You could be right.
I reckon that was the one where... Didn't Jason McCartney punch... who was that guy? I'm going to go off on a massive tangent here. Someone will know that in the comments. I swear.
Was that the year Sinatra's last album came out?
I have no idea what's going on.
I'm not even that much younger than you.
I'm pretty sure they made a prelim. Maybe 98 though. Were they pouring?
98 could have been. I feel like Josh Fraser was the number 1 pick in 99, which means that Collingwood probably won the spoon.
Yes.
So 98 Headland, I think was pick 1. I think Brisbane won the spoon in 98. Which just goes to show that, like, there was also... that was... God, when was the merger? Like, 95? Fitzroy? 96?
I think
Fitzroy
was 95.
Yeah.
End of 95.
So, yeah, post-merger, win a spoon in 98, 3-peat as the away team in 2 out of those 3 grand finals and play in a 4th grand final. That's still a huge jump.
Yeah.
Regardless of the conditions.
I feel like that was the age, too, of that sort of, like... The coaches then, like with Matthews, it was like a big personality. Like you needed to be that big personality that he was and have that kind of aura, I guess, from your playing career of someone like a Lee Matthews. The game, I think more recently has got a little bit more analytical and coaches don't necessarily need to have been good players as much to kind of show that, it's more, there's more cachet on a coach being like tactically astute and more intelligent necessarily than, shouting. And I'm kind of I'm devaluing Lee Matthews a bit saying that, but you know what I mean? Like the presence, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, generation by generation, I think the way we coach players is different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I don't think Malthouse or Matthews would be able to come in and have a strong effect on a Gen Z / millennial playing group.
Game's gone.
Yeah. I do think that's why it's kind of safer to skew young when you hire a new coach. There's a lot of variables in play, but someone like a Hinkley to West Coast was the rumour last year.
I was going to say, do you think that's why the conversation that we had just before about second coaches going back and all of those examples that we thought of, the Malthouse, Matthews, Lyon, that's going back a bit now.
Yeah.
With the exception of Ross Lyons, a bit more modern, but it's not. It doesn't seem like that's working. Do you think that is because of the age of those coaches? Like once they get a little bit older, they don't have that relatability.
Yeah, I suppose I'm always wary of I've seen my club hire 2 new coaches 10 years apart. I feel like there's downsides to hiring a coach who, say like a Hinkley, this is fresh because Hinkley to West Coast was a rumour last year. It's like he's just done a decade with Port Adelaide.
He's tired.
He's tired. And, the age gap is also a factor as well. So, I think with a very Gen Z playing list like at West Coast, having a 38-year-old McQualter, I think, is better for that connection piece between the two.
Yeah.
The way that certain generations, I suppose, give feedback is different. You couldn't go Gen X to Gen Z. Is that right? Sorry. Yeah, Gen X. You've missed the whole Gen Y in there. I'm oversimplifying it, but...
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I guess the outlier there is probably Chris Fagan, right?
Agreed.
A little bit, even though he was a new coach, but he was an old coach.
You're right, but he seems a bit more gentle.
He does.
So that might just be his nature.
He has a soft edge, doesn't
he? Yeah.
You can't really imagine Chris Fagan... he doesn't have... his sensibilities don't feel super old school.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Interesting. We have a game here. It's 45 to 46.
1 point of difference.
We're talking about a lot of topics off the game at the moment.
Talking shit.
We are talking some absolute
I really stammered through that generation content.
Aquila Victor says, to be honest, Fagan is old as fuck and he's a great coach. Yeah. Totally fair.
Oh, yeah. There's no... I don't mean you should discriminate. I just think every list position is different. Like with Collingwood, if they were to replace their coach now, you wouldn't need a young coach per se. You'd want the best tactical coach. But with a young rebuilding list, you'd probably favour a more hands-on educator.
Yeah. It's interesting because Widescreen TV said that Hinckley is a great development coach. It's funny that how the perception of coaches changes because I feel like he has become that coach where he seems to have a really good relationship with the young players.
Okay,
Ken Hinckley, with Butters and Horn Francis and these kind of players. But when he actually started, I feel like he was known as a very tactical coach. He came from Geelong, and I think he sort of was in some ways like the guy that created that sort of run and gun handball game that Geelong played through their successful era, and then he comes into Port Adelaide and he's sort of the tactical guy. But as he's gotten a little bit older as well, he's probably gone more into that relationship side. It's another probably a question, a discussion of whether you need, do you need your head coach to be a super tactical coach, or do you just need them to be more of that sort of, I don't know, more of a management figure to kind of guide everyone, and then you have these assistants that do all of the game plan side of things.
Yeah, I suppose there's no one size fits all. I do think a coach who can evolve as well, is great, because I think if you're a young team on the up or a team stuck sort of in the middle part of the region of the ladder, you're probably then more focusing on tactical advantages you could forge. But I remember, again, a West Coast example, Simo alluding to the fact that by 2018, a lot of the players just kind of coach themselves. In game day, he would just sort of watch the play unfold as the on-field leaders would make decisions. So then, Simo's role changed in that sense. So I think being a coach who can adapt. Look at me talking about coaching like I've done it.
No, but it's and one thing I just wanted to jump in there on that point you made about Simo, because he's been on Fox Footy a lot this year.
Yeah.
And he's really fascinating to listen to on some of the stuff that he talks about, and how when he's playing a certain style that's embedded into those older guys, they're really they're obviously great and they can just execute it. But one thing that he also said was when he needed to evolve and change the game style, they were the hardest to actually coach.
Yes.
Because they were so ingrained. And I think that's what you're seeing with some of those teams, probably Melbourne. They're a good example of that.
Yeah. I mean, you can see Barris at Hawthorn a little bit like that. I think he's even said about it publicly. He's adapting to the game style for him is so hard because he played it, under one system for a decade. And then you can see probably the worst offenders at my club are the guys who have been around for 10 years, your Duggins and et cetera. Just single out our captain.
Yeah, it's it's either, I think he said that they're the worst, and then the really young players obviously make mistakes more.
Yeah.
But they're more
malleable.
They're more malleable. Yeah, exactly. So what do you reckon? 45 to 46, Brisbane by a point. It's going well.
What are the stats?
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Run my eyes over these statistics. So
the other question I have for you while you're doing that is which at halftime, and maybe we ask the chat here, what do you want? We've got Brownlow medal stuff to go through here. We've got the 2025 draft.
I need to pee again.
Bit of a mock. You do that.
I had a huge iced coffee before I got here, and then a couple of beers. That's my excuse.
We know your issues. Okay, so we've got Brownlow. We've got 2025 mock draft to go through. We've got 2021 redraft. And we've got some trade chat as well. So let us know what you'd like. Whatever gets the most comments, I will go with. And I'll try to get through some of these as well. So Crowy in Crow's Nest. They're the tip of the very, very, very large iceberg. Widescreen TV. Look at Voss in contrast. Not known for tactics. Yeah, it's a good point. I think ultimately you would want the head coach to have all of those, be like a really well-rounded coach, right? And being particularly tactical, I think then you as the leader, that's able to sort of rub off on the assistants, and they're kind of just there to help you and guide you and implement it. But yeah, I don't know. I think there probably are some coaches out there that are more sort of man managers. I probably see Chris Fagan like that a little bit, to be honest. I don't think he's a particularly tactical person or a person that people say talks about the game in a really deep way. But he definitely seems to have a good rapport with the players, and he probably has people that he's really close to that he trusts that can kind of get that across. And then I think it also comes down to the players. If you've recruited players that have a sort of big-brained players as far as from a footballing perspective, I think then they're able to kind of help with that as well, and the on-field leaders. So let's have a look at what we are getting. 2021 mock draft, someone says. 2021 redraft. Trade chat. Pat Cass says, Jesse, it's okay, mate. It happens when you get older. Did you hear that? It does. 2021 redraft would be swell. Okay, so we've had 2 for redraft. We've had 2 for trade.
I'll throw in my vote. I reckon we do the our mock draft at the end because it will take the longest.
That is true.
If you're okay with that, I reckon 2021 would be great to talk about.
I'd love
That's my vote anyway. We'll see what the chat
That's
says.
the thing I'm most looking forward to.
Okay, all right, let's do that. Well, let's let the chat have their say.
Okay.
And then overrule them.
Well, yeah, I'd like to do that as well. Widescreef's gone mock as well.
We'll do the mock at the end, do you reckon?
Yeah.
That's up to you.
You're right. It's long.
But I'm keen for this 2021 redraft.
We came in with a lot of content tonight, so we've got a lot of stuff to get through.
Yeah.
Someone on the internet says, what's this crown shit? Why am I the number one?
We just had a little chat pre-stream and thought you deserved it, mate.
Oh, what is that?
No, I think could it be biggest contributor? I'm reading over your phone from like 2 feet away, but is it like top contributors?
They've kind of got these ratings now.
Yeah, that's strange.
There's a hierarchy.
Yeah, Facebook did that for a while. Top fan.
Interesting.
Thank you,
Sam says, do you think Dom Pike will bring collective minds to West Coast?
It's time, baby. I might actually grab a drink for this draft. Do you want a drink?
Did you get me? Yeah, get me one too.
Which one would you like?
Whichever. You surprise me. Surprise me, mate. Okay, let's do this. We are about... Actually, I'll wait for Jesse to come back. I'll wait for you to come back.
No, you go on.
I'm so excited.
You choose which one.
I'll go with Cooper's then.
Yeah, all right.
Let's do it. I picked
Fell into my trap.
the more premium version. Okay. Redraft 2021. So most people, I think, are pretty familiar with this one. I feel like the hype around this draft got really big because of Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller.
Yeah, it's been big all over socials. Did we decide to do it before that, though? Like, I feel like we talked about doing a redraft and then it popped all over social media this week.
We definitely got in late in the end, but we were early.
The Fox have been reading our chats.
They have.
Yeah.
They're cracking into what we're doing. Anyway, I'm going to read out, I guess, the top 10. I've got it down to the top 20 here of what it was.
Yep.
And then we're going to kind of try and, I guess we'll talk it through, match it up and see what we kind of do differently as well. So Jason Horne-Francis was pick 1 to North Melbourne. Sam Darcy was bid on by the Giants and was matched by Western Bulldogs, obviously. Finn Callaghan to the Giants. Nick Dacos, who was bid on by the Gold Coast Suns, went to Collingwood. Mac Andrew then was picked up by the Suns. Rochelle at 6 to the Crows. Josh Ward to the Hawks. Jaya Miss at pick 8 to the Dockers. Gibcus to the Tigers at 9, and Erasmus rounded out the top 10 to Freo. So they had 2 picks inside the top 10, the Dockers. Then it went Nasiah, Sin, Hobbs, Chesser, Leakerly, Adasi Wilmot, Tom Brown, Angus Sheldrick, Jacob Van Ruin, and Kai Lohman rounded out the top 20. So there's some seriously good players in that draft, particularly at the top 10. Jesse, who is your revised number 1?
This is so tough. Like, there's been discussion about whether this could overtake 2001, which I won't name everyone from that, but that was like Hall, Hodge, Ball, Judd, Stevie J. Was Bartel that year?
Yep.
Might have been that year.
Ablett,
yes.
Ablett Jr. was there as a father-son when it was back in the day when father-sons went in the third round.
Yeah, pick 40 odd or something like that. Yeah. So, I mean, you never know until their careers end because you weigh up like Norm Smiths and stuff like that. These guys haven't had that opportunity. But I think in talent, it's starting to nudge it. It's certainly the biggest draft to get as close to 2001 that I can ever remember.
You could say 10 of these players in the top 20 are like at least above average, and some are looking like they're going to be superstars.
Exactly. All right, so let's start at the top.
Who'd you go?
I wrote down...
Oh, wait. We just got to establish quick rules.
Yeah.
Are we going for perspective here? So we're still drafting as in what this guy could be? Because it was only 4 years ago. Or are we going to do it from... like, who's the better player right now?
I think they're young enough where you can still do it looking into the future. Who would you take now, if you agree? I mean, we can add some nuance and just say, okay, he's a better player, but I would still take him.
Yeah, that works for me.
I mean?
It works for me.
Yeah, okay.
More fun.
I wrote down Dacos. I've changed my mind since I wrote it down earlier today. I think I'm leaning towards Sam Darcy.
I've gone Sam Darcy.
I just think the competitive advantage you get of having a Sam Darcy who just like week after week just continues to impress and raise the bar. It's hard. Like, there's just no other player like him at the moment.
I know AFL fans get really almost a bit disgusted by the glaze of some of these types of players, particularly these father-son players, I feel. So I don't want to go on and on about him, but he is just so difficult to stop. I know if you're just looking at footballers and like aesthetics and stuff like that, you probably would go for Nick Dacos. He's so good to watch, and I think everybody in AFL loves the midfielder. But Sam Darcy is a point of difference that you're just not going to get. Whereas Nick Dacos, there are other, really high-end midfielders as well. So I think you got to take Darcy.
I mean, Dacos is still like the best of his type. So, I mean, there's still a competitive advantage there.
Yes.
But I think I do agree that Darcy's still so early. I mean, they're both young, but like you think that a 209 centimetre or whatever he is, Sam Darcy, this guy shouldn't be this good this early, and yet he just continues to deliver.
It's because his game is actually so well-rounded.
Yeah. I think he's rarer.
He's definitely rarer.
And Nick Dacos is incredibly rare. So I went Darcy and then Dacos.
Yep.
You happy with that order?
I have gone the same.
Yeah, okay.
I am Darcy into Nick Dacos. And I don't think, again, we don't have to say too much more about Nick Dacos.
Yeah,
I think you're just getting a...
speaks for himself.
Unbelievable midfielder. Who did you go at pick 3? Because it gets interesting again.
Nazai has bumped himself into my top 3. Are you on the same?
I'm on the same wavelength. I can't believe how similar. I thought this was going to be quite different.
Well, so who else do we consider? It was probably Jason Horne-Francis for me was the other one I considered.
Okay, so I considered both Jason Horne-Francis and Finn Callaghan for this position.
So why did you go Nazai third?
I went Nazai third. I've loved him since he's come into the AFL, but I've probably always seen him as a little bit more of like a project player. He's been that half-back flanker. This season, he's gone to another level, simply just from a ball-winning like perspective, and also from I think his usage has gone up again. Like, he's so involved in St Kilda's scores now. He's just like, he's clearly their best player. When you had through that development phase for him, like Jack Sinclair and Philippou were sort of around him, he's just absolutely clearly their best player. And then he's made that move into the midfield in the last couple of weeks. I know that's a very, very small sample size, but the trajectory this guy is on, like, that's not going to go away. He's not going to just stop being good, is he?
Exactly. I think, though, with Nazai, like, he's so good as a defender, though, like, I would still primarily have him off the back half and distributing with his kicking, which is probably unparalleled in the game at the moment, and then use him as that impact option in the midfield. Like, I don't think you need to move him into that midfield.
No,
like,
I agree.
Permanently to
he can play anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And, he's hitting the scoreboard now.
Did you see that mark?
Yes.
We
all saw that mark, Dylan.
I'm going to say, like, of these 3 players, Sam Darcy has made me go, wow, a couple of times this season. But what Wangan and Miller did in that last quarter of that game against Melbourne, I don't know if I've actually... Like, that was up there with, those moments you have watching AFL, like Gary Ablett Jr., just absolutely ripping a game to shreds. That was right up there with that. Probably across any sport.
Yeah. Wow.
In a dead rubber against Melbourne.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. When all Saints fans had gone home.
Yeah.
Look, I agree. I think the versatility piece is what has really nudged him up. I mean, he can impact as a midfielder. He can play forward, and in the same way that Dacos can, play as a lone forward when he shouldn't have the attributes to play as a medium-sized forward, he can still impact the game because that's who he is. Nazai is now showing signs of that, and I think he's bumped ahead of Horne-Francis for me, who is number 4.
There is a world where Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera does this for a season, 2 seasons, 3 seasons. There's a world he ends up number 1 because of the versatility.
I thought you were going to go the other way.
Oh, really? No. I think he's an absolute star.
Yeah. It's hard
he's
to
only
imagine
going
him
up.
dropping, yeah. I mean, God, he's could he be as good as McLeod? Even better. I mean, I think. Well, McLeod was a little bit before my time. I caught the back end of his career, past his
North Smiths. I caught him ripping North Melbourne to shreds in the 98 grand final.
Yeah. He won 2 Norms, didn't he? Yeah.
97, 98. Absolute superstar.
But he's South Australian defender.
He's that level of player.
Yeah.
And he's a similar type. And I think the attributes that he has, like the height, the extra height and stuff, and the fact that he can play in the midfield as well, he's on another level. Messiah.
Yeah. We are talking about him when his price is highest. It's like the equivalent of fantasy. Just his price is popping right now. But he has averaged more than 35 touches the last month and a goal a game.
Yeah. It's crazy stuff. So then I think it maybe is the next 2 players that are kind of the clear top 5. I feel like there's a gap between the top 5 and then the next lot of players.
Yeah.
So at 4, I've gone with Finn Callaghan.
Okay, so I went Horne-Francis. So
Fair.
Talk me through Finn Callaghan as your preference.
There's a little bit of recency bias in this one. I think if you did this last year, you'd be saying Horne-Francis above, but then you'd probably be saying Horne-Francis above Nasiah.
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon up until a month ago, I might have said Horne-Francis higher.
Yeah, I think that that player that Jason Horne-Francis is as a midfielder, he's sort of that spends time between the centre bounce and between a forward type player. It's kind of a little bit being overtaken by, in some ways, like a new midfielder that's coming through, like an Ed Richards, a Finn Callaghan. Noah Anderson probably slightly fits into that as well. That player that can probably spend more time on the midfield side of things and drifts back deeper into the game so they can kind of give you that bite and that run from the back half, like Holmes does it at Geelong. Bailey Smith does it a bit at Geelong. Just that's not that Horne-Francis isn't fast, he's really quick as well, but just the fact that they can sort of more consistently get into the game, still hit the scoreboard, win clearances. I just put the value of the position just slightly above at the moment. Okay. And probably Horne-Francis's slight dip in form that the team has gone down a little bit this season. I think I kind of factored that in as well.
Yeah, okay. I think that Horne-Francis, for the contested style that he plays, I give him a little bit more time to get there. I still think he's already a match winner. And that's probably, it's more almost like the intangibles about Horne-Francis that probably edge him over a Callaghan for me is the word I'm thinking of I can't say on here, but there's some real pig about him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can imagine what word I omitted. There's some real grunt about the guy.
Yeah,
or something
he's
that
got the
rhymes
dog
with
in
that.
him.
Yeah, he's got that dog in him. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was much cleaner than what I was thinking. And I meant it in a positive way, obviously. He is that sort of guy that will drag his team over the line. He might not have the athleticism of a Callaghan, but I think he has that game-breaking ability. And I'm willing to be patient with him. We are still talking about these guys in the first 4 years of their career. There's a couple of boys at West Coast who are in their 4th year that I'm give them time. And then some of these guys are superstars already.
It's funny. One of the things that you've gone to give Horne-Francis, you've elevated him for that reason. He's got that dog in him. I've probably used that in some ways, and maybe that's my North Melbourne bias coming into it a little bit, but I'm sort of
oh, true.
He's a bit of a... It's like when Port Adelaide were up and about last year, he was on cloud 9 and he was killing it. And then this year they've dropped off and he's sort of just disappeared a little bit for me. So there's probably, again, I've said this a bit with him in the past. I think he's probably a little bit emotionally immature.
Yeah.
As a player compared to, say, someone like a Callaghan. So I feel like I have a little bit more trust right now in Finn Callaghan. Yeah. And that's why I would put him above. I mean, they're both super players. Horne-Francis obviously has the piece where he can go forward and hit this, one of the most dangerous players in the competition from a forward stoppage, I feel.
Yeah. I don't disagree on the maturity piece, absolutely. I just feel like the evolution of Horne-Francis when he probably gets there eventually is that he will be that guy, that ultra competitor that will stand up in finals, and that's the intangible piece there for me, which is why I picked him next.
I think that's a very, very reasonable point. So that rounds out our top 5, which are pretty similar. It's actually only Callaghan and Horne-Francis that were different amongst our top 5. Let us know what you guys did in the comments as far as your rankings go. We'll go to number 6 now because I think it starts to sort of get interesting again here.
Yeah. I feel like it's so even from here, and I reckon we might go different. I actually went Rochelle here.
Which was his original pick, right?
Yeah. I just think he's so good at the position that he is. And one thing you've kind of swayed me over the last couple of months since we've known each other. What are you laughing at?
Your comment.
Which one?
On Josh Rochelle.
Oh, I thought you were reading a comment. I was like, I didn't type anything.
I just saw what you wrote on the script.
Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, just for the record, sometimes I like to write funny little notes into Dylan's notes before he's had a chance to read them. Anyway, Rochelle, I don't know, he's just so dangerous. And previously I probably discriminated a little bit on that small forward. I mean, he does run through the middle. I feel like, yes, he's in a good team, but he was pretty good from day dot at Adelaide. So I feel like he's the sort of small forward, that dynamic player who can run through the midfield, opportunistically kick great goals. I mean, we all know he's a good player. But I feel like he's built to last a little bit. And I think that his baseline performance is still pretty damn good. Again, another player with some perceived attitude issues, I suppose. Didn't his teammate sort of rag him out? I forget who that was last year. Rory Laird, yeah. Was it Laird, was it? Yeah.
I think it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
Oh, no, it was last year.
I think it was last year, yeah.
Yeah, because of he did the teeth thing in the showdown.
Yeah,
which I thought was great.
Yeah, well, just purely on talent. I mean, again, we're talking about a player who's in a great team right now. And, maybe there's some players that are actually superior in talent. But
so this is where I was going to come in. So I don't have Saligo at 6.
I said Rochelle.
Sorry, Rochelle. I've got him at 7. So to kind of spoil that, I've got somebody else. But probably my only thing there would be that I think he's one of those players, you need him. You need a Rochelle in your team to win stuff just because of how clutch he is and clinical he is in the forward half of the ground. Would he be a player that you would want to put in like a bottom team? Like, would he do as well at North right now? I think probably not.
Probably not, but he was very good in his first year for Adelaide, and they were terrible from memory.
I don't know if they were terrible though.
Maybe not terrible, but I don't. Well, they didn't play finals until this year.
Adelaide are one of these teams that like sort of notoriously almost they have like dip years where they go right down and get a high draft pick.
Well, they won the Spoon in 20,
and then
21 they had pick 6 for Rochelle. 2022,
once
I don't remember where
came in, they started to get quite. I feel like 23 they missed the finals,
but
they were good.
But 2022, I reckon they were still probably bottom 4. Who did they take in the draft?
When?
2022. Tangent.
Massive tangent.
Who did they take in 2022? They might have traded it.
We might have to look into that.
Yeah.
I've gone at 6 ahead of Josh Rochelle at 7. I've gone for Nick Martin.
Yeah, very valid. I originally didn't have him because he was an SSP pickup. So, like, he's not in the list of players when you go to research for this video. So I added him in late.
What a bargain.
I had him at 8. But...
Okay.
You go. You go first.
I think that's fair to have him down a little bit. I just think maybe I'm buying into the story a little bit as well.
I'm sorry, I just saw my own comment. I just couldn't stop laughing.
We're actually back underway as well in the third quarter of this blockbuster game. But I want to finish this.
Yes.
I mean, the run, the speed... And I think, again, like I mentioned with Finn Callaghan, the game has gone to supporting those players that are a bit more outside, use the ball really well, and just overload opponents with their athleticism, with the running that he does. So hard to put him above a player like Rochelle, I guess, in some ways, given how just the technical ability of someone like a Rochelle and, like I said, the clutch ability. But I think Martin's probably... You could argue has had like a better career to this date.
I don't disagree with any of the logic. Like, it's not, we're splitting hairs here a little bit. Martin's a few years older.
He is.
But yeah, look, I don't have a strong argument against that.
Who would you take for West Coast?
Martin.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, West Coast have such like dire needs at the moment that like you'd go the midfield option who can help like win the footy over the small opportunistic forward.
I think it's genuinely a good question who you would take out of Nick Martin and Josh Rochelle. I think there's kind of some some high-end quality about Josh Rachele that's obviously better than Martin, but I think you kind of you absolutely know what you're going to get from Martin at the same time.
I hope I'm saying that right. Raid Mazray says that pick was traded for Isaac Rankin. I reckon it was pick 6. So let's say bottom 6 again.
And then Gold Coast probably did something else with it.
Yeah. Yeah, who knows? I can't remember.
Interesting. Who have you got for your next pick then? So you'd have someone at pick 7.
Yeah. So I had Rachele at 6 and I said that Nick Martin was 8 for me. I went Mac Andrew, who, probably hasn't reached the dizzying heights as he did sort of towards last year, the back end of last year. Really made a name for himself. Bobbed up 1 games for the Gold Coast Suns. I think he kicked bags of 5. He was very hard to stop as a forward. Yep. Played a little bit back. I suppose little bit of a premium placed on the tall.
Yeah.
And we are still talking about these guys in their first 4 years. So even if Mac Andrew isn't as proven as a Nick Martin, I reckon in a draft scenario, you might still take the punt on the talented tall who is still only 22.
Mac Andrew might be the only player that could stop, from an athletic point of view, could stop someone like a Sam Darcy at the end of the day. I think he's that sort of a player. I've got him at 8. Yeah. So I've got him 1 back from you. But yeah, I agree with everything. I think Mac Andrew has that dog in him as well.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Yeah. I think he's going to be a really good player. I think he's inconsistent at the moment, isn't he? He doesn't stay in the game. I think he does probably let his competitiveness sometimes take him over the edge, which makes him make mistakes and costs the team at times. But yeah, I think he's definitely going to be a serious player. Yeah. And if I was picking this in a draft, you wouldn't want to leave him much later.
We need to see the forest despite the trees sometimes. We are talking about some of these players who have cracked into superstardom and others who are still have their best footy ahead of them. They're still quite young. So
and again, a tall. So all of the other players have a probably apart from Sam Darcy, who's also a tall, but a lot of them have had it. They do have it easier in that start to their careers.
Exactly. Yep.
Who did you go at 9?
Ollie Dempsey. So I had a look at your notes beforehand. I wondered if you checked the rookie list. Because the rookie draft presented a number of good names. Patrick Voss was another one. There's some really good players. There was also Ned Long from Collingwood, who was a mid-season draftee the following year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, right.
So he was technically eligible. I also missed Nick Martin first. So I can tell
because he was SSP.
Yes.
Yep.
I can tell you're a little bit bamboozled by the Dempsey pick. I have him after Nick Martin, and I'll justify it. Great player, All-Australian calibre.
So this is number 9?
Yeah, I think it helps to be drafted by Geelong.
Yep.
And I think that someone like a Rachele, for instance, maybe the best equivalent here, could have done what Dempsey's doing at Geelong, in my opinion. Hence why he's higher than Dempsey, despite the fact that Dempsey could be All-Australian on the wing this year.
So I never considered Dempsey, which I'm starting to go, where does he fit into all of this? I think I'll still stick with my number 9, which I've gone Jake Saligo.
You go Saligo over Dempsey?
Yeah, I think I'm staying with that. I think what he has done for this Adelaide Crows team.
Big goal. Logan Morris has 4 or 3?
He's been absolutely obscene
I think
tonight.
it's 3 because he shanked the one you... No, it's 4. It's 4 on the screen there.
Incredible.
Logan Morris, big night.
He's an absolute star. A 2023 draft alumni.
Yeah.
Yeah, he and Smith have... he's kicked 4. Smith's kicked 3.
Speaking of, when you did your 2023 redraft... You had him really high, didn't you, Logan Morris?
I did. I had him at 2 to North Melbourne.
When the first time we actually met in person, I actually said to you, I was like, really, Logan Morris? And then since then, he's just been on an absolute tear.
He's so good. I think him and Caddy are they're so comparable. And from that same draft as well. Morris went at pick 31 or something. Yeah. He was way later, but he's been incredible. I think in retrospect, at drafting for the future, you'd probably still go with Caddy, but. Yeah, as far as what he's done in his career, I think is pretty special.
Yeah, it's better than I thought it was.
So Saligo.
Yeah.
I think how he's helped to transform that midfield. Obviously, he was back a lot further in this draft in the 30s, I think. Just plays with an aggression that sometimes is lacking in a midfielder, I think. And he brings that dynamism, that energy, that sort of breakthrough speed and aggression, I suppose. It balances out really nicely with the other players that they've got, obviously. And again, that's sometimes elevates these players in redrafts and makes them a little bit better. For me, though, in this kind of pool of players, he's that high floor player.
Yeah, fair enough.
That I think is quite bankable. He's not necessarily the most talented, but I think what he's doing is really important.
Yeah, okay. One thing I'll say for Dempsey, to justify my selection of him at 9, is it's impressive how much he hits the scoreboard.
It's
again,
incredible.
Good team, but so is, Saligo. It's probably not a like for like, but I think he's still got the talent. I think his role is simple for him. Again,
Dempsey, this is.
Yeah, I think we can start a new cliche question. Would he get a kick for West Coast? That's the threshold. I don't know if Dempsey would, to be honest, but he is still a very good player.
Morris is about to kick 5 here.
Wow.
As we speak.
Wow.
Dempsey, I feel like Geelong have, again, sort of really good coaching and the system that they play really supports him to be able to do that. But he's got that. The point of difference is the aerial game, right?
Yeah.
He's so athletic.
Yeah.
Morris killing them.
Wow. Well, it's only 13 points the margin, but Logan Morris himself is killing Collingwood.
Yeah.
Yes. 5 goals in just over a half.
So I'm sort of questioning. I'd probably now, if I'm honest, I'll do it as my list is, but I'd probably slide Dempsey into the top 10.
Yeah.
I have gone, though, for Paul Curtis, my North Melbourne man.
I don't mind it. I feel like the talent here really evens out. I'd love to give a long list of honourable mentions, which we'll get to. So you have Curtis at 10.
Yeah.
But I'll let you explain that one before.
It was close amongst a group of players here, such as Kyle Lohmann, Mitch Owens, Darcy Wilmot as well. I think he's a really good player. So there's sort of a group of them. But I suppose being a North Melbourne fan, I've just seen Paul Curtis's sort of like the process. Started off as like very raw. Seemed like this guy that was really strong, and you just saw moments of him like fending people off and stuff like that. But I feel like he's kind of put it all together. He's really skillful at ground level. He's really powerful and can kind of do similar things to someone like a Cam Rayner or a Zach Bailey, but he's also like really good in the air as well, like those players.
Yeah.
I think he could, add a few strings to his bow. I think if he became a better runner from an endurance perspective, he could probably get into the game a little bit more. But as that sort of deep, hybridy small forward, I think he's, pretty well as good as you're going to get at this range.
Yeah. I don't mind that. As I said, it's even. I didn't have him in my top 10. I also omitted Saligo, who is my number 11. We said we'd go to 10, but I want to shout out Saligo.
Yep.
I love Patrick Voss. And when I say love, I mean hate, because he plays for Fremantle and it pains me.
You've actually gone him here in the top 10.
I have, because I had no idea he is the same age as all these other guys.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
And he's kicked 35 goals this year. And not only that, watching him,
that's incredible.
He's stupidly talented. He's not conventional. He's not going to be your number one key forward, park him in the goal square, win you a grand final. But what he does do is kick stupid goals, take unexpected contested marks.
And is a bit of a team lifter.
And yes, weird unit.
Yep.
I might edit that part out. Big celebrations. No, but like the talent that he displays, particularly against Collingwood, kicking 6, just weaving through packs like a big man probably shouldn't. I think it is unbelievable what he's done at Fremantle. Like, I remember when they drafted him as a listed free agent, they're talking him up. I'm like, yeah, whatever, bro. And then watching him in the flesh, 35 goals. He's more of a threat than Josh Tracy has been this year, and that's a fairly high bar. Josh Tracy's great.
How many's Tracy kicked?
I don't know, but I reckon it's less than 35. I could be wrong.
Interesting.
I'll find out, actually.
That is interesting. I feel like Tracy would still get the number 1 defender, though,
absolutely.
right?
And I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, he's able to sort of thrive.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how teams are structuring up as far as because I feel like a miss is probably the weak link in that forward line now, but that's crazy that they've been able to find that. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have him. Like for me, I'd still have him below that group, but yeah, the season's pretty compelling overall. Would you rate Pat Voss above
He's kicked
Mitch Owens?
25 goals.
Tracy?
I thought he kicked 35 goals. He's kicked 25 goals. That does undermine my argument a fair bit. I'm not going to change my ranking, but I do feel like a bit of a tit for saying he's kicked 35 goals.
How many's Tracy kicked?
32.
32, okay.
So, no, Tracy, for the record, Tracy is the player I would draft first, but he's not part of this.
No.
He's older. I'm standing by my Patrick Voss comments and ranking. I thought he kicked 35 goals this year. That
sounded particularly high. When you actually said that, I was like, shit.
Yeah. I must have misread it or misremembered it. Anyway, I stand by it. The 6 against Collingwood and the multiple times this year where he's kicked goals from nothing is what sort of sets him apart. And when I realised that he was only 22 years old, I would love him at West Coast.
I didn't consider him. Again, I didn't check the...
Yeah. So,
I didn't see the box.
Drafted by Essendon in the rookie draft of 2021. And yeah, again, like you you wouldn't think to look at the rookie list, or the rookie draft. But
I looked
there
at
was
the SSP, but not the rookie
I know,
draft.
yeah. I even went to the 2022 mid-season draft where Ned Long was drafted.
Yeah, right.
He didn't crack my top 10.
No, I don't think I'd have him in the top 10.
No.
But it is interesting.
He's a game breaker.
For some reason, people in the comments have gone to a 2023 draft comparison a lot. People talking about who's better out of Curtin and Watson, Harley Reid coming up in the comments, and people talking about Tracy as well. But that is our top 10. So in the end, just to put a line under it, for me, it was Sam Darcy at 1, Dacos at 2, Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller at 3, Finn Callaghan, Jason Horne-Francis, Nick Martin, Josh Rochelle, Mac Andrew, Jake Saligo, Paul Curtis, rounding out my top 10, and Jesse?
I went Sam Darcy, then Nick Dacos, Wanganeen-Miller a 3rd, Horne-Francis 4, and Finn Callaghan rounding out my top 5. Rochelle in 6th, then Mac Andrew, Nick Martin at 8, Ollie Dempsey, and Patrick Voss. Should we go through some honourable mentions? For me, that would be Saligo and Wilmot, who didn't make my top 10. Any others you'd care to mention there?
Lohman.
Yeah.
I noted down Mitch Owens. NGA.
I would like to throw in Brady Hoff as an honourable mention here.
I did see him
Yeah,
there.
not a realistic top 10 candidate, but I feel like over time, maybe he gives it a close shake. I think he's been really good.
There are some people here saying Gibkiss will be top 10 in a few years. The only reason I didn't consider him for that is he just hasn't played enough.
Yeah, he did an ACL. If you're treating it like a redraft, I think that would hurt.
It's like it's enough of a risk now that you'd take the other players over him. But
some other players that are, Machito Owens, as you said. Jai Amos is a funny one. I feel like he could go either way, but there's also Jesse Motlop, Van Rooyen, Josh Ward.
I was going to say, my question to you, who is the biggest flop in this draft? And I know it's a recent draft, so there's still time to redeem. But if you were, amongst that top 10, I suppose, who's the worst miss?
I feel harsh saying this because he could turn it around still, but Neil Erasmus was top 10, and I don't think he holds a candle to some of let's say the guy who was drafted 1 pick after him.
Yeah, that's why it's so bad, right?
Yeah,
because the guy drafted straight after you became so good.
Yeah. He was okay. Sorry, he is okay and still might be a decent player, but in a strong draft, that one stands out of the top 10.
It does. The ones that stand out for me are Erasmus, Sin.
Yeah.
Chesser. I've got to be fair.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
I'm not a big fan of Sheldrick either.
No, I agree. A little bit limited.
Limited, yeah.
Limited is probably the right call. On Chesser, he's had some bad luck. I don't dispute that comment. If you're going to say Erasmus is not doing well, then you have to say Chesser and Sin are not doing well. I agree. But some of these players, all of those players, still have time to turn that around, and Chesser just played his best game today. So,
and the fact that I mentioned Sheldrick, I probably should mention Hobbs there as well. I think Hobbs, again, he's probably going to be okay as a player, but the quality around him.
Windhager was another player taking this draft. Connor McDonald's a good player. Sam Banks, Curtis, as you said. D'Ambrosio was mid-season the year after, which means he was eligible for this year, if I'm not mistaken. So another player that could have been taken. So some good talent.
He wouldn't be far off the top 10 either, I reckon. Yeah, so that's interesting. Yeah, people saying Gota. Yeah, seems like a miss at this point. Brown.
Speaking of a miss, pick 8, Fremantle. No, it's too early to rule Jai Amos out, but
I agree.
When you list the amount of talent that there is there, it's actually not a draft that Fremantle did well in.
No.
Except for the fact they now have Patrick Voss, who I really rate.
Yeah. That's covered it up, and they've had some sort of good drafts before that. But this isn't a particularly hot one for them. A miss, my issue with him, and I've talked to Druzy about it a bit before. I'm not 100% sure what he is.
Yeah, I agree. But if he is a great kick of the footy, a great set shot. So if you put him in a good team, and you can get him out on the lead and just draining set shots from the pocket, he can still be a good player. Does that justify pick 8 in a really strong draft? Probably not. But
Druzy seemed to
could be worse.
Druzy saw him as more of the I see him as a key forward. Yeah, like a Bailey Fritsch.
Yeah,
Jack Gunston. That's sort of almost like a medium forward. That's like a hybrid. I don't think he's good enough at ground level for that.
I agree, but that's kind of like the player he is. He's not like a really contested pack mark kind of guy. He's more of a lead out to the pocket, sharpshooter type.
Yeah. I actually think that player a little bit is dying.
Yes, but to his credit, like he is a great set shot. And I know that is really one-dimensional, but it's probably an overlooked attribute
For sure.
in the landscape. Like I said, if you put him in a good team, he can win you games with a good set shot late.
Yeah.
But
he's been a little bit better in the back half of the year. I think his start to the season was pretty quiet.
Yeah. But I mean, overall, I think Fremantle, after a period of drafting really well, that in hindsight, that actually hasn't turned out that well for them.
Yeah.
Not that they're too sore about it at the moment.
10 minutes to go in the third quarter. Lions are out to a 14-point lead. Collingwood get the clearance.
I'm just kidding. This game is living up. Let's have a look at the top possession winners. So
you just know Collingwood are going to come back. I'm just going to go for a win.
Yeah, cool. So Josh Dunkley with 24 possessions, McCluggage 20, Dacos with 20 and a goal. Let's see what the chat's saying. Sam Banks is looking amazing. Connor McDonald's super underrated. I agree with both of those guys. Brown tucked away at Richmond is going under the radar. Yeah, they had 5 picks in the top 30 that year. I reckon Banks, Gibcus, Brown, Sonzi, and help me out with the 5th one. Was Cole Shadir? Cole Shadir was 2023, wasn't he? Forgive me, I might be a little bit confused. The chat might be all over the place in terms of the timing of our conversations. All 8 of Collingwood's goals have come from individuals. Interesting. 8 of Brissy's goals have come from 2 players. That's a great stat, Top Fix. Thanks for that. Problem with Amos is that he's competing with several other tools for his shots. Hard to compete with in an otherwise complete forward line. Yeah, that's fair. Although I would say that out of the 3 of Voss, Tracy, and Amos, he's the third rung back in that, if we're being fair. Sonzi is playing very well in his last few games. I have noticed his disposal counts have gotten up. I feel like he had a few positives against West Coast, but geez, who didn't? Sonzi has had a good fortnight after being an early call for a top 1 pick. Is that right? I don't remember that. Clark unlucky with ACLs. Clark. Which one was Clark? 2021. Sorry, I'm just having a moment here. Clark. Who was Clark in 2021? Who was Clark in reference to 2021? They're saying Clark has had a horror run.
Jordan?
Yeah, no, he hasn't had a horror run. I think...
Judson.
Oh, Judson Clark. Yes, true.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He looks all right, actually. I heard you talking about Sonsi. I'm not a big fan of Sonsi.
No, but to be fair, he's probably had an uptick in performance lately.
Yeah.
He's starting to find more of the footy for the first time.
I see him being one of those guys that dominates VFL level
and
doesn't have the traits to step up to AFL. I don't think his athleticism is good enough.
14 points, the margin. Man, this would be big for Collingwood to lose this game, as you said at the start, and several times throughout the night. But
it's big for both of them because if Brisbane lose, pretty much you can kiss top 4 goodbye unless they go on a Brisbane run, which they can. But if they did go on a run after that and make the top 4, that means it has a big domino effect on teams like Hawthorn and GWS who play, maybe not GWS actually. Who's the other team that plays them out of that? Freo.
Brisbane. Yeah, Freo. Yeah,
Freo play them as well in that run home. So I don't know. It's like for both teams, it feels like a bit of a disaster. I know that's being dramatic for where they sit on the ladder right now. But for where Collingwood were 3 weeks ago, this didn't seem possible.
Remember when we sat here? I think it was Drewsy's last stream.
And we did the ladder predictor.
Yeah. What are some of the biggest criticisms that I, in particular, and Druzy, because you had Collingwood first, but we got slaughtered for not having Collingwood top. And they were like, how the hell are Collingwood going to... Why do I keep saying West Coast?
You're obsessed.
I'm obsessed.
You're bloody obsessed.
I've dedicated my life to them. I can't deny that. But, got a lot of criticism saying, how the hell did Collingwood not finish first? Now, they lose this game, suddenly this Hawthorn game next week also becomes a huge clash.
Yeah.
And certainly no gimme. I suppose Will Day's out, but still.
That's been a bit of a banana skin game for them too. I know I use that word a lot, banana skin, but they, like Collingwood, Hawthorn are one of those teams, right? They're sort of pretty emotional. Like they get themselves up for those kind of big, fun games at the MCG. And I feel like Collingwood have struggled to deal with them a little bit.
Yes, except for the last time. Yeah. But on current form, like Collingwood look vulnerable. Collingwood were.
You're right though. Back to that video, that was like a big criticism.
You escaped it, but we got.
Well, I escaped it because I said that they were going to finish on top, but that prediction's actually not looking as great anymore.
Yeah.
I was really like more than anything with that prediction. I think from what I said, it was I'm just playing the percentages. Like they were 2.5 games clear, weren't they, from the second team at that point? Like it was sort of like they'd have to lose. Yeah. They might have had a game in hand. Like they would have.
No, I think it was more than one game in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the reason I remember it is because when we got those comments, I was like, maybe you're right. Because I had tipped them to actually lose this game. I tipped them to beat Fremantle and the Gold Coast. So there must have been, I tipped them to lose to Adelaide, like when we originally did that video.
Yeah, right. Freo was the one that obviously derailed it for me. I didn't think they'd lose that game.
No.
Not at the MCG.
Yeah. Now, Druzy agreed with you as well.
Yeah. He was very good about it.
He took it like a champ.
Yeah. When Collingwood loses, Australia wins, says Aquila Victor.
Look at the pressure rating, 258. I've never seen a pressure rating that high from the Brisbane Lions.
Wow.
Ever. I'd love to know what the record is. 258 is the highest I've seen.
I'm going to add a couple of like decibels here to the volume. Just
that will drown out the tinkle I'm about to have.
I just feel like it'll kind of put, Bailey gives Dacos the don't argue.
We never actually finished our head-to-head thing.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I'm going to go pee.
I'm going to go. You do that.
You do.
Wilmot goes inside 50 and kicks it straight to Queen. Or that's a mark. Yeah, has to be a mark. You feel Collingwood probably need the next goal. Crisp. Oh, what is that? Somebody mentioned, I heard Jesse say before, that Collingwood have had all individual goal kickers tonight. I know you could definitely look at that either a positive or a negative way, in that they kind of haven't been too reliant on any one player, but you maybe do look at, in these big games, like the combination of Membry, Mychek, McStay, and not being that, like really, they don't have that really big focal point, just potentially being an issue. Ashcroft couldn't pick it up. Lipinski to Josh Dacos. They're on here. They've got to kick a goal from this play. Well defended. Jamie Elliott. He could kick this. Collingwood started relatively well, but their form is waning now. Yeah, it's always hard though, don't you feel, with, I don't know what other people in the chat think about this, but when teams do bank those wins and then go through this rough patch, it's really hard to judge if it's fake form, in the sense that you've banked the wins and you have that drop off just coming into the finals, and then you can sort of regain your form. Like, think about Sydney last year. They had this like terrible form slump in the back half of the season. They kind of picked themselves up for the front half of the finals, and then they had a poor grand final. But I feel like we've seen that a little bit when there's that team that jumps away to like a really good start to the season. It's just whether it's going to come back and hurt them in the final series, I think, is probably the big question. Birdman says Pies have the old AFL logo. Why is that? I think they're just running a retro kit this week. So they're doing like the 90s AFL logo. They've got like a vintage sort of Emirates logo on the top as well. Just some sort of a throwback. I can't remember what it was for. It was on Instagram, but not 100%. Crow in the Nest. Crows are flag favourites according to the betting odds. Yeah, not surprised. I think like this top, you go back a month ago, Collingwood would have been clear premiership favourites. But the form that Adelaide are putting together, and I think the whole AFL world now is starting to realise how good some of these Crows players are. Like the forward line is the most dangerous in the competition. The Smalls are doing really good things. I said at the start of the season that Adelaide's only problem was going to be distributing defenders, but I think they've covered that really well with what Worrell's been able to do with ball in hand as well. So just stacked. Like what you've got out of Murray. Murray's been awesome. What's the Irish guy's name? Keane.
Yeah.
Keane has had an incredible season.
He's a good player.
Yeah. And then when you pair that alongside Worrell, like they get so much drive from those guys, so much athleticism.
Worrell probably makes All-Australian now.
I think so.
Yeah. Because we sort of thought maybe not when we did our mid-season All-Australian. We thought, he's had some really good form, but he might just miss out.
Kept going, hasn't
he?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. You kind of, I don't know, some of those players, when they're having a breakout, you're like, is this a real breakout? Yes. Or is it going to drop off a little bit in the back half of the year? He's gone again. So, yeah, he's been awesome. And then, obviously, like the it's so funny because I always refer back to this, but I think it was Hamish Brayshaw said on one show that Adelaide I think he said they have like the worst list in the competition. They have no A graders at the beginning of the preseason.
That's changed this year. Dawson was probably an A grader last year.
I think he definitely still was. And so was Rankin, in my opinion.
Yeah. Did Rankin have a purple patch at the back end of the year, though? Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He had injury interruptions. Like he did that hammy. I think that was against the Pies, wasn't it? Where he ran too far and pulled the hammy at the same time.
It's so nice to see that Rankin has become exactly the player that he was forecasted to be in his draft year. Like some players, I don't know, you can list so many. You're like, this guy's a game breaker, and they never quite click at AFL level. Isaac Rankin has become exactly that player.
Exactly the player.
And it's good to see. Like, I don't... Yeah. Like, if he's not a Fremantle, I'm fine.
I don't know why. There's something about that particular group of players at Adelaide that I absolutely love. They're not a club traditionally that I've had an affinity with, the Crows. Like, they beat us in 98, which kind of hurt. You know, you have those things that you just hang on to that make you pissed off by another team. But I don't know, for some reason, this group of players and the way that they play, I just really love. Like even those like kind of lesser known players like Alex Neil-Bullen, I love the way he plays. I love Ben Keys.
Yeah.
He's just awesome. And
Peatling. I like Peatling too.
I like Peatling as well. I liked him at the Giants and then he goes there.
Yeah, we tried really hard to get him and missed out. I wonder why.
Yeah. Why would he not?
Why would he pick Adelaide?
Yeah. What an idiot.
Yeah.
Got no A graders. That'd been awesome.
Yeah.
All credit.
All Rayner bellies it.
Hammer said Crows have two players. Okay. So I've gone a bit hyperbolic there, but he said they've got Dawson and Rankin. And then he backtracked on it about round 8. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, with all due respect to Hamish Brayshaw, I mean, I'm sure he's the first to admit he's not a AFL pundit. You know,
it is also
he's an entertainer.
Yeah, and it's also difficult sometimes when you are covering a lot of teams. There are you do have little blind spots.
It was Hamish you meant, right? Not James. Yeah.
Yeah, Hamish Brayshaw. Yeah.
I think Hamish is a...
it was on one of the back chat pods, I think.
Yeah. I think he's very open about being a bit of a piss taker.
Sure.
I say that lovingly. Like, he's funny.
But there was... I feel like there was a section of the AFL media when we came into the season that people were pretty low on Adelaide.
I mean, in fairness, they finished bottom 4 last year.
They did.
So, it's not like we slept on a team that finished in the top 6.
Yeah. There was... I feel like there was a sense, though, that they were better than that.
Agreed. Yeah. They definitely were. Yeah. I mean, they gave us our biggest loss of the year last year. So
I got a question for you, Jesse. This is from Rayad Mazra.
Scorpio.
Would you say Cam Rayner is a failed number 1 draft pick? I'll let you answer first, and then I'll answer.
Yeah, I mean, my instinct is to say no, and I'm just scrambling for some logical reasoning there. And when you compare him against some other number 1 picks around that same era, McGrath, Wiedering, McCartan, I think to be an important part of a premiership team, if not the focal point, like you take that. I think the reality is number 1 picks, very rarely your best player. I mean, even Luke Hodge, one of the best number 1 picks, if not the best, was still not Hawthorn's best player. I would still say that's Lance Franklin.
Yeah.
I mean, he's close, to be fair. They had an amazing team. So if you just get a really good player, sure, when you take a Cam Rayner, I remember the hype around him that year, I'm sure they probably forecasted him a more consistent contributor.
Yep.
The Dusty comparison was very sexy back then. That was literally 2016.
He hasn't had that season.
No.
But what I would argue with this, I would say categorically it's a no. He's not a failed number one draft pick because it doesn't matter. The player that you pick doesn't have to be a Brownlow medalist. You don't have to get a midfielder that gets 30 for a number one draft pick to be successful. You don't even need it to be, the key position forward that kicks 70 goals. You've just, if he fulfills that role and is, really like above average in that top section of players that play that position, and I think he is, Cam Rayner, it's a win.
I agree with that. However, to play devil's advocate, we love doing this, as Bailey kicks a goal to make it 19 points.
You may play devil's advocate.
I am going to. I love devils. Would we be so generous with our assessment if Brisbane were shithouse? I don't know if you would. If Brisbane were in a lull like they were 10 years ago.
Well, I think we had the conversation before about Joshua Shelley.
I mean,
and him being at a poorer side. I think that those types of players tend to look a bit worse.
Yes. Well, let's even Ruben Ginbey. Like, Ruben Ginbey is a player that you have said, he's not the player you thought he would be, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So whereas I actually think, exactly. I think Ginbey, I'm glad we have him, right? So it's just a perspective shift. Whereas you're like, you wanted him to be that dynamic midfielder.
Yep.
We're in such a hole that Ginbey not being that midfielder stands out. If we were an amazing team, Ginbey being a best 22 player, you'd be like, that's not too bad.
I suppose the main difference there, I think Cam Rayner still plays the role and does it really well that he was drafted to. Like, is he Dusty Martin? But nobody's Dusty Martin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, you can't have that as the expectation.
Yeah. 20 clearances to 8 to Brisbane.
What I would say about Cam Rayner is he plays a very specific mid-forward role that's really important, and they're a little bit difficult to find those players consistently. A lot of teams that can't crack that sort of next evolution of the way that they play are looking for that kind of player, the Carltons and these sorts of teams, and they just can't get them and they can't find them. And Brisbane have a pretty high-end one in Cam Rayner.
Yeah.
Albeit, he doesn't, he's never had a Dustin Martin Brownlow season, but even Dusty himself was a slightly inconsistent player across his entire career as far as from a home and away season perspective. That player just tends to be a bit like that.
Yeah.
So I think you take the good with the bad.
Yeah.
And the fact that he plays well in finals, kicks goals in finals, and they're ultimately winning premierships. I know you made the call of if he was in a poor team. I think that's valid. But for Brisbane, is he a failed number one draft pick? I think not.
Yeah, I would never have concluded he's a failed number one pick, to be honest. But, maybe the logic is the same with Andy McGrath, right? So Andy McGrath has played as a pretty decent, without being outstanding, running defender for Essendon.
He's a failed number one draft pick for me.
Yes, but what if he played for the Cats and the Cats were winning flags and you'd say, McGrath, he's consistently top 10 in the best and fairest? You wouldn't say that's failed.
You wouldn't be as hard on it. No. Yeah. I'm trying to think of an example where there has been one that's not a failed, like an Andy McGrath situation.
One that didn't live up. I mean, Paddy McCartan struggled at St Kilda. I know he had his concussion issues, but
yeah, I mean
that's probably a little bit harsh, but
that has to go down as a failed number one draft pick for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't just that he had concussion issues. He struggled. He struggled there. Then became a good player at Sydney. Then sadly retired. But
yeah, so, I mean, there's someone in the chat here saying Widescreen TV says I feel like Lawler will end up like Rayner.
Yeah, right. I feel like he's had more highlights in his first season than Rayner had with small sample size.
Oh, he's definitely burst on the scene more than Rayner.
Rayner didn't at all.
For sure. Yeah. They do play a similar role. So granted, they are that similar type player. Yeah, I think from everything that we've seen of Sam Lawler, it's sort of I don't know. I feel like the sky's the limit for him. He could be one of those really, really high end. He could be the best player in the competition. Obviously, trends and things in the game kind of dictate specifically how that goes. But
yeah,
he looks really good to me.
The internal West Coast Nuffy in me wants to point out that Harley is so much better.
So much better?
I reckon.
So much better?
I reckon.
I think they're both great.
Yeah. Fair enough then. We'll leave it.
I don't have I would still. I think I would still pick Harley Reid if I was like lining them up against the wall. But
I guess like I've kind of just like shot West Coast into this conversation once again, but maybe it's worth saying because Harley's copped so much about the expectation piece. But like, you know, look at Cam Rayner in his first season, struggled at Brisbane from memory, like didn't hit his straps. Brisbane were a rubbish side, but what Harley's doing in his first 2 years at West Coast in a worse side is crazy. And and it far exceeded what Lawler did this year, to be honest.
Yes. Lawler's been injured for large parts of the season. If you actually have a look at his games that he's played, it's actually Harley would have better. I wouldn't say it would have far exceeded what Lawler did though.
In Harley's first season, Harley's first season was probably better than his second, at least statistically. I think that Harley's getting a lot more responsibility than Lawler.
Yeah, he is.
Anyway,
it comes back to that conversation we had before about the situation the clubs are in. I think
I didn't want to make. I actually think
though, like there is an element that Sam Lawler's being underrated a bit because he's been injured so much.
Maybe. Look, I actually do rate Sam Lawler, so I don't want this to become a like.
Why do you hate him, Jesse?
No, I just love Harley. I just love Harley. I love Harley. Well, I just get my back up a little bit with the anti-Harley sentiment, but perhaps I shouldn't have inserted him into this conversation.
There's a lot coming through here.
Yeah, cool.
I take Butters, Bont and Warner over Harley, says Aquila Victor.
Well, he picked like three of the best players in the comp.
I was going to say, what's the exact relevance of that? Yeah. People saying Curtin is better than Harley at the moment.
I don't agree with that.
I mean, again, this it's that piece again about like Curtin's doing amazingly well.
Agreed.
and he's playing a specific role for that Adelaide team and he's killing it. I think he'll win the Rising Star. I think he's been the best rookie now across the entire season, but it is like what those two players are going through is very different.
Agreed. And I think that Curtin would not be half the player he is if he was at West Coast.
I think the reason, like with Sam Lawler and Harley Reid, they're a little bit more comparable position-wise.
Agreed.
And what they're sort of being asked to do. Granted, I agree with, like, Harley's definitely being, like...
He's West Coast's number one mid.
Yeah, and really, like, the difference between Season 1 and Season 2 is, I think, like, he did have a bit of a weaker pre-season, right, this year, but also Elliot Yeo.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
So we kind of need to see Harley with some backup.
Yeah, agreed. Anyway, I regret being a Druzy and just inserting my team into the conversation.
Bloody West Coast again. Nobody wants to fucking hear about them.
Someone's got to stand up for them. That's going to be me.
Someone's got to stand up for them. We've got 97 people in the chat, which is absolutely awesome. It's three-quarter time here. And I think it's about time to pull out these head-to-heads again.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Which I had planned. Where the hell are they? Here we go. So I did Dacos versus Ashcroft. I did Josh Dacos versus Dane Zorko.
Yep.
Who would you rather? Oh, we did Harris Andrews versus Darcy Moore. Who did you take there?
Darcy Moore's the better player right now, but it's very thin margins.
So you're taking Darcy Moore?
Yeah, if the game's tomorrow, I'd probably go Darcy. But I think Harris has been the better player of his career.
Collingwood are 3-0 for you.
Yeah.
Right now. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Tom Mitchell versus Hugh McCluggage. I feel like this is going to sway it the other way.
Yeah, it's not even close, to be honest. Like, Tom Mitchell's had a good career, but Hugh McCluggage is the clear choice there.
Yeah. This is where it gets tough with these two teams because Brisbane's obviously got this really deep, strong midfield and Collingwood have a lot of ageing players, which I feel is going to go against them here. But
that's true.
Jack Crisp versus Josh Dunkley.
That is a real 50-50 for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Right now, I feel like for me, that would be fairly clear one way.
Dunkley?
Yeah.
Is who you're thinking right now? What's the age difference? Dunkley is 97 born and Crisp is 93 born. It's weird that I know that off the top of my head.
I was very surprised.
A fair bit of age gap there. Yeah, okay. If it's right now, it's Dunkley. But I love Crisp, to be honest.
I think Dunkley... Crisp is, I agree. Crisp is absolutely fantastic, but just plug and play for Dunkley, right? As in, like centre bounce midfielder, defensive mid. He's going to do that role. No questions asked, good overhead and all that stuff. Still side bottom or Lachie Neale?
Side bottom's probably had the better year, hey?
Yeah.
I think a performance he would have.
Definitely a better year.
But I'd still think if I was lining up in a grand final, I'd still want Lachie Neale on my team out of those two.
I think I would too.
Yeah.
It's weird because I feel like Lachie Neale is more likely to, go and get his hands dirty and win you a clearance that you need.
Yeah.
But Sidebottom could potentially do something weirdly mercurial.
Yeah, exactly. He's definitely got the class over Lachie Neale.
Yeah. You could see him like drifting for it wouldn't be out of this world if Collingwood make the grand final this year and still Sidebottom kicks like 3 or 4 goals.
Yeah, wins a norm,
just randomly.
Yeah, he's had a great year for a guy that's not young.
But you're going Neale?
Yeah, I think I will. I do concede that Sidebottom's had the better year.
Okay, so that puts it back to 3-3.
I would go Neale, yeah.
Which is good. We have a game on our hands. Jamie Elliott versus Zach Bailey.
Jamie Elliott has him covered by a long way this year, I would have thought. Jamie Elliott's been outstanding. I love Zach Bailey. I actually do. I loved him in his draft year.
I don't know if this still exists, but I remember doing the research last time these two teams played, and Bailey was Brisbane's top goal scorer this year.
Yeah, okay. Elliott's
he'd be Collingwood.
High in the Coleman, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he is. I think it's Elliott.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of playing.
Yeah. Bailey gives you a little bit more up the field, I would have thought. But Elliott...
Yeah.
Elliott's just so dangerous as that mark and lead.
Who's a better player overhead? Would you say Elliott? Because I think Bailey's okay as well.
But Bailey's probably better in open play.
Yeah. Bailey's more explosive.
Yeah.
Can break a tackle. Like that goal he kicked in the 23 grand final where he came inside. That was absolutely awesome.
Gross.
I knew it. As soon as I said it, I'm like, fuck's sake.
20 points the margin here.
Did he miss that?
Yes, he did.
Sorry, I'm just gonna double check the goals for Collingwood.
Yeah.
Jamie Elliott nearly has a spot in the AA sewn up. Yeah, fair play.
Yeah.
He's been awesome.
Yeah, I think Elliott definitely.
So we got Elliott there.
So we're at 4-3 now, Collingwood's way.
4-3 Collingwood's way.
This is going to look real silly when Brisbane win. But it obviously goes into more than just the head-to-heads.
Bobby Hill.
Him.
Or Kai Lohmann.
Bobby Hill. Definitely.
Yeah, I'd agree. We don't have to spend too much time on that.
Yeah.
Jordan De Goey or Cam Rayner?
That's a tough one. I actually can't remember off the top of my head. I mean, De Goey's been injured a lot this year, right? And Rayner's having a pretty decent season, so... Oh, that's a tough one. I actually think... In terms of consistency, De Goey might actually have him covered.
Over the career.
Yeah, certainly over the career. But
not this
Rain is
season.
Also a very big game. They're both big game players, though.
Yeah, they are. They play a similar role.
Yeah. De Goey loves a big grand final goal.
Are you talking about that 2023?
And 18. He kicked a couple in 18.
Correct.
Yeah, both outside 50. So...
Yeah. Yeah, De Goey's clutch. Powerful.
If you give me a fully fit De Goey, I'm taking De Goey.
Okay. See, De Goey was a pick 5.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're totally incomparable, those two players. Yeah, just an interesting thought there.
Yeah.
Hadassah Cameron or Oscar McInerney?
This year, Cameron's been better.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's just a better quality ruckman overall, to be honest. Mac does a job.
Yeah, he's decent.
Brody Mychek or Logan Morris?
Logan Morris.
Yeah.
Mychek's a great player, but Logan Morris is, he's done bits in this game, let alone the whole season.
Yeah. So what do we end up with there?
I lost track.
I think it went Collingwood's way. Did you go De Goey or Rayner?
I went De Goey.
Yeah, well,
that's a tough one,
That put them clearly up then, because then they had Cameron and Mychek. So I think 7...
Oh, no, I went Morris, but yeah.
Oh, you did too? Yeah. 7-5 maybe?
Yeah.
Out of the...
Yeah. And yet, Brisbane are lining up to make this 26 points their way. I stand by those rankings. It obviously doesn't work quite like that.
It doesn't work like that, yeah. And that's only the top end of the players. And also, some of those I've kind of made to match the players specifically, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah, totally. Yeah.
Cam Rayner just letting me...
almost kicked out on the full.
Letting me down.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's good.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah. Slow burn, though. Took a while.
A lot of people talking about Nick Vlauston, his AA aspirations this season. Do you think he's there?
I mean, if he's competing for a third tall position, then is that not Worrell?
That's a good point. I mean, they're different sizes.
Yes.
But they do sort of do the same thing.
Yeah. I think Worrell has him covered, but I don't know.
I think Vlosten is an incredible player.
Yeah.
But I do think in these situations, like, people don't like to hear this, but I do think it's important that the team is, like, I sort of do think it is important that you play for a good team, and I think that comes into the weighting. That you're doing it for in an important structure. I'm not completely, what would you say, like, not economical, but like, I'm not completely socialist about it as far as like the whole ladder.
Yeah, I don't know, like, if you're a really reliable defender or forward, actually.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that I would favour, in a very like close decision, I would favour the Adelaide season.
By that logic, I mean, Vlosten probably has to deal with a lot more.
Yeah.
So I think the meritocracy should be like, I mean, ignoring who the players are, but if we're talking generally like playing in a weaker team as a defender, I think just go for the best player, is my personal view. I mean, Jake Waterman. West Coast had 2 All-Australians last year. That's wild.
Yeah.
I reckon West Coast is going to set a new record for fewest Brownlow votes we've ever seen. I think they did it last year or the year before. I think it was the year before.
You got 2 All-Australians last year.
Yeah, McGovern and Waterman.
I have a little bit of an issue with this, right? So I feel, because Nick Larkey's been All-Australian, hasn't he?
Yes, in 23, 24.
Yeah,
23.
I think sometimes, conversely to what seems logical in your own brain, you think Jake Waterman kicked an amazing amount of goals, nearly won the Coleman for West Coast, or Nick Larkey kicked an amazing amount of goals. That means he has had an even more exceptional year because he's done it with less entries. But I think they do kick those goals because they're they become the focal point, and they get targeted more and stuff like that. So I think it sort of there are goals to be kicked, and they will kick them because they're a more dominant player within their team. Do you get what I'm saying?
In theory, but I don't agree on either of those players. I think Larkey kicked so many goals that year from like unlikely positions, and Waterman kicked most of his goals from incredible contested marks. It's not like West Coast was giving him silver service.
I suppose like there's a part of me who I don't see every game and every minute of play equal.
Yes.
And like you probably see this across the stuff that I talk about. So like Nick Larkey kicking 5 goals in a 10-goal loss, there's an element of me of going like, I almost want to mark the goals down, which I know is not meritocratic, but it's like you're not kicking important goals.
That's not his fault though.
It's not his fault.
It's out of his control.
But that's luck of the draw, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I'll agree to disagree on this one.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm happy. I know. I reckon I would be amongst AFL fans. I would be in the minority there.
Fair, yeah. I think you just give it to the players who have been the best, and there shouldn't be discrimination on who they play for, considering it's like their job's harder, if anything. So it should reflect who the best players were that year.
Do you think last year Waterman was one of the best key forwards in the comp?
Yeah.
Do you?
I do.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think that there are the amounts of games where he sort of similar to Larkey the year before, who won All-Australian, like he kicked goals out of individual brilliance, not so much, the midfield's giving him silver service and he's leading up and taking a mark and kicking a goal. Like he was working very hard for his goals. Similar to Larkey, who maybe, is a very different player to Waterman, but Larkey was kicking goals from like snaps from 50 and, just moments of individual brilliance in a team that was getting so little and such poor supply that I would love to see that recognised. Oh, that could be a momentum changer.
And it was on Zorko, and he gave it to him.
Wow.
Yes.
That was some real West Coast areas to kick it backwards to a contest.
That was Zorko.
Yeah, that was very Liam Duggan-esque. That was brave. Bobby Hill was taking a screamer over Zorko in the goal square.
That was Will Ashcroft.
A very rare brain fade.
And gave it to the player that annihilated them on grand final day as well.
I know. And took a screamer that day as well. So if this is a goal, that could see a bit of a momentum swing and Collingwood could be back into it. He's just poked at it, but he's got it.
Oh, that was unconvincing.
It was unconvincing.
Oh, my God. We'll get back to that conversation, but this is actually, this game now, I feel like that gave it the fire that it needed. Yeah. 15 points.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are we saying, guys, in the comments? Who is going to win this game from here? I don't think you can. I'm still tipping Brisbane. I don't think you can rule. I'm having a bet each way there, but I don't think you can rule the Pies out of this.
Not
home.
now. I was starting to feel it was trending that way, but
Yeah,
I
me
feel
too.
like sometimes moments can have a big impact.
Look at Lipinski. The hand up. Comments was, no one is arguing if McGovern is better than Vlosten, just saying he deserves his flowers.
I think they might be talking to each other there because
Yep.
I was reading that and wasn't
Yep.
sure exactly like that what that meant.
Absolutely.
I to get back to the original question, was Vlastuin, maybe you can make the argument that Worrell and Vlastuin make it.
Yeah, that's how we got onto that, wasn't it? Because I was
Yeah.
saying I'd probably like just favour
Yeah.
what Adelaide have done as a team, and then Worrell's been a big part of that.
Yeah.
Like I would sort of value that a little bit.
Yeah.
Collingwood centre clearance through Josh Dacos. 1-on-1. Jamie Elliott. Oh. Membry. By the way, how good a season has Jasper Fletcher have? He was in that contest.
Yeah,
just there.
true. Yeah.
He has been incredible. I thought he was like after last year as well. I thought he would be the first to go. I didn't have a...
No, he's taking strides, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Pick 12.
Pick 12. Yeah, it's decently high, isn't it? Father-son.
Yeah, a bit of a bolt. The Dogs bit on him fairly early.
Dogs. I don't remember that.
I think there was some beef.
That's got to be
there.
free. Got to be.
Rayner has kicked a goal. Are they going to pay that? He is. The goal's going to stand. So there was a free kick. Rayner has taken advantage and snapped it on his left from the pocket, dribbled it through, which is very low percentage.
If he did not kick that goal, it was the worst advantage.
Yeah,
Would they have taken that back?
I don't... Well,
They should.
if they had, it would have been the wrong call in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's possible.
What are the Collingwood fans screaming about? That's a fair goal.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And this is a free kick. I mean, Maynard's like... Yeah, he's
Yeah.
just like taking his eyes off the ball.
Yeah. And anyway, Rayner kicked a goal from open play anyway. So
Yeah.
that could sink the Pies, I reckon.
That is a goal.
Great goal from the failed number 1 pick. Big game player.
Come on, Riyad Mazrad. That is not...
I'm going to grab a beer. I presume you're all right for one? Or would you like one?
I'm okay. Yeah, Birdman says game over. I mean, that's going to be tough now. That is going to be tough. They took it back from Mitch Lewis last night. I don't know what that means. Let me know. Big clearance here, though. Can Collingwood get one back? Josh Dacos in the midfield.
Does he mean from an advantage that was given back to Mitch Lewis to have a shot?
Right, probably.
I vaguely remember Mitch Lewis having a shot on goal. I just can't remember what else happened.
I actually can't believe people want Braden Maynard for North Melbourne.
Yeah? Not a fan?
Not a fan.
Interesting.
I mean, I say I'm not a fan. He's a good player. Not really.
He'd be a free agent, wouldn't he? Was he under contract? He'd be under contract.
I think he's re-signed.
Yeah.
But he was a free agent. Yeah. Logan Morris, this would be for 6, would it?
Yep.
Wow. He's done it. He has done it.
There's your pick 2.
He's a phenomenon. He's been so good. He's
he's a star.
He's a second-year key position forward.
Yeah. Yeah, he's won me over this year. A little bit of ignorance on my end.
Oh, I mean, I think like probably this year is the first year that he started to have those like really compelling performances. I think like last year he was just getting himself into the team. Like he came in, he sort of had that like meme-ness about him when he came into the team because he was like eating McDonald's and they called him up. He was like a late in to the team and he'd been like eating McDonald's or something and then like came in and then he just kind of kept his place in the side for the rest of the season.
That's funny.
Played pretty well through the finals, but I reckon it was like a bit of a whirlwind for him. And then this year it's like the performances are there.
Yeah, for sure. A couple of compliments on my paw. Thomas, Kane and Red. This is actually not even a close game at the moment. I just realised exactly what the margin was.
Yeah. It's got a finals kind of feeling to it though, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Gee, Collingwood, a little bit of alarm bells at the moment for their season. It's not just that they've lost 3 out of 4. It's just that I mean, I said at the start of the game, I think we'll get the best out of these two teams, and they've been found wanting in a fairly big way.
Yeah. The only game that's like it's starting to be like a downward spiral if you take away the Richmond game, which is like,
Yeah.
They're one of those North Melbourne, Richmond and West Coast. Like the wins from a form perspective don't really...
Yeah.
They don't matter.
I mean, they didn't beat West Coast by much either. And I wasn't too concerned for Collingwood's hopes, but equally it wasn't a great performance by them.
I mean, we're talking prime time Thursday night football. They will take on the Hawks. If they don't win this game. Sidebottom has just kicked one to get one back.
Yeah.
After Hawthorn, they'll travel to Adelaide Oval to take on the Hot Crows.
It's a horror run.
And then I think they finish off with Melbourne, who, interestingly, of all of the teams in that bottom half, they have kind of struggled a little bit with Melbourne. They beat them. They beat them in a couple of close games in recent times.
Yep.
But not a team that they traditionally punish.
No.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's a tricky fixture for them, but you'd imagine they get 4 points.
Brad Mazra says Logan Morris should be an All-Australian. I think there's been better key forwards this year. How many goals has he kicked?
Yeah, I mean, if you're +6 tonight, he must be nudging 40, I reckon.
This sounds a bit antagonistic, but Charlie Cameron, this is Birdman, Charlie Cameron is washed and should retire end of year. I that's mean the way that he said it, and he's had an incredible career, but I don't think he's wrong.
Get him to West Coast.
You'd take Charlie Cameron?
Fuck yeah.
Really?
Yes, West Coast.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, you probably would, wouldn't you? He'd probably still be your best player.
Shut up. Nah,
He'd be ours too.
100% I would take Charlie Cameron.
Yeah, okay. What sort of a contract would you...
2 years. He is kind of West Australian as well.
Okay.
Sort of. Well, he drafted from East Fremantle, but Queensland before that, I think.
Drafted the Crows.
Yeah, his little brother played for us.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Jared Cameron. He kicked 8 goals from 8 kicks across 2 games. Fun fact.
These are weird facts.
Yeah, like he kicked 4 from 4 against Collingwood, and then the next week we played Fremantle in the Derby. He kicked another 4 from 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
At AFL level?
Yeah, it was just a weird stat line. Yeah. He was a decent player. He wasn't Charlie, but he was decent. And then he just sort of walked away from footy.
That's such a poor kick. Wilmot in the hole. How have you seen, this is going off on a tangent, but it's around this game. How have you seen Houston?
Not at his absolute best. Or do you mean in this game?
No, more the move and how it's going more holistically.
I mean, he's been okay without being at his All-Australian calibre. Oh, Morris gets spoiled by Darcy Moore.
7 goals that would have been.
Sometimes you got to give these guys time as well. Yeah. Like first-year recruits. Like Lockie Schultz didn't have a great first year at Collingwood.
He's been great this year.
Yeah. So sometimes that happens. I mean, with the club I support, every time we recruit a player, it takes at least a year for them to come good. So that sometimes happens, and he hasn't been bad either. As for the recruitment itself, I mean, as a free agent, it's hard to argue that, it was a bad move, although it could create some salary cap pressure for them coming up.
Yes. I suppose, their theory would be that at the same time that his contract sort of starts to kick in, guys like Sidebottom and Pendlebury might come off the books.
Yeah.
And then they'll be able to sort of...
Yeah, unless they sign Silvani.
Yes.
Which is going to be on
decent,
which
looks relatively likely, doesn't it?
Yeah. I did wonder if it was going to be a little bit of media posturing. Oh, he's negotiating with Collingwood. Carlton better pay up. But I think Craig McRae has openly said he's met Jack Silvani now.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Seems to go beyond a little bit of the rumour mongering. With Markov drives the ball from the back half. Can he find Elliott? Oh! Is it Elliott? Yep, 5.
That was very reminiscent of Liam Ryan in the 2018 grand final.
Yeah.
The style of mark.
Yeah. Oh, unrealistic
Bobby.
Free kick might be given away. That's a blow.
Yeah, that hurts. You'll probably forgive him for the fact that he won a norm.
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible stuff. We had a question here. West Coast should recruit Joe Danaher. Not a question, more of a statement.
Not sure about that one.
Not a fan? They're really...
I just don't know if it adds enough. I mean, we would be giving up not much. In fact, nothing. Other than salary. But I don't know. It seems like a lot of effort to get a guy who play football who doesn't really want to play football. That wouldn't see much of the footy at our team anyway.
Kane Horn says, do you guys think Mychek leaves the Pies? They've offered him one and he wants more.
Oh, flower bag of a torpedo from Charlie Cameron has hit the target. And Brisbane, looked like they might have been closing in on the match-winning goal. There is 4 minutes, 49 seconds remaining.
Collingwood would have to kick a goal a minute. And they've only kicked 10 for the game.
Yeah, no way.
Just think Brisbane too good here.
Yeah.
Crazy that in the reverse fixture that like these two teams have basically, not that this is a domination, but they've smashed each other at their away grounds.
Yeah. I mean, Brisbane's clearly been better.
Yeah. Like, totally controlled this game.
Yep.
Do you have any, like, because going into the season, thinking about that midfield of Collingwood, and I remember back to, like, being genuinely concerned with them after the Giants game, that their midfield was too slow. Pendlebury and Sidebottom. Who else has run through there? I mean, even on some level, Mitchell, definitely. Ned Long, like, none of these guys are particularly quick if you remove Dacos from the equation. The goalie is... quick. I don't know how fit he is though at the moment to sort of bring that intensity. But
that's true.
Do you think like that could hurt them?
Yeah. I think that makes perfect sense. I mean, I'm not sure about Lipinski. Does he spend much time in there? I don't think he's a true on-baller.
No, I haven't been closely watching positional stuff with him in the last few weeks, but he's more that higher forward, like a little bit of wing.
Yeah.
He's probably attended some centre bounces. I don't think it's a permanent thing though.
You're right. They're a little bit one-paced,
but they've got sense. Like when their players are on the ball, they tend to make really good decisions. So you get that kind of strike rate.
Yeah. But they tend to find time as much as anything as well.
Yeah, exactly. But
82,000 tonight at the MCG.
Wow.
Tell you what is funny, just like having moved to Melbourne and just driving past this every night.
Yeah,
it's on my way home from work. I drive down Punt Road, Olympic Boulevard. And I look to my right and I see Collingwood training as Brisbane. Bailey, around the corner, has sealed the deal for the Brisbane Lions. What does this do for the ladder? It shoots them into the top two, as I violently spit accidentally.
I would suggest when we did our ladder predictor, we would have had Collingwood winning this game.
It actually doesn't put them in the top two. We did have Collingwood winning this game, I think.
Yep. So now, I reckon what this will do, it's more likely that the Lions are going to finish in the top four now.
Yeah. Well, they've made up one on the Gold Coast loss. So that was an unexpected loss, and this was one that you wouldn't say is unexpected, but probably one you're like, okay, they might lose that, but they'd still make the four.
Yep.
So from that point of view, I mean, it's a great result, whatever way you slice it.
Kane said, so do you think Mychek leaves or goes? He's kind of had a couple of bites at that one.
I think it's possible. I think was it the Demons and Sydney have been linked to a move for him, as in clubs that are sniffing around, which is interesting.
I'm going to be honest. I'd be pissed off if Mychek was available, like wanted a deal, and we've given Jack Darling a deal, and now like 1 year later, Mychek becomes available because I'd way rather him.
Yeah.
That'd be so North. How does this come back to North? That shouldn't come back to North.
Constantly bring them back into the conversation, bro.
Does he leave or go? I mean, if they don't, if any player, I think if they don't offer them, if Mychek wants more than 1 year and they're not willing to offer it to him, he'll leave. I think because somebody else will.
Exactly. I think the reported rumor is that he's refusing to sign a 1 year deal.
I imagine they'll just offer him something better though.
You'd think so.
And then he'll probably accept it.
They've got some awkward decisions. So I think Jamie Elliott, Brodie Mychek, Darcy Cameron, and maybe one more out of contract. And then public reporting of this big offer to Jack Silvani has created this shitstorm at Collingwood.
Everyone's a bit sort of...
Yeah, at least that's the way it's been reported. It might be hyperbolic, but there is a suggestion that they're not happy about
some of the money that's
where the money's going.
Yeah,
exactly. Like keep your premiership players happy is, I presume, what they want. So Darcy Cameron at West Coast, it seems like, well, according to Riley Beveridge, it seems like he's seriously considering that because of the difference in what he can make at West Coast. And he might leave being a 2-time premiership player. Who knows? Certainly one premiership. So that opens the door for Myercheck.
For sure. I mean, someone said in the comments, Sport Nut says, what other clubs would take Myercheck? I reckon like pretty much every club would take Myercheck.
Yeah.
I know he's not a Sam Darcy, a Riley Thilthorpe, but he's a very good forward.
Yeah. I mean, there would be teams that wouldn't. Adelaide would not bother.
No, they wouldn't bother. No.
But yeah.
But there's enough that would create a market for him to push Collingwood, I would have imagined.
But I reckon, well, I wonder if it only takes, say, hypothetically, a Darcy Cameron to leave that guarantees Jamie Elliott and Myercheck their money. Yeah. It could work.
Yeah, Kane Horn said, I'd love him at Richmond. Our forward line is cooked. I mean, it's very young, but yeah, you would love, I think if he could sort of play as a bit, I mean, you have Lynch come back, obviously, after the suspension, and then if he could do another year, Myercheck, somebody like that came in, and then you can just kind of rotate those younger guys. That makes perfect sense. There's only a minute and a half to go in this game. Brisbane have got it.
Yeah, very compelling victory by the Brisbane Lions. The Collingwood Magpies under a bit of stress.
Free fall.
Reminds me a little bit of us in 19.
Okay, talk me through that.
Weight of expectation appeared to be on the track to win a premiership. Lost a home game to Collingwood.
Did you have a good start that year?
We got belted in round 1, but then recovered it really well. So we were in the mix. We actually faltered in the last final rounds of that year.
And you started to decline coming into the finals, or?
We faltered, I would say. I mean, I don't know if it was a decline. It was just like a couple of bad games we let get away from us. We lost to Collingwood at home, Richmond away, and Hawthorn, who finished 9th that year, torched us in Perth. And that was the difference between us finishing 3rd and 5th. And that was essentially like the start of the end for us.
Someone asked in the comments before about like this, like what to read into this. And I feel like these downward spirals in form for top teams, it's really difficult to understand whether they're important or whether they're completely unimportant.
Yeah.
I feel like Giants are a little bit the same as well with that loss. It's like how much, the fact that they lost by 80 points, as far as like to their season, it doesn't matter that much. What, like, you know, they could have lost by 10 points or they could have lost by 80. They will lose some percentage, which is important, but it's kind of, it's either a big deal or it doesn't matter at all. It's kind of like one or the other.
Absolutely. And when teams are old, we tend to think this is the end.
Yeah.
And it may not be. I mean, I'm willing to bet that Collingwood are older now than West Coast were when they fell off.
Yeah.
So it's not always about age because they might not fall off and we did, right? But with Collingwood, I think really what we're talking about here is where do they finish in the 8? That's about as deep as I'm willing to look right now. Because, I mean, you don't go from the best team in the competition to over the hill.
No.
Unless you're West Coast 2021. That did happen, admittedly. No, not the best team, but like over the hill very quickly.
Unless they sort of never were the best team in the competition.
Collingwood?
Yeah.
What evidence do we have that they were the best team in the competition? I mean, they won big at the Gabba. They lost to Geelong. They smacked Hawthorn. Lost to GWS. I kind of separate that opening round fixture.
I think they were the best defensive team in the competition for large parts of the year.
Yeah. They beat Adelaide in a thriller at the MCG.
Yep. They've got, I mean, Collingwood, they always carry, I think, I feel like those challenging teams like Adelaide and those types have struggled with Collingwood a bit over the last few years. Like they've got an aura about them and almost for teams like Adelaide, beating Collingwood, it's like a rite of passage into that sort of top part of the ladder. And I feel like there are games like that I feel like there's been games over the last 2-3 years where Adelaide have actually been better than Collingwood across the game and somehow lose.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just looking through Collingwood's fixture.
It's tough, isn't it? Like the last few games.
Yeah, so if we go back to the start of the year,
Okay.
Previous. So belted by GWS, willing to ignore that because the next week they beat Port by 91 points, which seemed like a big win at the time, but with the fullness of time, not such a big deal.
Port have done that several times this year.
6 points over the Bulldogs, solid win.
That was, okay, I remember that game.
Yeah, so do I.
That was free kick gate.
Okay, I don't remember that part. I just remember watching it.
Have a look at the free kick count in that game. I don't buy too much. I don't really care too much about free kick counts and things like that, but there was a big, like, a lot of like key calls in the last few minutes of that game. And it was a bit, it was highly talked about.
Yeah. I thought the Bulldogs played really well considering I think it was still without Bont and Treloar that day.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
3 goals over Carlton. Who cares? 5-goal win over Sydney. Not super compelling in isolation. They did beat the Brisbane Lions by 52 points.
That was the win because we streamed that game. Yes. And I remember coming into that game, I wasn't particularly convinced that Collingwood were like, they were good, obviously.
Yeah.
But I wasn't particularly convinced of them as like this best team in the comp. And that was like the turning point.
Yeah. That's fair enough. That is, even if Brisbane weren't at their best, I mean, you could flip that logic here and say that, well, Collingwood aren't at the best. Collingwood then lost to Geelong after the siren with Jack Crisp.
That's right.
They had a good win against Fremantle and Perth, which I don't think necessarily is the litmus test, but they had players out, and I thought they managed that game really well.
They did.
Beat Adelaide by 10 points, beat North by 45, when they beat Hawthorn, that was like a powerhouse performance a little bit, to be honest. Like, yes, you're a good team, but this is who we are. This is how much better we are. That's the way that felt. 1 point over the Demons.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's that Queen's birthday.
Yep.
Stephen May gate.
They managed a 34-point win over St Kilda, and same thing with West Coast. I mean, I like West Coast. No, West Coast played really well that day, but Collingwood kind of just managed them. They slaughtered Carlton, and then we're at the losing streak. So Gold Coast Suns, Fremantle, not Richmond, but the Brisbane Lions now. So I don't know. There's a fair bit of compelling form in there to suggest they were deserving of being the best team in the comp, or at least rated as, but it's a very different landscape right now because they've dropped 3 out of the last 4, and Adelaide are red hot.
They could, like, the problem is for them now.
And Brisbane.
They've got 2 really difficult games coming up, Adelaide and Hawthorn. If they go, like you said, if they get out of that top 2 and they're travelling somewhere in the opening round of the season, like worst case scenario, there's probably travelling to Brisbane.
Yeah, who are they likely to play? Because
Crows. If they finish 4th, the Crows. If the Crows finish on top.
Oh yeah.
And they've got Crows have a pretty favourable draw.
But they could win that.
Who?
Collingwood.
Well, yeah,
because they're also good in Adelaide. As much as Adelaide and Collingwood, they're always close games, but they're also good at.
And again,
Adelaide.
like I said, that sort of like Adelaide will feel, if Adelaide copper like a Collingwood in the first week of the finals, like all of a sudden they'll be like, oh,
yeah,
why them?
That's right, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean Collingwood from 5th, I think, can still do damage.
Yeah, because,
well, who else would make up the top 4? Let's say if Collingwood missed, hypothetically,
Geelong are making the top 4 because their run's great.
Okay, so then let's say they have an away semi-final against the Cats. It's actually a home game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It goes to the G. Yeah.
But Adelaide, Brisbane, and possibly the Gold Coast Suns presumably make the top 4 if Collingwood didn't, which means that there's a fair bit of travel involved if they don't make the top 4.
So Gold Coast are a game under everybody there. So the Gold Coast Suns are really a game above Geelong. Like they're actually in the top 4. The Suns, because if you add in the Essendon game,
no, because they've played this week, but Geelong hasn't.
Correct.
So they're back to level pegging. It actually works against the Gold Coast Suns that Brisbane won today because that was their best hope.
Yeah, that was their best hope of squeezing in because the Cats have a run too. Like their run is good.
Yeah,
I think they only play one sort of difficult fixture in the last 4.
So assuming that Geelong don't falter, we probably have our top 4 because Collingwood are still on 60 points.
Yeah,
they're unlikely to miss the 4 from here.
Can we just double check Geelong's exact run? I'll just bring that up.
For it.
Hang on. Because they have, like, Geelong have been a team that, they have kind of slipped up a little bit this year. So they've got Port at home, Essendon at home, Sydney at the SCG, and Richmond at the MCG. So, they're winning 3 of those 4, definitely.
Yeah.
Slight chance of a slip up against the Swans at the SCG.
Yeah, it's banana skin.
But again, Sydney at that point, like Sydney will be playing for nothing.
Yeah, they were pretty average today against
Essendon.
I didn't watch the game, admittedly, but like I think if you limp over the line against Essendon right now, it's not a huge endorsement of where you're at.
They're so young, Essendon. Yeah, 100%. So there is this like point in the season if you're getting those teams that they were probably more dangerous. Like I feel like Sydney were dangerous when they could make the finals.
Yes.
They're not as dangerous anymore, but it's not the easiest fixture, but you could see Geelong just winning all 4 of those games.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely. I'm going to go for a tinkle.
And then we'll do some...
yes, your thing is about to die, by the way. Do you have a charger handy?
That is a good question. I'll get the producer to go and organise me a charger.
In the meantime, if everyone who's been part of this stream, thank you so much. If you could chuck a like on the stream, help us with the algorithm.
That would absolutely be lovely.
We've had some nice momentum with the show lately and appreciate you all being here. Is Chris Fagan praying?
He probably is.
Is he religious?
He's Tasmanian.
Well, that's the same thing.
Exactly. I don't know why I said that.
Dylan's Tasmanian. He can say it.
I can say that. Other people can't.
He can say that.
94 people on the chat at the moment. So, Jesse's going to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. That is one of the rumours we've heard.
So, we've got a couple of topics here. Do you want to do 2025 draft? Mock it out?
Yeah, let's mock it out.
You want to mock it out?
Yeah.
Instead of the Brownlow?
I forgot about the Brownlow. That can hold off for a week, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. We're going to do trade rumours, which we haven't done.
We're also going to do trade rumours.
We'll see.
Let's go mock draft. We could go late. We'll see how the momentum of the stream. I need some iPad charge. Let us know what you want. We're thinking draft. We've got Brownlow up our sleeve, and we've also got some trade stuff. So let us know what you're thinking. That is a big win. That is a seriously big win in the context of this season. I'm just going into the ladder now. Crows on 60 points. Collingwood on 60 points. I mean, we did that ladder predictor, I reckon, 4 weeks ago. And Jesse and Druzy were saying that Collingwood won't finish on top of the ladder. And it's not looking like they are. It's actually crazy. Somebody's saying trade rumours. Levi's had a better game than Curtin, which opens up the rising star. Did Levi have a better game than Curtin? I thought Curtin was incredible in that game on Friday. I didn't really notice Levi in this game. Let me have a look at some numbers, but that's interesting. Let me know what people think about. Birdman says mock draft. Angus Heasley says draft. Finals predictions. Well, we did a finals prediction last week, so we can kind of do more of those. I feel like we've talked about the finals quite a bit tonight. Smitzer says, why is everybody snoozing on Fremantle? I don't think they're... I think Freo have pretty much... It would have to be a disaster now for Freo to miss finals with the way that they've been playing. They're, picking up really good wins, like plucky wins against teams that you didn't think that they were going to be able to beat. And then when somebody comes over, like a lower team, they just seem to be like having their way with them. So they've got like Port in the back end of the season. They've got Carlton this week as well. So like they're going to win those games, aren't they? And then it's really just about, could they pinch a win against the Western Bulldogs, somebody like that? That would probably push them towards like a top 4 spot as well. Sources just top 8 side that wants to do a finals push. Freo love letting the fans down. Yeah, I reckon like for Freo fans, there's like still like a tiny element where you're thinking, what if last year happens where like they lose their last 4? That would be an absolute disaster. But I think they're playing better football this year. I feel like they're more mature as a side overall. I don't see it happening again. Would you agree, Jesse? Freo aren't going to stuff this up again.
No. They can afford to lose to Brisbane, but like they'll still make finals.
They can probably afford to lose to Brisbane and the Dogs.
Yeah,
probably, unless everybody just wins out. But
I would still tip against them in both of those games.
Freo?
Yeah, I would tip the Brisbane. Well, considering we just watched Brisbane put on a masterclass against the Collingwood Footy Club at the MCG, it's hard to not tip Brisbane in Perth against Fremantle. Fremantle can win that.
I just don't think there's a world where they lose. Like, I think they win their next 2 games against Carlton and Port Adelaide, and that's enough.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, that's who they got. Yeah, they got Port in Adelaide.
And then
that's a tough game, but they'll win.
If they won out and they beat Brisbane and the Dogs, then you're talking top 4.
Yeah, there is a world where Fremantle make top 4, and they could. Can they make the 4 if they win 3?
I don't think so.
No, probably not.
Because of what you said similar to what you said about Brisbane and Geelong's draws too.
Yeah.
So who were they knocking out?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Was Collingwood get knocked out? Like if they had an absolute...
I don't think so. They're on 60 points. I think that's enough.
Yeah, probably is. I haven't done the maths there.
Yeah.
Glizzy Hand says, what is Dan Curtin's ceiling?
197 centimetres.
What is Dan Curtin?
Some gentle comedy for you.
I feel like his ceiling, if you're and this is a fantasy perspective that we're talking in here, but like it's probably like a Bontempelli, Anthony Koutafidis type midfielder, I would say.
Does he have the stoppage now to be a Bont?
Not yet.
I don't think so.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I'm saying right up there. Like that would be if he developed all of those parts of his game.
I suppose it's possible.
Yeah.
Like Dawson was an unproven midfielder and then he became a great midfielder. Yeah. So I suppose that's true.
I think what's probably more likely is I think he's maybe in a similar bracket for me to a player like Josh Weddle, where they haven't developed to that side of their game, like the inside part of their game, but they're like a really athletic sort of utilities at the moment, just with a lot of upside. And I think even in what they are at the moment, in their current form, they're pretty annoying for opposition coaches to have to deal with because most coaches don't have a player like that to go with them. I think that's why he's been so successful this season. Like his contested marking particularly has been like such a weapon.
Yeah.
And not many, because he's playing wing most of the time.
Yeah.
And players, like no one's 197.
Yeah.
Running like that on the wing.
Yeah.
Darcy Wilmot getting excited there. All right, so I think we're going to do draft.
Okay. I'm going to be raw dogging this draft so much.
Raw dogging it.
I didn't prepare that well for it. I've got a decent understanding of how of prospects, but what I mean is I didn't prepare who I'm going to take if this player is gone.
Would you prefer to do trade or...
No, let's do the draft.
We're going to do it?
Yeah.
All right. So, pick 1. It's currently with the West Coast Eagles. It really can't go anywhere else unless they were to trade it to someone like they did with pick 3 last year. We're assuming... I know that there actually are rumours, of course, that the Gold Coast Suns could be doing a deal, but we're going to assume that that's not going to happen. We're just going to go with West Coast having pick 1, and we're going to go with West Coast having pick 2 for that Oscar Allen compensation, which is theoretical.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we just think that's a bit more realistic to incorporate some free agency picks. So are we going to assume that Oscar Allen's gone? I think he's gone. It's just a matter of the compensation. I think it's more likely band 1 than anything. And then you have to assume that TDK is probably more than 50-50 to leave Carlton.
Yep. So we've added that in as well.
We've added that in, which gives Carlton a band 1 compensation because that's going to be a big contract. And that would actually, for those listening at home, that pick would be after their first nominal pick, which is currently tied to Hawthorn. So Carlton will have a first-round draft pick in this scenario that will be linked to their own ladder position, but it comes 1 pick after what Hawthorn have. Yeah, which I don't know off the top of my head what that is.
So this is where the draft gets really nice and complicated. Carlton also have a really highly touted father-son in this draft too. So if they were to get their hands on that compensation pick, they would have to trade this pick away, which I've done in theory as well when we get to it. But what I want to start with is
not doing
Jesse.
trades. Yeah.
What I'm going to start with here is Jesse picking West Coast's number 1 pick. Who do you think they're going to go for? Who do you want them to go for? And then I'm going to give my 2 cents on it as well.
All right, wait. Let's establish the rules here. Am I picking both West Coast picks?
Yeah, you can do.
Okay, and then
we'll just talk it through.
All right.
So I will give my opinion.
Okay. So my gut feeling is that West Coast will not go for the consensus top 2 picks, which are Cooper. Well, it's actually Ezekiel. And
what are you taking as a consensus here? Like Toomey power ranking?
I look at Toomey. I look at Rookie Me. I look at ESPN. Yeah. I look at Dylan Alexander, who is actually very good in this space as well. Just some nerd. I don't think West Coast go for Willem Dersma. I hope that they don't. I think they'll be looking more for a genuine midfielder. I think Cooper Duff-Tyler also holds some risks. So I'm going to piss off a lot of people here and pick who I think West Coast will/should take, which is not the consensus ranking. If I get to have both, then I will probably take Dyson Sharp first. I know that's a huge long shot because there are some people that rate Dyson Sharp late first round at this point, maybe second round. That is some of the things I'm hearing, Dylan. But I'm looking at offsetting our two selections here.
Okay.
I think if you eliminate Dersma, the academy talents, Cooper Duff Tytler, then I think West Coast go Dyson Sharp, who I believe I've read that they have some liking to as a somewhat limited inside midfielder. He's athletically limited, but performatively, he is a very good clutch leader midfielder, first use kind of stoppage player that West Coast desperately need. And while I'm not necessarily married to this idea, I think that is who I would take in this scenario. Dylan, I know your opinion and you don't approve of this, but I would like to hear you say it again.
That's the number one pick then?
Yeah.
So you're going Dyson?
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't have taken Dyson if you had the second pick for West Coast.
I get that. Okay. I actually agree with everything that you've said. I think, we've said it a few times tonight, like Dyson Sharp has that dog in him.
Yeah.
He's that sort of a player. You said that he's athletically capped. I think he's probably like adequate athletically, I would say. So I don't think that's a major issue. I think this works for West Coast given, and we've talked about it a bit in the fact that they don't really have that nominal first possession player right now. So there's, potentially down the track, you've got like Elijah Hewitt in there. You've got Harley Reid in there. You've got a few players rotating through there like Brady Hoff that is a 50-50 midfielder, Bo Allen, Tom Gross, these sorts of players. But I think Dyson Sharp can come in and actually perform really well. So I actually agree with you. If I was West Coast, would I do this? Not necessarily. But I think most likely with these top two picks, and I'm semi-jumping ahead here, I think they'll probably take Willem Dersma and Dyson Sharp with the opening two picks. I think that's the most likely thing that will happen.
My argument against Dersma is we have tended to go for these athletic types that are not proven midfielders. And I just have questions a little bit about Dersma's contested game and his ball use. I feel like he's a very linear player, great aerially.
Yeah.
But part of it is personal preference. Part of it is also hearing a little bit of scuttlebutt. West Coast aren't super sold on Dersma. Dyson Sharp fits the bill of what West Coast would go for more.
So who do you think they would pair Dyson Sharp with?
I have no intel on this other than to say I'm going to pick who I want, and I'm going to take Sam Cumming with the second selection. He has bolted up the rankings. It is a bolt again because he's not considered by anyone to be top 5. But let me talk you through my process. Considering I've kind of eliminated Dersma and Cooper Duff Tytler, and I've taken the other established midfielder in Sharp, I can't go for Hewland and I can't go for Daniel Annabelle. I want to get the next best midfielder. I considered Josh Lindsay, who is not truly a midfielder, but Sam Cumming, I think his attributes, his ability as that sort of endurance midfielder who can impact and step up to what we've seen him step up to the sample level in recent times and really make a name for himself. And I would love him to bolt up the rankings and justify this pick. But Sharp and Cumming, in my opinion, suit West Coast needs in a fairly even talent pool with knocks on every single candidate there. That is who I'm pairing. What do you think about that?
So I love Sam Cumming. He's one of my favourite players in this draft. My issue with looking at West Coast and the full midfield complement that they have already, I feel like Cumming is a little bit, on his own, is a little bit too similar to Harley Reid, which is going to sound crazy. I don't mean he's too similar to him. Harley Reid's a better version, but it's the same type of player. Like,
I know what you mean.
Archetypically, I think it's that like forward mid, where they like aerially a threat, good, very contest dominant. I think if Sam Cumming can get elevate to like one of those really good outside type players, I think that's where he would have a point of difference on someone like Harley Reid, and they would complement. But I do think that they're more likely to go for, like you said off the top, like more likely a kicker like Lindsay or a utility outside type midfielder, more of a transition type midfielder like Dersma.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. So I
don't mind it.
So I'm giving you the picks. So you're taking Sharp into Sam Cumming.
Yeah.
But that would be my opinion on it. I think more likely when the draft comes around, I think you're probably looking at, I still think there's a world where they would look at a Cooper Duff Tytler, although I do feel that is a risk given that he's a ruck and he's from Melbourne.
Yeah.
I think that comes into it as well. I think
I also don't think West Coast hold the second pick come draft night.
You reckon they'll trade it off?
Yeah.
There's a world where that happens as well. So we've got number 1, Dyson Sharp.
Yep.
This is a very South Australian flavour.
It is. Yeah, it is. And I know that it will buck the trend, and I know a lot of people won't like it, but I am sick to death of West Coast not picking midfielders. And I'm sticking with it.
I've definitely softened my stance a little bit on Dyson Sharp. Like after the champs, you always want to have that review where you kind of go back over things. And I think like when you actually watch him play and you're looking at what he is, one of my sort of first thoughts on Dyson Sharp was that he was more of this sort of defensive type midfielder. Like he'd probably be like a row bottom, maybe a Warple type player.
Yep.
I think there's a world where he can sort of go to be like a Matt Rowell. I think that would be the ceiling for someone like a Dyson Sharp, but definitely a high floor player.
Yeah.
Low ceiling. So pick 3 then.
Yeah, so let's give you both of Richmond's 2 picks. Also, if you bid on a player, I decide whether we match.
Yep.
And vice versa. And then the pick goes back to you. So let's say you have 2 Richmond picks now.
So straight away, I'm throwing a bid for Richmond.
Zeke Uland? Yeah, fair enough. I'll let you have him. No, I'm just kidding. There's no scenario where Gold Coast let this go.
No.
Tell me a little bit about Zeke Uland. He's been injured a lot, hasn't he?
He's been injured all season. A strange one, it's a back stress fracture, which has kept him out. So I think it's just been like a pain thing, and they've kind of been taking a conservative approach with it. But probably the best performed player in this crop across the bottom age year. A lot of similarities and a lot of similar traits to someone like an Errol Goulden with the kicking, the outside play that he has. Probably has a little bit more physicality to him and has that sort of leadership quality to him. So I think can go into the midfield and be a dominant inside clearance player, but then also get the ball in transition. Can play across any line as well. So you could play him as a halfback flanker, someone to move the ball from there, go into the forward half of the ground, wins contests. So he's, in some ways, I think he's probably the most balanced all-round midfielder in this group of being able just to do everything very competently or above average. You know what I mean? With his kicking, it's a high level. With his stoppage stuff, it's to an above average level. Good physicality and just a good competitor, really. I think if you look at the way that his brother plays at the Gold Coast already, it's sort of an insight into the type of character that he is as well. Yeah,
nice. So Gold Coast get Zeke Uland at pick 3. I just want to ask, if West Coast had the first 2 picks and the academy system did not exist and Uland was available to them and Patterson was available to them and Annabelle was available to them, which 2 picks would you go? You don't have to justify it too deeply. We can move on, but I just want to know.
I would go... So West Coast have the top 2 picks?
Yeah, so let's just say it's a purely open pool draft, just to get a feel for where Uland and Patterson and Adensall and all that would go.
I would say Uland 1 or 2.
Yep.
Currently. Patterson 2 or 3.
So you could see, if you're West Coast, you go Uland and Patterson. Yeah, right. Interesting.
They're probably, on some level, they're probably a little bit similar, those 2 players. They're both kind of midfielders that can play halfback because of their speed. Dylan Patterson's absolutely rapid. More of a pure halfback that goes into the midfield, where Uland's probably midfield that goes halfback. So he's kind of got that. I think that's what puts Uland slightly above. But Patterson is trait-ridden.
Yeah. Cool.
To say the least.
All right, so Richmond back on the clock, and I think I know who one of these picks will be. But
so this complicates.
Actually, I know who both of these picks will be.
This complicates it for me because of the fact that I had Dersma and Sharp.
I know. I've really cooked this
to the West Coast Eagles. So
I just don't think West Coast end up with those players. But continue.
I think in this scenario, I still think that Richmond would take Willem Dersma.
Yeah.
They would just go, okay, he's fallen through the cracks. They don't, as much as they have some point of difference midfielders. They've got Taj Houghton, they've got
Smiley and Lawler.
So if you're looking at that sort of midfield build, you're going Sam Lawler, the forward mid.
Yep.
Dusty Martin type.
Yep.
You've got Josh Smiley, first possession, sort of clearance beast, Tom Green.
Yep.
Style. Taj Houghton's probably that fast-footed, fleet of foot. Probably on one hand could be like a Zach Buttersy type player. Isaac Rankin.
Classy.
It's whether he's going to be like a midfielder or whether he's going to be like a small forward, I think.
Yeah.
So it's kind of could go either way there. So I think there's an openness here where they could take Dersma as a little bit, again, like I said with West Coast, like a transition type player.
Mm-hmm.
He can start at halfback. Best case scenario, he ends up being a Nasiah Wanganeen Millerer with the traits. And I think like floor, he's a halfback flanker with a lot of athleticism and some good traits.
Yeah. I think that makes sense for Richmond to take that risk.
Yeah. And I think they, like where they are on the clock, I think that would sort of make sense. And then with their next pick, again, I think they could bid here. Most, like historically speaking, I think most teams take, like if they have back-to-back picks, they take one bid.
Yeah.
It actually usually comes with the second pick, so that's probably a little bit out of line. But I think they'd probably go... I'm 50-50 on this because I think they would love a player like Sam Grill or Josh Lindsay. Ball use and speed is something that they'd love to get in there. But do you let a player like Cooper Duff-Tytler go?
Well, I mean, if you look at their ruck stocks, who is it? There's like Mate Kalina.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Thomas Sims is a forward ruck. So I think whichever way you slice it, he diversifies from those options, right?
That's the only thing that I'm a little bit concerned about, though. Because it depends what you see Cooper Duff-Tytler as. If you see him as a forward ruck, they just drafted Sims. So do they want two of that same sort of player?
They're different to each other, though, right?
They're definitely... Cooper Duff-Tytler's definitely more high-end. And there is also this like conversation as well about the rules around rucks, like stoppages in general changing with like last touch. There's a genuine conversation that could be coming in the next couple of years, which would push teams... It would reduce the amount of stoppages drastically, and it would push teams into these types of rucks. These running ruckmen.
Yeah, exactly. I think it would only bode well for someone like Duff-Tytler, who is, he could be an oversized midfielder.
Yep.
I don't think he'd be a dominant tap ruckman.
But he might not need to be at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he could be a high volume, athletic midfielder in a way.
Yes. And I think at that point, if you're thinking about it like that, I mean, for starters, I think West Coast, that probably brings him into the fray even more for West Coast as well. But I think it'd be tricky for a Richmond to let him go at that point. So I would be saying then Dersma and Cooper Duff-Tytler for the Tigers. Any objections?
No, because I think that's what people would expect West Coast to do. I just don't think it will happen that way.
Yep.
So who we got on the thing? I have an old order in front of me here.
You got an old order. So then we come into...
Essendon's 2 picks. Is that right?
Yes.
God.
Correct.
I might throw in a bid for Dylan Patterson here, just to get that out of the way.
Yep.
Would you agree that is a justifiable selection?
Absolutely. So I had West Coast bidding on Ewland and Richmond bidding on Patterson.
Yeah.
So makes total sense.
Then I think the next pick... So do I have 2 picks in a row for Essendon? We will go one each.
Not in a row.
Okay, all right, we'll go one each. So if I have 1 pick here for Essendon... Well, I need to get in the head of Essendon here and know who's coming next. How many picks in between my next pick?
3.
Right. Okay. I will go safe and go. No, I'm going to go Javan Philippou. Philippou. I am. You know what? Changed my mind at the last second. I was like halfback flankers. Josh Lindsay, like his ceiling is probably like a quality halfback flanker. But then I think at Essendon, is that really a problem for them? Not really. I think they would much rather a dynamic forward midfielder. It's riskier because Josh Lindsay is probably that safer option. He's probably like that guaranteed 200 game player.
Do you want to hear who I had?
Yes.
I had Oliver Greaves.
Yeah, I sort of justified it thinking Greaves might be available a little bit later, but I've rolled the dice on that one.
And granted, on mine, I actually had Richmond taking Lindsay at 6. Which changes things a little bit there too.
Well, right as I was about to say Lindsay, I thought of Archie Roberts. I thought of Andrew McGrath.
Zach Johnson.
Luaman Lawal. Yeah, like there's a few options here. I don't think they need to.
They're not to the same quality, but...
No, agreed. Absolutely.
It's a factor. I feel like similar to what we talked about with West Coast and that first possession midfielder, again in a draft with not a lot of necessarily like bankable... fully rounded players like there was last year in the top end with midfielders when you wanted to take that more like risk option.
Yep.
Oliver Greaves feels pretty bankable to me. And when Essendon's currently, like their two best first possession players are Darcy Parish, who's played 3 games, and like I don't really know where he's at career-wise. He's also not at that like 180 centimetre guy. He's not sort of the archetypical first possession player that teams are going for now.
That's true.
The other one that's doing it for them is Cordwell more consistently. And he's probably more of your second string defensive type midfielder usually. Mm-hmm. Like he plays that sort of like defensive role as well. So I feel like they do long for that sort of big bodied mid.
I don't disagree with the logic there. I just think that Philippou, if you got 2 picks in the top 10, I reckon go risky with one of them. And I think specifically in Essendon's position, I think there is some appetite for going for the higher end prospect. Like, I feel like they've got a lot of good, decent prospects. A couple of them could elevate to be better than that. Like Nate Caddy, probably, I wouldn't put too much of a ceiling on the guy. But I feel like for where they're at, they've laid a lot of the groundwork with a lot of players that you think will be decent players over time, but they need some match winners. And I think Philippou Jr. is probably more of that than, say, an Ollie Greaves.
I was doing some full nerd out stuff last night, and I started looking at Jevon Philippou's. Like, he's a national decathlete.
Yeah, I saw that in your video.
Yeah. So I was looking at some of the stuff. He's like his best, which sort of surprised me a little bit. His best results were in the throwing type sports. So shot put.
Yeah.
He won that.
Discus?
I can't remember if discus, javelin. He was first in javelin.
Okay, yeah, right.
And he also won the pole vault.
Well, that is partly his name if you take out the L.
Jesse's here all week.
Yeah. Just subscribe.
It was crazy though. But his 1,500 meters was like around 4 minutes, I think. And if you sort of extrapolate that out to the 2K,
that's a 4-minute mile, basically.
Yeah, like it's really
1.6.
It was a bit over 4 minutes, but it was really quick. He was good at that as well.
Wow.
He's definitely in this crop. He missed champs, which makes him a little bit riskier, but he's definitely the most like high upside, exciting player. Can kick off both feet, really technical around stoppages and stuff like that. Just fun to watch as well. If you need that, I feel like Essendon could go for that. So I think that works.
So we just got a couple of comments here. So Angus Heasley is campaigning for Lindsay first. That's fair. I won't argue too much against that. Wooden Spoon Data says Lindsay or Grill. I don't agree on Grill.
Okay.
I would go Philippou before Grill. I love Grill. I actually really do like him, but I don't think you go too early on a player like that. We touched on that last time.
Angus Heasley says Philippou will 100% be available at the Bombers' next pick.
Would
the Saints overlook Philippou?
Yeah, that's what I mean. When you said there's 3 selections in between, I thought I'd rather take the risk on him.
I also think Hawthorn would take Philippou.
Yeah.
He's the exact sort of player that they'd be after. Mm-hmm. So I would go against you. And I think you'll see Philippou rise up a lot of draft boards in the back half of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've gone Philippou there, which leaves Greaves on the board. So what does St Kilda do then? That's me.
Yeah. We should probably be keeping track of who's been taken. Let me do that.
It's difficult, yeah. I'll have a bid here. Like Saints will definitely bid on someone too.
Who we got left? Well, there's Annabelle.
Annabelle.
Yeah, okay.
I'll bid on Annabelle.
Yeah, well, they'll match that.
He's definitely amongst the sort of top 7 or 8 players in this draft for sure. Now, this is tricky. So you've got Philippou, you've got Nas, a lot of excitement. I still think that they could, kind of depends what they see Windhager's role. Do you see Windhager as a defensive role-playing midfielder, or do you see him as that bull, big-bodied mid? Because I feel like you could probably get away with not going for a Greaves if you see him as that player. If you see him as more of a role player, tagging and things like that.
The Saints were talked about as needing that big-bodied mid last year. They were all over Smiley, apparently. And then they go bang to, there's Travalia and Taru. Yes, he was.
Smiley was gone.
You're right, sorry. But they still went for 2 defenders.
They did,
which was curious.
They were the 2 players that they were most attached to outside of the players that they went for were Smiley and Lindsay. And then went for... Apparently they had a bit of a thing for Bo Allen. But obviously didn't go down that.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that was fake noise because he slid to 16. So
yeah, exactly. And he's from WA, so it was probably less likely than likely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think now when you look at the options ahead of them, they probably did the right thing last year going for the types of players that they did, because there'll be a few midfielders around. I think I'm going to go for Greaves.
Okay.
Yeah, Angus Heasley said, didn't they have Windhager out of that team presentation?
Yes, that's right. As we talked about, where they famously called him Winderlick.
Winderlick, yeah. That was definitely reputable information. Definitely. But no, I like those kind of little insights. But I still do think that they could use that big-bodied guy as well, like first possession player. And Greaves is that. Well performed at champs.
Yeah.
Very consistent. I think he'll come in and hit the ground running as well. So he can sort of give them some instant lift. I think if they missed Philippou, it's probably who they'd be looking for.
So we've gone Sharpen coming to West Coast, then Ewland for the bid for Gold Coast, then Dersma, Duff Tytler for Richmond, paired up.
Yep.
I think we said that Gold Coast picked 6 for Dylan Patterson with a match from Essendon, or the other way around. Gold Coast matched a bid from Essendon. Essendon then took Jevon Philippou at 7.
Yep.
And St Kilda took Ollie Greaves at 8. Who do we have next? You're running the order.
I'm running the order, and we have Hawthorn.
Hawthorn have...
Which is Carlton's pick.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they anticipated Josh Lindsay being on the board. And I do wonder if he is too good to pass up, if I'm being completely honest. The other options would include someone like a Mitch Marsh, who is sort of like an undersized tall forward.
Gunston replacement.
Yeah. I think they go Josh Lindsay. I think that he is just too good and too safe to pass up, is my choice there. I think, I mean, he's kind of like that old school Hawthorn player who could just open up the play with his left foot.
He reminds me of Clarko era Hawthorn in a way.
Exactly.
Birchall and Guerra, all of those sort of... who's the other one?
Oh, Stewie Dew was probably
Suckling.
one of that. Yeah, Suckling.
Yeah.
Was there another one?
They had so many halfback flankers.
Yeah, they did.
The only thing that I would
Quentin
say...
Young?
Oh, Clinton Young as well. Yeah, he's more of a winger, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Xavier Ellis even.
Yeah.
On the other wing, probably. The only thing against that is he would come in and hit the ground running, I think, Lindsay, and could probably play for them straight away. But do they have like too many of the same types? Because they'd probably have quite a...
I was thinking D'Ambrosio was like probably...
They've got D'Ambrosio as that sort of wing option. They've got Amon. They've got Impey. Even, and then like a lot of those like taller guys are kickers as well, like Weddle. So they've probably don't need a distributor right now. It doesn't mean that they won't go for him. They might just go, like you said, bankable, safe. I'll have him, please.
I think there's enough of a gap in terms of probability of being good between Lindsay and Mitch Marsh. I don't think Hawthorn leave him on the board here. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but the likelihood that Josh Lindsay becomes a good player and his attributes suit something that is Hawthorn-esque, a more Clarko era for sure, but I think those traits never really go out of fashion. That quality ball user who can open up the play. Any
chance they swing for a Sam Grill with probably more credentialed in the midfield?
Possibly. I would prefer Lindsay for him. Just that's probably personal preference coming into it. I think, again, higher floor probably. Grill is probably the most compelling alternative you could offer to me right now.
He definitely works for them.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna go Lindsay. Given that
go for it.
Amon and Impey must be sort of late 20s now. There's some transition over there that's going to happen, and I think Lindsay is too good to pass up here. We've left him pretty late, to be honest.
I like it. It's then Carlton with that compensation for Tom De Koning.
What do you think we do here? Because this is almost certainly going to become a pick that is matched for Harry Dean?
Yeah. So what I kind of propose is that we trade this pick to Melbourne for a future first.
Doing trades.
We trade it to Melbourne for a future first.
You're the boss.
I mean, I don't know. Melbourne probably be around that position on the ladder. It gets them into this year's draft.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose nobody loses out in terms of this mock draft. Carlton are getting Harry Dean.
They'll get Dean. They survive the pick.
Do you think though that any of these teams we've picked first here for Carlton would have actually bid on Harry Dean? Maybe St Kilda?
No, they wouldn't.
You don't reckon St Kilda would have bid on Harry Dean?
No, St Kilda will bid on one of the Northern Academy players.
True.
They'll bid on, I reckon, I reckon Newland and Patterson will already be bid on.
Yeah.
So and then Saints will bid on Annabelle.
Oh, did you actually do that? Because I didn't write it down here.
Yeah, but it's fine. Yeah.
No. We're going to keep.
Annabelle, throw him in there.
Yeah. All right.
Annabelle's like a top 6 or 7 player in this draft as well. Like they're very strong. I don't think the bid will come, but as we saw with Essendon last year with Kako and holding, I think, pick 9 the Bombers had. Kako went around pick 13 or 14 off the top of my head.
I think so, yeah.
And they still traded the pick.
Yeah.
Because it's true. If it's there, someone will
It's not really worth the risk when you can get value.
Exactly. So you just trade into next year.
Yeah.
Or whatever. So, or try to get more points perhaps in the draft. But I think most would want to trade into the following year's draft.
Yeah. I think Melbourne is a good candidate here. They don't hold a first rounder. And Carlton have all the reason to do this trade. So I would say, yes, let's go to the Melbourne Footy Club. It's your pick, isn't it?
It is. So who do I take for Melbourne? Because initially at this pick, I had them taking Sam Cumming.
And boy, does he.
Boy, does he. The ones that are jumping out to me right now off the top of my head are either Sam Grill or Jacob Farrow. But at the same time, they're probably more of a team that are in the market for a key position forward.
Mm-hmm. I have a player in mind.
Mitch Marsh?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
For them specifically.
What do you think about Marsh's prospects as an actual key forward, given he is only 190 centimetres? Do you think he becomes that at the next level?
That's my only concern with him. So I did a recent, a draft rankings, and I had Mitch Marsh ranked 15. I haven't actually released that second part, so I'm probably spoiling a bit there. Woo! But I had him at 15. And one of the reasons being, the way that he kicks his goals and gets into the game is more from his speed. So he's leading at the football. And he's really good by foot. When he gets the ball, he's really good at turning and hitting targets inside 50. So he's almost in a way, he's playing as more of a high forward that gets into the game like a midfielder does. He's not really taking contested marks, albeit when he's one-on-one and he gets isolated, he can kind of test players. But he's not a big physical specimen at the moment. So you're not I do wonder a little bit at his height and with his physicality, it's are you getting enough there? Are you getting this kind of weird third tall hybridy player that doesn't fully kill it at anything?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, 100%. Yeah. So
Melbourne
having said that, all that, you can have a Melbourne. What are the strengths of Mitch Marsh then, I guess?
I think his biggest weapon is athleticism. So speed is big. The amount of times at the champs that he lost his opponent and just got out and got onto the lead. And it's always hard to judge those key forwards in good teams. And he wasn't a good, well-oiled machine in South Australia. They were hitting him up really well. His biggest, I would say his biggest weapon in that position is when he gets the ball, what he can do with it from there.
Yeah.
Hitting other players inside forward 50. He's elite.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Player comparison, if you had to think of one?
When I watched him aesthetically, the player that he reminded me of was Aaron Cadman.
Wow.
But he's a little bit smaller than Cadman.
Yes, yeah.
So, again, probably size-wise, he's more of that Gunston.
Yeah.
That sort of size, but looks like he's got the left foot and almost like an identical kicking action to Aaron Cadman.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's a talented player from what I've seen. I suppose the question mark that I always had was position. And we've had these conversations both on and off air about I do discriminate on position.
It certainly would it would help him if he was a bit taller.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, when you look at the players, if you look at Caddy and you look at Morris, they're about the same height.
Yeah.
So
okay.
That's kind of what you're looking at. You wouldn't turn up your nose at those guys.
No. I mean, Jake Waterman, All-Australian, 190 centimetres. He's shorter than Brady Hoff.
Exactly. So I think it's going to come down to that mark. If he can mark the footy, he's going to be a threat.
Exactly. Who have we got next, Dylan?
Next we have...
We're up to pick 12 now.
We've taken Hawthorn. We've taken Melbourne. We have Essendon on the board again.
Okay, so we've given them Jevon Philippou. You took Greaves. Ah, man. There's a few options here. I mean, we could go bids. Well, there's really only Max King rather.
Sam Grill is still on the board.
I am thinking about Sam Grill, but I just want to see if I'm missing anyone here. Do they need a tall forward?
I don't think so.
Not really. No, they've just drafted like Archer May. And
the only question with those talls, I think, is like, do you think they're good enough? Like, that would be the question. They've got enough.
They've got the quantity.
Yes.
Because there are some talls here, but without knowing off the top of my head their later picks, it's a little bit hard to. They'd probably back themselves in to, pick up one in the second round assuming they have a pick for it, like Emmets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So having said all that, I'm going to go Sam Grill. Again, we're going high upside with Essendon here just to diversify what they've got, and a really damaging outside player who can, obviously hurt oppositions with his ball use. Oppositions, plural. I think there's a lot of upside here with Grill. I think what hurts his ranking is probably, we talked about it, we sort of had a different opinion. I said contested game, and you pointed out that we get loose balls, which are considered contested possessions. But having said all that,
he's not the best contested player.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
Yeah, he's not like perfectly well-rounded midfielder, but he is someone who I think can hurt the opposition.
He did play VFL today for Richmond.
Okay.
20 disposals.
Yeah, nice.
Did well at that
so
level.
The ability to find the footy at that level is something that bodes well for him. So I'm going to lock him here into Essendon's selection. Is that a real bargain here at pick It was pick 12, actually.
I think it's quite good.
Yeah.
For the quality of Sam Grill. I think when you look at if they did, how this has panned out for us, they've gone Jevon Philippou
and Sam Grill. I've gone real risky with them.
Yeah, it's real risky, like really high upside, high octane type footballers, both really high end speed, good runners. And probably when you look at their midfield, guys like Durham, Cordwell, Parrish, Merritt, not a highly athletic midfield, is it? So that gives some real athleticism.
Yeah, that was kind of my logic as well. And someone like Asadas is somebody they spent a high draft pick on and sort of languishing. So I feel like, and Perkins was a real high upside player that probably hasn't developed quite into the player that they thought he would be, like a real game changer. No. So I still think that they can add those types. So look, I've gone a little bit risky. Maybe they go one risky pick, one Ollie Greaves, for instance. But
it's gonna, at the end of the day, it comes down to what's there though as well, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's interesting.
There's a lot of knocks on so many different prospects this year.
Exactly. So then we have the pick here, right? And this, I didn't really know what to do with this for now. It's a Gold Coast pick, but
should we say it's absorbed?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. That is exactly what I'm doing. So I'm just saying it's absorbed with points.
Cool.
And then we get to Sydney, who I've got trading the pick in a similar fashion to Carlton because of the fact they have the Max King bid coming. So they'll be susceptible to losing that. I've got them trading with Port Adelaide. Yeah, or another team that don't have a first round pick, traded it to the Gold Coast in that deal last year.
I like that. Includes the teams that are missing out at the moment.
Yeah, and the team that the player that I had them going for initially was Mitch Marsh, and I think I'm probably just going to throw it over to Aiden Schubert.
Ooh, I like that.
That was my pick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Local boy. You could probably argue that they would. I think the Mitch Marsh pick worked better for Port Adelaide because of the fact he's a bit more of a versatile, tall, like that third key position player. What do they got there currently? They've got Georgiades. Is Todd Marshall good enough? I think that's a question. They do have Lukosius as well, don't they? And then they drafted Jack Whitlock. So
Ollie Lord as well. Yeah. So there's a few options there.
I'm actually going to change this.
Well, it's locked in. I've written it into Microsoft Excel.
Yeah, we can change this. I'm going to go Jacob Farrow.
I don't know why I'm disappointed. Maybe because I was hoping he would end up at West Coast, but that's not probably going to be an issue here.
Jacob Farrow.
Yeah.
Currently, as it stands, he's more of a intercept defender, distributing defender, 190 centimetre mark-ish.
Yep.
The projection would be, and he played a couple of games fleetingly in the midfield for the Western Australian team, and he does for West Perth as well when he's playing there. The upside would be like a Jordan Dawson, Hayden Young-esque type player. very strong around the ball, and has a beautiful left foot kick. So that's kind of what you're buying into. I think floor-wise, you're looking at a good interceptor distributor, and ceiling, you're looking at a midfielder that can go in and win the ball as well.
For sure. Who do we have next?
Next on the mark, after Port Adelaide trading in, we have Western Bulldogs.
Oh, that's exactly who I had next year. I'm going to bid on Harry Dean. So easy to make the Charlie Dean mistake.
I've done that before.
Yeah. So
We've all been
I think
there.
they're a team that could. Yeah, they're in a position to draft a key defender, hypothetically, to justify why they would bid on him.
Yeah, well, I had them drafting a key defender.
Yeah.
Ish.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So with that being said, maybe Xavier Taylor is the option here. He's probably a little bit undersized.
That's all I had.
Yeah, cool. Because I mean, looking through the prospects of key defenders, there's not a plethora of highly rated key defenders here. You're more likely to pick up like project players, but 191 centimeters. And look, the Bulldogs have Buslinger waiting in the ranks, and that's a pretty good start. And O'Donnell, I think, has talent, but it's been a bit of a makeshift sort of backline with Rory Lobb spending time back there. Liam Jones, would have to be finishing soon. Taylor's probably going to take some time, but I think the Bulldogs are not going to draft key forwards, and they're not going to draft probably even, they could go midfield, but I think with Xavier Taylor here, there's a greater need. Would you agree?
If you look at what I think he's absolutely perfect for them. I think if you look at what they drafted last year, Cooper Hines, a mid-forward type player, Josh Dolan, they drafted, and then they drafted, the only one that's like a similar type maybe is Lockie Jakes. Again, that sort of medium defender, but I think Taylor's a little bit more high-end than a Lockie Jakes. And what he gives you for the Western Bulldogs in the short term is the fact that he can actually distribute the ball as well. So you're not looking at that player. Who have they got? Bramble. I always talk about Bramble and bloody... Who's the other one back there for them that's...
Durea?
Nah.
No, there's more.
God, I can't think of... Baker.
Oh, yeah.
Baker and Bramble.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't play... Baker doesn't play all the time. But they need another distributor back there. Even Johannesson, like he's quite old now. He's aging out. He's not really the force that he was earlier in his career. So more players back there that can actually kick, I think is really going to help their game overall. And the fact that Taylor then has the ability later on to be like a key player, which he probably won't be early on because he won't be physically developed enough. So you can sort of use him in multifunctional ways. A bit similar. I think there's similarities between Taylor and Trainer.
Yeah, okay.
So that's kind of what Trainer's doing right now for Richmond. He's more of a distributor than a key.
And so for that point of view, you could probably impact earlier. Like if he's given a more unaccountable intercept role.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Cool.
Yeah.
Who we got next?
My phone keeps dying here. We've got GWS.
GWS. Oh, they can really buck a trend or two, can't they?
They love to buck a trend.
They can subvert expectations like a Game of Thrones script writing team.
I've got the Giants going the first out-and-out winger in this draft in Harley Barker.
Ooh.
A big fan of Harley
I like
Barker.
that. A player who's done an ACL.
He has done an ACL. We saw last year that clubs weren't too scared off that with Taj Houghton.
Yes.
It's funny how that does turn clubs off so much and a player can slide so heavily with an ACL. But then you look at Taj Houghton, ended up playing a game before Josh Smiley.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's crazy. But Barker is an athlete again. Like I think he's first and foremost, he is a footballer. So he has good technical ability. His kicking's quite good, but he is a serious athlete. 2.87 20-meter sprint.
Yeah, wow.
Absolutely rapid.
That is rapid, yeah.
Yeah, and good endurance as well. So, like, he was pretty much I think he was a major part of South Australia's push at the champs because you didn't really have anyone physically equipped to be able to go with him from any of the other states. Pushes forward. He's a bit of an Ollie Dempsey if you want to play a comparison from the AFL. Aerially, really good. Tidy skills on the ball. Good creative handballing and stuff like that when he gets into those like transition chains. Can kind of think quickly on his feet to be able to get other players in and then kicks goals when he goes forward. So I think for a team like the Giants who already have a pretty established midfield, he could actually... I think like Giants tend to want to develop players anyway, and I think Harley Barker kind of fits that, but in a couple of years could be impacting.
I think that the Giants' philosophy really has been to pick players on type, but also talent. So it's just like, yes, that guy's talented. Let's get him in.
Yeah.
But there's been a real trend of like these smaller dynamic types. So we've talked about this as well. Like in an era where they took Darcy Jones and then they took Phoenix Goddard. And that was a team that already had Toby Green and Brent Daniels in it. And I'm probably missing others. Toby Bedford's been traded in. Ollie Hannaford last year. I know that Barker's not the same player, but
who's
Harvey Thomas was another one.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was later, so he wasn't a high pick. But Ollie Hannaford last year, you said. They absolutely love those contest winners.
I realise that Harley Barker's not the same, but the setup that I'm making here is that they kind of just pick the guys that they think are talented and will fit the system, is what I'm thinking.
Like player for position, right?
Exactly, yeah. And I could see them, therefore, being a team that would like Harley Barker, who has a lot of upside, and they're in a position to take some risks, I think, in the draft. Whereas,
because of their talent.
Exactly. Whereas some teams, including most especially my own, would be more risk averse. Hence why I took 2 picks that people won't like.
I think for like GWS, they don't need to go, we're going to take this bankable midfielder.
Yeah.
Because we don't even need him to play for 3 years.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's kind of my thing.
Exactly right.
Freo. Yeah. You get to pick for Freo. I'm going to
take Matthew Owies as a listed free agent. This is a tough one. What do Fremantle need? I actually think that there's a fairly good balance to their team, and therefore, they're not a team that needs a key forward, needs a key back, or even needs midfielders. I suppose you could say like replenishing the midfield. Thanks, mate. Would be great. I mean, Jacob Farrow would be a player that I think makes sense. Exactly right. I'm going to go best available here, and it's not dissimilar to Murphy Reid last year. Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves is still on the board, and I think is too talented to pass up. Now, how does he fit into a Fremantle side that is established, has Murphy Reid playing a similar role as that sort of forward half creative player, very technically proficient, can make things happen when he's got the footy. Hibbins-Hargreaves' production is probably the question mark, which definitely. I imagine is the case here. But imagine like
another guy at West Coast to come in and not find the footy.
Exactly. Give him to Fremantle this time. But like I think in terms of talent, like he reminds me a little bit of Sheasel, but if Sheasel had trouble finding the footy.
Yeah.
But there is still some upside there. So I think Fremantle could be in a position to take the punt on a Hibbins-Hargreaves. Do you have any objections to that?
I don't have any objections. I find Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves the most enigmatic player in this draft. Because, like last year I was really into Finn O'Sullivan and he had a bit of a production problem, not a massive one, but at Champs, there's some reasons for that with like injury, but he wasn't like a really high volume player. But I could really read what he was doing, you know what I mean? Like you could kind of see it.
Yeah.
You can see like where the problems are. I don't know why Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves doesn't find the ball. He just sort of doesn't. I don't know. He just sort of drifts through games, and I'm like, I can't really quite put my finger on why. I'm not sure if it's a competitiveness thing, sort of an intensity thing. But when he does get an opportunity, like when he does get on the ball, something happens.
Yeah.
But it's almost so fleeting. Like I think in his one of his Champs games, he had like 5 touches, and it's almost like how does that happen with the talent that he has?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I suppose the argument for a strong team taking him, like Fremantle will be a strong team next year, you'd imagine. Like he's the sort of guy you could probably put into that team. Let's say it's round 18 and he makes a debut and he can make something happen. I mean, that's kind of maybe a silly argument to make, but
I really think with him overall in the draft, this is a different conversation really to the mock draft, but it'll kind of come down to with him how clubs see his character. I think he's going to be a massive character pick, and if they think he actually has a really good character, you could be looking at close to the top 10.
Yeah.
Whereas if they don't really rate, they don't find him as competitive enough or whatnot, I think he could be a big slider.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, 100%. Like I think it's some players will get by on their talent alone. Yeah. And he has the talent, but he doesn't have the production. Therefore, I agree that his interviews could swing it.
West Coast are next.
You're kidding me.
So
I'll let you go because
give me this
your
one.
pick. But I actually wouldn't have a clear answer here.
I think the talent pick here would be Archie Ludovic, but I don't think West Coast.
Is that how you say it? I thought it was Ludovic.
Yeah.
I also read it as Ludwig, but Ludovic sounds more correct. But then I'm like, is it Ludwig, like Ludwig van Beethoven.
Is
that his name?
Yeah,
nice.
Ludwig.
Ludwig. Is it Van Beethoven? No, it's not.
No.
I mean, his surname is this is a tangent. Ludwig? Is it just Ludwig Beethoven?
Ludwig. Not Ludwig. Ludwig.
Yeah, it's a different name completely.
Yes,
it's a different name completely. Yeah. But I'm going to find out. You keep talking, and I'm going to find out Beethoven's name.
Okay, so for West Coast at pick 19, I have gone.
It's Ludwig van Beethoven. Continue.
Beautiful.
Thanks, man.
1770 to 1827, the German composer.
Good inside mid back in his day.
Taylor Byrne. Bolter.
Yeah.
Small forward in a similar mould.
I love this selection, actually.
Yeah, similar mould to Oliver Hannaford. And I think you were a big fan of him last year.
I am a Hannaford man.
Goal sneak, good runner, good speed, a little bastard.
Nice.
He's got that dog in him.
Yeah, sweet.
To use that phrase again.
That poor dog.
Yeah. He probably, Hannaford played a little bit on ball, but Byrne has been a high production midfielder in the Coates Talent League this season.
Okay.
Like averaging 20 plus disposals, seems to find a way to hit the scoreboard playing from the midfield as well. Champs, he's a standalone small forward. Kicks 5 goals in the last game against Vic Metro, which they won. That was their best performance. Kicked 3 or 4 in the previous game, which was him finding his feet. He only came into the team in the second game. So he missed the first game, came in, was quiet in the first one. Second game, hits the ground running. He's a tackle, pressure, speed, power type guy that seems to be able to run and find the ball. He's just a clever footballer, and I think he's got a lot of development in him. And his nous around goal is probably the thing that makes him special in this crop, I think.
I love that. Yeah, one thing you've kind of swayed me on in our time being friends, Dylan, is the idea that, well, we've had this discussion about West Coast picking small forwards, and my argument, which I still kind of stand by the logic, is that West Coast, we have a lot of them, and we also have an academy pumping out prospects down the line. And I think historically you can find good small forwards later in the draft. So my logic is that you don't allocate top-end resources to them. But I have been looking at our small forward prospects lately, all the ones in the team, like your Noah Longs, your Tyler Brockmans. None of them are terrible players, but gee, it would be nice to have a real game changer in there. And so with Wes Wally also probably not having the year that we would have loved from a academy point of view, I am now really open to the idea that we can go small, maybe not with pick 1 or 2, but if we can find a really quality Hannaford-esque small forward in that first round, I think I would jump at it, to be honest.
I think as well in this draft where it isn't it's not the deepest draft, it's probably not even the strongest at the top end. So you kind of, you can look for those little gems as well, players like that. But I also do think, like, talk about game trends and stuff like that, and that player that was that sort of, probably the best player on your team 10 years ago was like a contested inside midfielder, right? Whereas now it's a little bit more of that like transitional midfielder. The guys, you almost like can implant those contested ball winners. The contest happens outside the stoppage in a way. Like you put them in the forward half of the ground. Like if you're transitioning the ball or you're winning a clearance, you're going to have to win contested possession in the forward half of the ground. So you need guys that can do that.
Yeah.
And then if you extrapolate that over all the teams, like which teams are going to have the biggest killers inside forward 50? Like who's going to be a clutch player? Who's going to have those finite opportunities that you're going to get? Who's going to kick the goals? So I think it makes sense to actually invest in these guys.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And I feel like small forwards are more prominent now as game changers than they were probably at any point in this game's history.
Yeah,
Isaac Rankin. I know he's not really a small forward. It's reductive to call Isaac Rankin a small forward, and that's probably true of Cozzy Pickett. But that's the sort of style of player that you draft. You know, maybe someone who can impact at stoppages and in the midfield, but also take their opportunities in the forward half. So
yeah. And if you went back to the drafts of those players, like I can't remember the exact draft that those two players were in, but you'd probably take them in the top 3-4 players in the draft.
Yeah,
I'd imagine
both top 12 picks. To be fair,
yeah.
Rankin was Rankin 3. Rankin was 3.
Rankin was
Pickett
high,
was
actually.
like 11 or 12.
Yeah. But
that's true. Yeah,
I can't remember who the number 1 pick in that draft was, but you'd probably be looking at Pickett as one of them.
It was Lukosius and Rankin.
I'm taking.
Were they picked
Cozzy Pickett over Lukosius?
Was Lukosius pick 1? No, 2018.
He was 2.
Walsh was pick 1.
I'm taking Pickett over Walsh.
No, sorry. Pickett was 2019. So that's Rowland Anderson. Rankin was 2018, which was Walsh, Lukosius. I'd take Rankin over Walsh and Lukosius.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pickett, I don't know. Or maybe it's justifiable, but Noah Anderson's probably the number one pick.
No, Noah Anderson would be one.
Even
for
Luke
me.
Jackson also lays claim.
Yeah, that's a nice.
Maybe
nice
we'll do
draft.
that next week. Yeah,
yeah, and I think like what you've done with West Coast with picking Dyson Sharp and we went with
Sam
Durst.
Cumming.
Oh, you went
Sam
Sam Cumming.
Cumming,
Sorry, but the Dyson Sharp piece there. What I was going for with Willem Dersma is like Willem Dersma's your Noah Anderson.
Yeah.
And Dyson Sharp's your Matt Rowell.
Do you think Willem Dersma can be Noah Anderson?
There's a world.
I feel like he's an intercept defender. I don't know. You're the talent man out of us.
He's shown a capacity to play well in the midfield.
Yeah.
Not like as a clearance beast, but he doesn't have to be a clearance beast.
Yeah.
I feel.
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
We will see. Time will tell.
It's clear what my opinion is.
Pick 20 is Gold Coast Eton again. It's Eton picks there.
God.
Geelong. It's a hard team.
Geelong Footy Club. I could really just pick anyone. He's going to be a gun. Let me just take stock of who I've got available here. What are Geelong's needs? If you could furnish me with their needs, that would be amazing. I don't think there's any clear needs. Like I think their midfield's come a long way.
Yeah, I was going to say like if there was probably a clear need, it's a first possession mid.
Yeah.
Because they've got Holmes and Bailey Smith as those really dynamic players. So I think kind of the players that do that currently are either Dangerfield when he's in there. He's a clearance monster. Tom Atkins a little bit. And the George Stevens is the one.
Yeah.
More of like a defensive mid, I would say, long term. So
I suppose there are question marks over young Tanner Brun as well, which I think would probably come into calculations in real time.
Jack Bowes hasn't really done it as an inside mid.
Yeah.
Probably gone into more of like a smaller defender as well.
We haven't bid on Max King yet.
Haven't we?
No.
I think there's a world, to be honest, that it doesn't come until around here anyway. So
I was also going to consider Adensall here, but let's make it a bit more interesting. This is pick 19? Yeah, it's pick 19. So I will just take a player.
I'm going to give you a little hint here because Joel Falconer, this is who I had as well. Yeah. And it's been a bit lazy, I suppose, but Hunter Holmes, Max Holmes' brother.
Do you think he goes in the first 20? First pick for Geelong? I considered it, but...
There's a chance. Like, he's got a lot of trait. He's pretty raw. So...
I'll tell you the two players I'm considering here. Because Geelong, I don't think necessarily just pick the need. I think they go for the talent. So the need... Fred Rodriguez came into my considerations here as an actual midfielder.
Yeah,
this
as
is
a
range.
As a need.
Fairly well performed.
I don't think they would do that.
I don't think it's a Geelong pick.
Nah.
Lockie Doverston. On talent, yes. Positional need, maybe not.
I don't hate that. That actually works. I mean, what are their small forward ranks at the moment? They got like Myers.
Stengel.
Stengel's he's more that like deep guy, isn't he? Myers is a high.
It feels like more of a Geelong pick.
Who's the Werribee guy? Manor, Manor's the other one too, isn't he? So
Wayne.
No, that works. Yeah, that works.
I'll go Doverston.
Yeah,
Lockie Doverston, small forward. I actually don't know a whole heap about him, so if you can tell me a little bit about him, that'd be amazing.
I would say that, like, just to kind of get it out there really quickly, he's a Nick Watson, but he's not as good. Mm-hmm. Not as many tricks as Watson.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't have the pace as well, running back to goal. But he's that sort of a player. Like, give him a bit of space, very clean, below his knees, like a good small forward. Draws a lot of high free kicks.
Yeah.
And he's just a bit of a pest, and he's a bit of a bastard at the opposition. So he's kind of a classic small forward.
Yeah, real Hawthorn type selection.
Yeah. He's even got the same sort of like mullet type setup going on.
Yeah,
but nice, I think I don't think he's as high a level as Watson.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Okay, you have the final selection of this mock draft. If we're doing to 20,
I have the final selection, which is the Adelaide Crows.
Oof.
I found them quite difficult to draft for as well. Players for me in this range were Max
Contagianis. I've literally never heard of that bloke in my life.
He's a hybrid defender.
Nice. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Kerry Grammer, Big Metro.
Yeah.
Similar to Xavier Taylor.
Okay.
Kind of similar roles there.
Nice.
Louis Emmett's in the fray.
Yeah, Riley Onley. For the Adelaide Crows, do we have any specific needs? Again, not really a team.
You're not really
that
going
has...
talls, are you?
Nah, I wouldn't have thought so.
I'm going to go Riley Onley there.
Really?
Yeah. Riley Onley's
Is he a better player than Fred Rodriguez?
He's not a better player now, but he's 194 centimetres.
Yeah, true.
And he's quick.
Okay, that was my first question, was how quick is he?
Yeah, he's very explosive.
Yeah, right.
He's like his skills, like technical skills, are like quite poor though, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Very funny kicking action, which this season compared to last season, I feel like it's improved significantly with like the targets that he hits. But like you watch players and there's those really aesthetic players like Nasai Wangan and Miller are kicking the ball. You're like, you're just going to hit this.
Yeah.
There's so much trust.
Yeah. Murphy Reed's a little bit like that.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah. There's not a great deal of trust for me. Like I'm like, oh, what's going to happen? Like you kind of get that. And then sometimes he pulls it off.
Yeah.
But it's worrying. I would say he's one of those kind of athletic, ball winning. But what he has shown consistently for Bush Rangers and for country is he wins the ball. Like big disposal numbers across the champs, one of their better players. And he does it with a dynamism that is probably lacking overall in the draft. If he had the technical skills, he'd be top 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. That's a little bit higher than I was expecting, but after all, you are the draft man here at True Footy Enterprises.
Time will tell. There's still season, a bit of the end of the season to go. And sometimes with those teams too that are pushing the top of the ladder, it's a little bit difficult to understand what they're going to go for.
Yeah. That's true.
That is our first round mock draft.
Let's do it. So first of all, I will ask everyone to like the video. Ooh. By the way, that would be very much appreciated for algorithmic purposes.
Bit needy.
Oh, yeah, that's my whole thing. You should see my Tinder profile. But let's look at the top 20 selections that we took in this mock draft. We went Dyson Sharp and Sam Cumming. I think that I will draw all the criticism for that, but that is who I would take. If I'm honest, I'm still iffy about Dyson Sharp, but I would probably go, I don't know. No, let's lock it in.
I'm iffy about his end, like what he is in 5 years' time.
Yeah.
But I'm softening to him with this one of these top two selections.
Yeah. I know that this will buck the trend massively on what else is out there, but, whatever. We do this for free. Zeke Hewland is the pick 3 match bid for the Gold Coast Suns, and then Richmond go Dersma and Duff Tytler, followed by another bid for Dylan Patterson with the Gold Coast add 2 top 6 selections. Essendon took Jevan Philippou at pick 7 bit early. Daniel Annabelle went to the Brisbane Lions at pick 8. Ollie Greaves joined St Kilda. They finally get that big-bodied midfielder. And then Hawthorn pick Josh Lindsay, who is too good to pass up at pick 10.
Or so you said.
Yes, I think so. Mitch Marsh takes a little break from his IPL career to join the Melbourne Football Club, and then Sam Grill slides a little bit to pick 12 and the Essendon Footy Club. Jacob Farrow might be a little bit earlier than what else is out there, I would imagine, but he's joined Port Adelaide at pick 13 after a trade. Carlton get their father-son in Harry Dean at 14. Xavier Taylor joins the Western Bulldogs, as a tall defender, 191 centimetres. The GWS Giants take the talented Harley Barker. Fremantle get Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves at pick 17. West Coast, Taylor Byrne, followed by another small forward with Geelong taking Lockie Doverston. And then at pick 20 to round out the top 20, we have Riley Onley joining the Adelaide Crows. Is there any names here that you think, they should have gone? Because I got a couple.
Okay, just let me go back into this quickly. Who have you got?
Well, I would say that the two that would probably be close to the next cabs off the rank. Well, first of all, we had 2 academy / father-son. No, they're both academy. Adensall and Max King not bid on. That could change naturally. Yeah. It'd be a bit boring if we just jam-packed it with all the academy picks anyway.
Did Ludovic go?
He didn't go.
Right.
So he'd be one that probably, as it currently stands, you'd expect to go in that top 20, but it's just not the way it played out. And Fred Rodriguez, WA captain, could conceivably go top 20, but this is about his range, so it's not a massive slide.
I think Fred Rodriguez could miss the top 30.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think he's... he's fine. He's a good player, but he's somebody that I don't think he has like an enormous amount of sort of like AFL attributes.
Okay.
Probably is how I would categorize Rodriguez.
Fair enough.
Who else? So the ones that missed for me, Condigianis.
Yeah.
So that hybrid defender.
No, I've always been a big fan.
Yes. We didn't have Adam Swade, who's the Bombers NGA.
Yep.
Hussein El Ashkar in that same bracket. Thomas Burton of the Western Jets.
I know the name, but I forget who he is.
Yeah, he's like a small, like 180 centimetre mid. I think the size could potentially hold him back. But yeah, good mover, like decent speed, good leadership qualities, like captain of their side. You got players like Zach McCarthy.
I was going to say McCarthy.
He's a Collingwood father-son as well. McGuan's going to be there. I think he'll be a little bit further back.
Sure.
Heatherton.
Yep.
From the Murray Bush Rangers, key position forward.
Yep.
Beginning of the year, he was probably considered a top 10 prospect.
Yep.
But has slid and been out for most of the season with injuries. There's a player at the Western Jets also, Finn Davis, rebounding defender in a similar mould to like Condigianis and Xavier Taylor. I reckon he'll be around that sort of 30 mark as well.
Okay, there you go. So let us know in the comments, guys, what do you think of our mock draft? Obviously, it was quite left wing, and I take full responsibility for throwing it out of whack with my two early selections, although you kind of made up for them with Richmond taking Dersma and CDT. So from that point onwards, it was all right. But that was our mock draft. Dylan Alexander is the man to watch on YouTube on both this channel and, of course, his own channel. Dylan, let's just call Dylan Alexander.
It is. We'll be gearing up for the draft, though. A big few months to come up until November. And I think we're looking at streaming it on this channel.
That'd be great.
Draft night 1.
Yeah.
If Jesse's around. So
sick.
Check that out. Do you reckon will we wrap up this episode, or is there anything else more you want to do now?
Nothing that would be short.
Nothing that would be short.
Yeah, maybe we push the other topics to next week.
We could, Walter Edwards end stream, please. We've got that.
If you could chuck a like on the stream, that would be much appreciated.
Chuck a like on the stream. I'll get to a couple of these questions here. So
I'm going to go pee then.
Go for it. Yeah, I'll just get through the questions and then we'll probably wrap up. Who is the most AFL ready player? I felt Lawler was that. I wouldn't have said Lawler was the most AFL ready player for me. I think that like positionally, I think that player takes a little bit longer to develop, just more of like a power-based athlete. I thought probably Levi Ashcroft was going to hit the ground running this season. I'm trying to go through Harvey Langford, another one. I think like he kind of bodes well with doing well early on from that draft. Would have been the players that I would have said. Particularly Levi Ashcroft, though, very ready to play AFL straight away. Someone said Schubert. Quick trade. Birdman wants trade rumours. I'll ask Jesse when he gets back. Jason Hughes says, we would obviously prefer 4 Irish schools get into the English contest, but the Irish I have no idea what that was from. And Woody says, what do you think of Fincher gets picked roughly? That's a good question. NGA to St Kilda there. Kai Fincher, he's a really tough one. Fincher. I reckon he is 40 to 50, somewhere in that range. Fincher? Yeah, a bit back. It'll be interesting where a bid comes, or if a bid comes, and whether St Kilda will go for him anyway. I think he's a pretty solid player without being exceptional. Made Vic Metro, which is a feather in the cap, but he's probably not. He's not right up there, albeit he had some good performances for Vic Metro, so I can't be too hard. Kellaway. Had a lot of questions about Kellaway. Will he get drafted? I think he probably will. I think Kellaway will be a similar range to like the Camporeales last year. I think you're looking, again, probably 3rd round, something like that. I think he's a good player. He had some pretty good numbers across the champs, but again, like there's not like a massive amount of weapons to his game that would sort of push him up into like 1st or 2nd round calculations. So he'll be back a bit further for me. Yeah, Kellaway's looked good. Yeah, he looks good. Like he's played really well, but it's probably like an attributal thing, AFL level.
Attributal.
Talking about Louis Kellaway. Any thoughts on Harry Scott from the Richmond VFL team? I don't know too much about him, to be honest. That's from Dylan Jang. Got a couple asking for trade, but we could hold it to next week. It's up to you.
I'm good either way. It's your house. You're the host. I'm happy to proceed, but if you're tired, we can...
We've got 50 on the stream. Who wants trade rumours?
What do you want, Dylan?
Let's do a trade rumour.
Yeah, let's
I can do a trade rumour.
All right, we did prepare for it after all.
We did.
All right, yeah, why not? It's been a good stream. Scroll down to my notes here.
Birdman, by the way, said, you get a lot of Kellaway questions because Tigers don't get good father-sons.
That's true.
He's not. I think he'll be fine. Yeah, similar. Like I said, a lot of vibes with the Camporeales, South Australian as well.
So, trade rumour update. These are coming earlier and earlier every year because as someone who's done content on trade period for many, many years now, it seems a more and more common thing that in July we are hearing about deals that are just about done. All right. Okay. So we've got a bunch of fresh rumours from last week's video, and a lot of these centre early on about Collingwood. So we alluded to these through the stream, but essentially what we're seeing here is there's been a lot of talk about Jack Silvani moving from Carlton to Collingwood as a potential free agent, which mitigates any potential trade, because I remember saying last week, when was the last time they traded? But it's a free agency move, so it actually doesn't matter because he can walk. But the fallout is Collingwood have certainly have an ageing list, oldest list in the competition. And as such, there are premiership players that are, some of them are on one-year deals and some of them are coming out of contract. And it's created this awkward squeeze at Collingwood where they have to decide between, presumably signing Jack Silvani and keeping on some of their veterans. So one example is Brody Myercheck, who reportedly, according to John Ralph, is refusing to sign a one-year deal at the Collingwood Footy Club, presumably because, it's not clear whether it's the 1 year. I mean, he's over 30, I would have thought 1 year is probably not unreasonable, but presumably the money is the sticking point there. You consider the context of Jack Silvani potentially as a free agent, Dan Houston last year, and Harry Perryman, who's reported a 6-year, $900,000 a year contract. Brody Myercheck has kicked 32 goals from 16 games this season. That's actually really impressive, to be honest. 2 goals a game. He's been a great player for a while. And Riley Beveridge says that Myercheck, Jamie Elliott, Jeremy Howe and Darcy Cameron have been looking for deals that are larger than what is currently on offer from the Pies, but the Pies are standing firm. What do you think about... I mean, we talked a little bit about it on stream, but Myercheck at another club, that would feel strange, I reckon.
I think, firstly, from a Collingwood perspective, I think it's it would be a big loss for them. I know he's over 30 and he's not a sexy forward, is he? Like, he's not one of those players, like we said, with Sam Darcy and Thilthorpe and Hogan and these types of players, but he just does such a good job. And I feel he's been consistently for Collingwood over the last few years, like their main guy as far as hitting the scoreboard. You just reeled off his numbers there.
Yeah.
The only downside, I think, for Collingwood, and probably why they're not wanting to give him more of a deal, is the body, right? Because he's missed a lot of football.
16 games this year out of 20, let's call it 20, because there was a bye week, excuse me. So 4 games missed this year, presumably.
He missed a lot of footy last year too, didn't he? I feel
I can't remember.
Yeah, again, anecdotal, I suppose. But I feel like he has missed a lot of games. But I do think that it's probably a little bit disrespectful, like a 1-year deal for what Myercheck's done. Yeah. I don't imagine he's been on huge money throughout his career.
No.
Given how he kind of came into the game and stuff like that. So I think it's a bit harsh on him. I look at teams in this space, like the first team that comes to mind straight away is like Melbourne. And obviously that's he's stepping down to go to them with where they're at the moment. Yeah. But you'd think like a young, rejuvenated list next year, if they can try and move some of these pieces, if they were to bring in someone like a Brody Myercheck as a short-term fix, that would at least give them a bit of a sugar hit in the short term.
It would. It just begs the question of what is Melbourne trying to do right now? Because we know they've hit the draft, so I'm not ignorant to that fact. They've drafted well, and they might trade back into the first round of this year. So, look, I suppose at the end of the day, hypothetically, this is a cheap deal if he's over the 30 and out of contract. But it would be a bit of a curious move for a team that's possibly trying to push forward towards youth. The
reason that I say it though, like imagine theoretically they don't get back into the draft and draft the young key position players. There's not tons of great key forwards in this draft.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. They've been linked to players like Joe Danaher.
Yes.
And trying to get him out of retirement. So they're sort of in that market. I think like Silvani was also one that they wanted to get their hands on. They've really struggled with Jefferson and Van Rooyen being able to get them to go to that next level. Petty probably looks a little bit on his last legs. He's been playing more defence, hasn't he?
But caught between two positions as well. Yeah,
exactly. So I don't know. I feel like with someone like Mychek, at least in the short term, they just know exactly what they were going to get, and then they can always it's not like he's going to be on enormous money or anything.
Yeah, and it's not going to cost them much in terms of a trade either. So maybe the arguments against it aren't that strong. But
I feel like if they were able to get in a Mychek and then move on some aging midfielders like a Jack Viney, that would be a bit. I know he'd signed a deal last year as well, but that would make more sense positionally.
Yeah,
for me, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be a young player. Ideally, you go get Fogarty from Adelaide or something, but that's not going to happen.
No, that's right. Yeah. No, I suppose from a Melbourne point of view, there's not a lot of strong arguments against it, unless you consider game time as a factor there. But from a Collingwood perspective, it's created this very awkward thing. Like I'd imagine. It's hard to imagine Jamie Elliott, Jeremy Howe, and Darcy Cameron playing for other clubs. Although the Darcy Cameron to West Coast rumour is building, like that has been talked about all year, and it was unclear like what would his reasoning be to leave Collingwood for West Coast right now.
Money.
I mean, there's no opportunity at Fremantle for a ruck, you'd think. But it kind of makes sense now that he's either seriously considering West Coast or he's putting the pressure on Collingwood by saying, look, West Coast has offered me this. So Cameron does have a year remaining on a contract. So that does actually help in that stance, but I believe the others might be out of contract. But if you look at the net, I feel like this is a precarious position for Collingwood here. Do they risk losing some of those key players to other clubs for the sake of Jack Silvani? I mean, tough one.
Like, would you give up those guys?
Yeah. It's a lot to give up at once.
The one that can't, as far as for Collingwood, the one that can't go, I feel like they're all reasonable losses. You can't lose Darcy Cameron.
Yeah.
That'd be a disaster.
Yeah. Well, the contract helps in that scenario.
Yeah.
But you also kind of want to look after a player as well.
The thing with Collingwood's forward line, they've brought in Tim Membry, who, like, he's done a really good job for them this year, obviously. But again, they're probably, their other forward is Dan McStay, right? Mm-hmm. He's not really hasn't really ever been an A grade forward, like an absolute top liner. So that's what I feel like with Mychek. I feel like you don't really know the value of this guy that you've got, who's kind of been your number one forward. Yeah, he's undersized and all that, but he's been the guy for them.
Yeah, so 40-odd goals a season is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah.
Like, he'd be the leading goal kicker over a period of time for the Pies. And then there's Jamie Elliott, who is the leading goal kicker this year, right? I'd imagine still.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, they don't have one of those really star-studded key position forward lines anyway. Mm. But it just would seem like such an own goal to get rid of Mychek and give him to somebody else. Like, I'm looking at other clubs as well that could be potentially interested in him. Like, even a Brisbane, who are, for large parts of this season, have been running like a Sam Day as kind of that, beacon kind of forward. So, like, would they go after a Mychek?
Yeah, well, more on that later because we do have some targets that... that's right, you don't need to apologise. There is more Brisbane talk. I just wanted to wrap up the Silvani conversation as well. The Western Bulldogs have entered the fray. This is curious. You'd think the Western Bulldogs would be looking at it as a defender as opposed to a forward. They've thrown their hat in the ring as they look to bolster a leaky defence, according to Mitch Cleary.
Silvani, that is.
I
see Silvani as a defender, though.
Yes, yeah. I agree with that. It was just the bigger part of that was more that it's the Bulldogs entering the fray here. I mean, if you're Silvani, those are two pretty good clubs to choose from. If you're not averse to the fact that Collingwood is the arch nemesis of Carlton, it seems like, my first reaction with this Silvani thing was like, maybe this is posturing in the media to try and drive up some pressure on Carlton to sign a player to what he's worth. But it sounds like Craig McRae's actually met with Jack Silvani now, that he said he'd go on a second date with him.
Do you throw in the fact here, I know that Jack Silvani personally has been like pretty loyal to Carlton and everything, but his dad had a like sort of falling out with the club, right?
Yeah.
As far as like work for them, they kind of pushed him out, and I don't think his relationship is particularly good with the club. So does that factor into this as well?
It's hard to speculate on that because he's still part of the club and presumably a Carlton man.
Yeah.
But it's a tough one. It is also the elephant in the room is Carlton are a sinking ship. At least it seams like that way right now.
Doesn't feel good, does it?
So, yeah.
As far as I think he can do a lot though for those clubs, particularly. Both really. I think he could sort of come in and fill the the role left by Murphy for Collingwood, potentially as a defender. Western Bulldogs, like they need that sort of player as well. So it feels like an unnecessary player for Carlton to lose.
Yeah. They've just got this salary cap squeeze, which I don't know if that will be alleviated if they lose TDK, because while they can't match the 1.4 or whatever it's offered by St Kilda, you'd imagine they'd still have more money if TDK leaves. So some contingencies for both of these clubs. If Darcy Cameron leaves Collingwood and if TDK leaves Carlton, Ned Reeves is a player at Hawthorn as a ruck who perhaps a little bit underappreciated, and what is he, 209, I reckon?
He's huge.
He's a big boy. Another name that has been linked to both of those clubs as a ruckman. There's always a ruck merry-go-round at this time of year, right?
So he's been linked to Carlton as well.
And Collingwood. That is from John Ralph very recently.
I feel for both of those clubs to lose. I think if Carlton lost... Carlton it would be like less bad for with them losing TDK because they've always got the option of just playing Pitnet.
Yeah.
He's there. I mean, it wouldn't give him a lot of backup. Collingwood to lose Darcy Cameron and get Ned Reeves, disaster.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, the contract really helps Collingwood's favour here. I suppose it's just whether the relationship gets frayed. And I have no insight as to whether this is likely, but like if Darcy Cameron really packs the shits with him, like this could be a bit of an ugly situation if he feels as a premiership ruckman who's just had his career best season, if he's being mistreated a little bit. But it's just an awkward position for Collingwood to navigate, and they've just lost 3 of the last 4. So it seems a little bit messy, a little bit at the pies.
It almost feels like one of those situations where they're trying to, reshuffle the deck a little bit in some ways. Obviously, Darcy Cameron wouldn't be a player that they were looking to lose, but
no,
I don't know, just almost like a regeneration a little bit on the run.
Yeah, I mean, Silvani be significantly younger. All 4 of those players, Elliott, Myercheck, Cameron and Howe, are all over 30.
Yeah.
And you replace them with Silvani. So there is some argument to that.
I agree. And maybe on some sense, like culturally, just that element, that piece of not letting players get too comfortable, you know?
Mm. Yeah, it's a tricky one, a truly tricky off-season for Collingwood to navigate. We alluded to done deals being reported in July. Is it August now? It is the 2nd of August today. Luca Lear, according to John Ralph, put the glasses down. I don't know what that means. Luca Lear is done to St Kilda.
I heard this too.
Yeah, interesting. Hey, so we knew that Luca Lear was likely to seek a trade at some point. This is one of those trade rumors that's been talked about probably by us several times this year.
Yeah.
But another key position defender who, is behind guys like Sam Taylor and Jack Buckley at the Giants. It hasn't quite been able to break into that team, but still talented. For former first-round draft pick 2021 or 2, I reckon.
21, because he was in the...
Okay.
He was in the draft we did tonight, yeah.
There you go, to the Saints. Was that a solid get for St Kilda? It's hard to speculate on his cost. He's not going to cost a first-round draft pick, you wouldn't have thought. Yeah,
well, that's what I was about to ask you. What are they going to pay for it?
Yeah.
That kind of plays into it. The only thing I look at for St Kilda, you've got to go for these. If you're St Kilda, you've got to go for these players, for sure. The thing with how their defence looks as far as the key position players there, you've got really Wilkie, right?
Yep.
Dougal Howard's the other one, right, that's injured at the moment.
And then
Tyroo. So the first thing, just looking at that of how that actually works, Tyru's a very, he doesn't really like to play on a man necessarily. He likes to fly across. His leap's obscene.
Yeah.
And he just flies into packs and crashes packs.
And that will stay that way for a few years, you'd imagine, at the very least.
Luca Lear kind of strikes me as the same type of player.
Yeah, okay.
He doesn't absolutely love to knuckle down on someone, Jacob Wiedering style or Sam Taylor style. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's almost like a defensive mentality, and it's a lot to do with age as well. So it's a good pickup, but I don't know if it necessarily moves the net as much as it's being kind of purported in the media that this is an absolute slam dunk for St Kilda. It's a good pickup.
Yeah.
I don't know if it helps them in the immediate term.
No. I suppose it's probably an impression that because so many teams were probably seeking Luca Lear to win that out.
To win it, yeah.
That is a bit of a boost for them.
It's a metaphorical win.
Yeah, but it's bloody early to be reporting things as done deals.
Yeah.
Which is funny. Let's move on to the Brisbane Lions. They are going to be a big player this off-season. for a number of reasons. So Oscar Allen to Brisbane is being reported as a done deal, presumably for band one compensation.
Are you confident with that
I'm confident it's going to happen. Yeah. So interestingly, with Oscar, like he was asked, I think I saw this on TikTok. He's asked on like one of the radio stations in Perth, like, what do you think about Harley Reid getting $2.2 million a year or whatever? And Oscar's like, well, I don't know if you've heard, but I'm out of contract and I've been trying to get a contract. So like it really sort of, I mean, he could have been like saying it in a certain way on purpose, but it gave the impression like he can't even get the deal he wants at West Coast. And it kind of just reinforces the idea that West Coast is kind of letting this happen.
Yep.
So assuming that's still the case, which I believe it is, I read that also that West Coast has given Allen some fresh offers and that they weren't acceptable. So I'd imagine still lowballing. So if we assume that Oscar Allen, as is reported, is a done deal to the Brisbane Lions, it seems like Sam Draper in the week that we did, since we last did this show, Sam Draper to the Brisbane Lions seems like it's increasingly a done deal and Adelaide are no longer in the picture. What do you think about Sam Draper as a recruit for the Brisbane Lions? I questioned it last week. We did have a bit of a back and forth.
Yeah, you dislike Sam Draper as far as I can see.
I just don't. Yeah, I guess.
What don't you like about him?
I don't think he's a great ruck or a great forward, to be honest.
No.
He is a free agent, so it becomes a little bit of a slam dunk, but there may be some repercussions here for Brisbane because there has been talk about Brandon Starcevich also leaving, but we'll stay on Draper for now.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit there. And also, talking about Oscar Allen probably rules, like I mentioned Brody Myercheck to the Lions before, that probably like, it'd be one or the other, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's how it ties in. So yeah, if Draper gets to the Brisbane Lions, which is now reported, Myercheck seems less likely.
I actually think Draper works quite well for the Brisbane Lions, but I do think we have to circle back to that conversation we had about Cooper Duff-Tytler and like ruck rules potentially changing, stoppage rules changing. He kind of fits that bill as more of a transition player.
Yeah.
Right?
And who could probably do better at the centre bounce rather than throw-ins.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And then you pretty much like you're just using him as an extra midfielder.
Yeah.
After that, and a running player. So that's really all you need there. I think it'll be interesting if that does come in, those rules, and we're talking hypotheticals here, so it's probably not that valid anyway, but it'll be interesting if teams like totally, almost in some ways, like totally do away with rucks in general, and you just want like a really athletic running player altogether in that position. But I think Draper kind of goes into that modern mould of ruckman like that, like TDK. And, there's plenty more, but I can't think of them. Jackson, that type.
Makes them fairly tall. So you correctly pointed out last week that Brisbane don't have this forward that also rucks as such.
No.
Excuse me. There was an enormous percentage of their hit outs over a period of time. That was supplied by someone in the comments who I've now forgotten. Forgive me. They're all coming from McInerney and Fort. But this forward line of Oscar Allen, Logan Morris, Eric Hitwood, and Sam Draper that seems quite tall.
Yeah.
That could also open the door for Darcy Fort to find a new club, which has there's been nothing on that. But I'm just thinking, if Brisbane sign Sam Draper, what happens to Darcy Fort?
So
where was he before? Was he at Geelong?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they would use him.
Yeah.
If Sam Draper came to Brisbane, he would be the number one ruck.
God.
There would be no... There would be no...
I'm just surprised by that.
Really?
Yeah.
Rucks are increasingly less important, though.
Yeah. And therefore, why would you spend a decent chunk of money getting one to your club that doesn't really deliver on hit-outs or goals? Maybe I'm being unfair there.
That's a good point. I suppose...
He's young for a ruck.
Realistically, I suppose you're getting them to be, like I said, you're getting them to be more of a transition player.
Yeah.
So they're almost like, you're looking at them like a midfielder that's tall, is competitive in the ruck contests.
Sure.
First and foremost, like that's kind of their primary role. You hope that they can either, I think like, look at Darcy Cameron. One of his biggest strengths is he floats behind the ball and he takes marks, right? So like you want them to be able to bring one of those like different sort of elements, like whether they can go forward, kick goals, aka Luke Jackson, but Tim English, Darcy Cameron, they sort of float behind the ball and take intercept marks as well. So you got to be able to do something else to like help out the team somewhere. But it's it's functionality over like, okay, we've got this like big dominant ruck because the hitouts don't mean as much as when, say, Nick Natanui was winning hitouts back in 2010 or whatever.
Yeah. Or 2021. Bit closer.
Was he playing in 2021?
He was All-Australian in 2021.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It feels like he hasn't played for ages.
Yeah, I know what you mean. No, he was back-to-back that year. Yeah, no, I get your point. Looking at his stats, 19 hitouts a game last year in his last full season, or relatively full season. His body's an issue. 11 disposals. I don't know. I just not sure.
Has that been with another ruck in the team with him?
That's a really good question. That was my first reaction because if like Goldstein is rucking 2, if you're the number 2 ruck and averaging 19, that's actually pretty good. I'll let people let me know in the comments what that looks like, to be honest. But I've never seen it really.
He's a physically dominant player.
Yeah. Athletic and capable of great things, but I think the production, I don't know. That's my take. Let me know. Educate me if I'm wrong.
Could be a coup though. The Lions.
Yeah.
Particularly if those rules change. What else do you have?
You'd back the Brisbane Lions to probably get the most out of him, to be fair.
Probably get it right.
Starcevic is potentially on the way out. Again, I think this is a product of quality team, obviously, spending money to improve their lists. Starcevic, premiership player. There's been suggestion that maybe a little bit underpaid. You'd imagine he can certainly get more money back home. West Coast seems to be that link. It's an awkward one for West Coast because of the free agency implications. West Coast lose Oscar Allen to free agency, but they sign Brandon Starcevic. How the compensation is worked out is it's net in versus net out. So that would turn pick 2 into pick 20. So that makes it awkward. On the flip side, West Coast could trade for Brandon Starcevic. And if they did that, it actually would allow them to maybe get a reasonable deal because on the Brisbane side, you sign Oscar Allen, you lose Starcevic, you get nothing.
Yeah.
On the West Coast side, we might get 20 at best. So we could offer them something cheap for a quality player in Brandon Starcevic, and that makes sense.
So from memory, you guys have a pick around 32?
Yeah, as it currently stands, yeah.
That could probably get it done.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not advocating we screw over Brisbane, but like we could pay a little bit less than market
32
price.
is better than nothing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's right.
That's kind of where I'm going with that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
Do you think he is... there's no point saying, is he a needle mover? Is he that a good in?
He improves our best 22. So yes. Yeah. Look, I would prefer it to be in a position of need, being midfield, ruck, small forward, any other position you can think of. But those are the three that come to mind. Would a medium-sized defender really move the needle for West Coast? No, but we need to be competitive quickly. Like I'm already of the mind that we need to improve the best 23.
He feels like one of those like pretty good like role compliant players too.
Yeah.
So I think in that sense, like from an educating point of view to younger players and stuff like that, it could help and someone that can, just do his job.
Yeah. I think it's a slam dunk for West Coast to go for it. I think if you can improve your team,
you can't let that jeopardize like pick 2 though.
No, absolutely not. No. So if it were a choice between pick 2 and 20 and Starcevic, it's crazy.
Can you just imagine like the fanfare? Sorry to do this to you, but can you just imagine if it like turns out, Twitter, what Twitter would be doing if Brandon Starcevic goes and you lose pick 2 and end up like, I don't know, let's say there's some sort of deal that's done with it and you end up with like pick 15 again. Yeah. So it's like 1 and 15 instead of 1 and 2 and you get Starcevic.
I would mail to Mineral Resources Park, headquarters of the West Coast Eagles. I would mail them a personalised jar of my farts. Let's move on to Rowan Marshall, who is another ruck in the merry-go-round, obviously with St Kilda. We've talked a bit about this on the channel and the implications for him if St Kilda were to sign TDK, which seems a little bit more likely than it was. Maybe that's just the vibe of the thing with Carlton sort of falling away. And St Kilda, at least as we record this, their most recent win.
Is it only St Kilda that are interested? Like, surely there's other clubs
in TDK.
Yeah, that come.
That's
into
a good question. There actually hasn't been a lot of other candidates.
St Kilda or bust.
That is a strange one, actually. Now that you mention it.
Yeah.
I suppose the teams that need him can't afford him.
Yeah.
So, for instance, the Brisbane Lions, you'd imagine, cannot pay 1.4 mil.
No, so they go for Draper.
Yeah, and West Coast, he's not going to come to West Coast. That's the other team with the worst rucks in the competition. So,
yeah.
Well, St Kilda statistically have the least hit outs, so that is where it makes sense, and they can offer the money. And it seems like I think they can get both Nazire contracts and TDK done from a money point of view. That's a Freudian slip. It's interesting the fallout though from this. Like, let's see if, let's say it's more likely than not. It seems increasingly, and I actually can't remember if you said this, but Roland Marshall might actually be on the way out to Geelong. Am I imagining that? Did you speculate on this?
That's been talked about.
Okay,
I think Joel Falconer also has put something in the chat here. They get TDK and then Marshall joins TDK's brother at Geelong. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Marshall goes down to the Cattery, which makes sense again because Geelong, it feels like Geelong have never had a ruckman.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. Like they've done a fantastic job with like Reece Stanley, Blitzarves in there a bit, and Toby Conway burned bright for a short period there. I'm not sure exactly where he sits now.
Couple of weeks. But I feel like their last actual ruckman was like Brad Ottens.
That's so true.
Like back in the day.
Who was the ruck during their premiership? It was Ottens, wasn't it?
Ottens, yeah. During that golden era.
Yep.
Yeah. And then, since
Stephen
then.
King before that.
Stephen King.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
But it makes sense with Rowan Marshall going there. I feel like Geelong wouldn't be able to, although they do pay players, they seemingly find money to pay players. He wouldn't be on that much, but he is sort of strangely a bit older, Rowan Marshall. He feels like a young player to me, but I think he's like 29.
Yeah, late 20s, I would have thought. Yeah. So
he improves them though.
He does. I suppose the update here is that the report is, and I'm scanning for a name, I can't remember exactly who said this, but the suggestion is that St Kilda would hold firm. They would hold firm. It's been a long stream, forgive me. They would hold firm and try and keep Marshall and TDK together because they have a relatively short forward line. So a mix where Marshall and TDK sort of spend time in the ruck and forward is their plan A as it currently stands. But interviewed very recently, Rowan Marshall was asked, like, what's your future like? And he's like, well, I'm technically employed by the St Kilda Footy Club or something to that effect, something very unconvincing. I feel like Geelong will probably get the man they want.
He's not a forward. That's definitely not happening like that.
No.
I also think that St Kilda's short forward line, as you sort of put it, it's more that Max King is never fit.
Yeah, that's
right?
true, yeah.
So it feels like they're always bandaging up something with like Cooper Sharman, Mitch Owens, these types of players. Philippu's played down there at times as well. So it's like this makeshift forward line, whereas if King was there, I feels like that sort of frees up Sharman.
Yep.
And then Owens can be that kind of third tool. I feel like that's not undersized really.
Yep.
With those sort of players. And
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, kind of similar to that, what you were saying with Draper. Like I feel like Marshall's just not really that guy as a forward. You want him majoritively rucking.
Yeah, majoritively indeed. I love the words you come up with. It's really good.
Is that a word? Majoritively?
I don't know. I wouldn't question it.
It sounded reasonable.
No, there's nothing wrong with the words you choose. I just have never heard them exactly the way you say them before. Yeah, it's good. I'm not even taking the piss. It's good. Fulcrum was the one you used last week.
Fulcrum,
that was good.
Yeah, kind of like the main guy.
Yeah.
Joel Falconer has also said McAvoy and Stanley both premiership ruckman at St Kilda.
Oh,
that can't be right.
No,
they've won a premiership.
Well, they've won premierships elsewhere.
Wait, yes, must be.
McAvoy.
Yes. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Liam Ryan. This one's bobbed up a little bit recently. Reported as gettable by Tom Morris, with the suggestion that Essendon or St Kilda might be the links. I think this might have been speculation on Morris's part. This has bobbed up over the last 3 off seasons, Liam Ryan's gettable, and then you hear in other quarters Liam Ryan would never leave Western Australia. But do you think that it makes sense for Essendon and St Kilda?
No.
Nah, just the age as much as anything. He is still a decent player.
No, he is. He's
not all Australian caliber like he once was, but he's definitely still adds something to us.
I only see him going to a team that would be ready-made.
Yeah.
And they saw something in him. They thought we could get something really specific out of you.
Yeah.
To kind of help us push us to that next level, whether that be really getting into finals or something. I just don't see the position where Essendon are at, considering also Essendon have just they've gone almost overboard in some sense of drafting these small forwards from the NGA and stuff like that. I can't really see where Liam Ryan fits into that.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things from a West Coast point of view that the cost that we would Well, what we would lose would probably exceed what we could realistically get in a trade. Like, we're not going to get a first-round draft pick for Liam Ryan, but
Nah.
he does battle.
How old is he?
I think he's 29.
He's not actually as old as I thought he was.
Yeah.
I feel like he's been around for longer than that.
Yeah. He's quite a good mentor to our younger Indigenous players. So Tyrell Dewar, Malachi Champion, Tyler Brockman, and with a couple of more like NGA prospects that are Indigenous, like those guys often credit Liam Ryan when they talk about like who are your mentors at the club.
Yeah.
I think these things.
Well, that's definitely important.
It's
to
something
clubs.
to consider. Yeah,
for sure. What's his output been in the last couple of seasons as far as like goal return?
So he's done his best work up the field. Like he's a really good field kick, and and
good mark.
He's had 39 shots at goal this year, but kicked like 18, 21. So his radar's been off in front of goal specifically, but he's rolled through the midfield, added some spark. I think he's okay. I think it's just a simple case of we won't get back what we would be losing.
Yeah.
If he was like 26 and it was like, you're getting a top 10 pick for Liam Ryan, it'd be a different scenario. But I'd probably be a little bit disappointed to see him go.
And for like a second rounder, or
which it realistically would be, right? Yeah.
Does he want to leave?
Well, we just heard some mixed rumors, but that's from Tom Morris.
Yes.
We've heard this 3 times, but each time he's never left. So hopefully not. I think West Coast should try and keep him, but who knows? Clayton Oliver. This one bobs up every offseason over the last few years. There's not much to say here.
Last 2.
John Ralph says Clayton Oliver has no interest out there. I think he'd have to take something like a $500,000 pay cut to move. Wow. It's not that there's a little bit of interest. There is no interest in Clayton Oliver. I think that's bizarre. Not bizarre, but like it's just crazy when you think about it.
Yeah.
The player that he was a few years ago. There's obviously a lot of what's the word? Innuendo, I suppose, about his
personal life.
And to be honest, I don't even really know what that looks like, but obviously we know it's complicated.
Yeah. Again, it's like, I suppose it's like that cultural piece is like important to clubs, like what you're bringing in. And it's like, we just don't want the risk. Yeah. I think you couple that with conversation, I guess, we've been having a lot about these like midfielders and like what they do. It's a less popular mid to kind of bring in now, that sort of contested ball winning clearance midfielder that Clayton Oliver has sort of consistently been. It's not as valued as it once was when he was playing his best football.
Agreed. I mean, like my club could use it.
Yeah.
But I don't think Richmond or North Melbourne have that same need from a young team needing a big body point of view, right?
No.
And then the top teams probably want to use their money a little bit more effectively. I mean, I suppose maybe like an Essendon, who has been previously linked to Oliver, could they look at him as a point of difference? A little bit more dynamic than some of their clearance stoppages players at the moment.
It's right? A point. I think the big thing around that when you look at those sorts of players, it's like it's not that you don't need them at all.
Yeah.
But I think like 10 years ago, you probably had 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah,
it was almost like a thing of like we just need to get some big bodies in the midfield, like, stoppage guys that can spread and get a bit of ball on the outside.
Your Scott Thompsons, your Matt Prentices, your Nat Five. Well, Nat Five, that's reductive on Nat Five, but he was also a big bodied clearance.
Yeah, Ollie Wines, like these sort of guys, and now it's like we'll just have one of those guys, and they do a very specific role, and they're not particularly important, and particularly Cunnington.
Continue.
And then you add in Clayton Oliver's wages.
Yes.
And it's like, we don't want to pay someone that much to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So an interesting fall from grace. It makes more sense that he just stays at the Melbourne Footy Club, where honestly they could probably use him as much as any club that we could nominate.
I feel like out of like any club though as well, and I know Melbourne won't say this publicly, but they just feel like a club as well that just needs a bit of a recycle or like a reset with those kind of guys. Like again,
Oliver and Petrarca. I mean, in an ideal world, you'd like to keep them, but from an off-field point of view, they've added some drama, haven't they?
They've become, in different ways.
Yeah.
They've become bigger than the club.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one. Without having insight as to what the situations are like currently with those players, I understand Petrarca went through a lot last year, so it depends where it sits. But the Oliver situation.
Oh yeah, you don't even like necessarily. I mean, not even what's happened to Oliver. I know like people have differing opinions on this, but obviously he's like gone through something.
Yes,
personally, like whatever the reasons are for that doesn't really matter. But yeah, you probably feel them as a club almost like these. I don't know. It just feels like from the outside anyway that Oliver and Petrarca and players like even Stephen May to some level, it's like they kind of need a
Jake Lever, we talked about last week.
Yeah, a bit of a reset. Like overall, I think Melbourne fans would probably be up for that at this point.
Yeah. Speaking of Jake Lever, we did talk about him last week, so we don't need to rehash the entire conversation. However, Tom Morris is now reporting North Melbourne has preliminary interest in Jake Lever. You said this last week.
I quite like this.
Yeah, yeah. What would you be willing to trade for a Jake Lever who was born in 96? That makes him 30 next year.
So North Melbourne, doing the math, you'd be looking at every draft pick that we have this year plus our future first and 2 years in advance first,
and Caleb Daniel.
And Caleb Daniel. No, what would you give? Like, what do we have currently in this draft? We've got back-to-back picks in the so we've got Richmond's second rounder. So I think we have picks 21 and 22.
Yeah. He is contracted.
He's contracted.
And I read that Melbourne don't want to let him go anywhere.
Of course they don't.
But it's hypothetically like Jake Lever who would be driving it because he's not looking for a move out, but he is
unhappy.
He was really unhappy at being dropped.
Yeah.
Probably just a little bit of mayonnaise on this story, to be honest.
If you feel like that's the only, like if that's it, it's just he's a bit unhappy with being dropped. Like he's probably not going to leave, is he?
Yeah, probably not.
But again, I think where Melbourne are at, all of these stories, there's probably some truth to them wanting, like I said, wanting to have a bit of a reset. So what would I be willing to pay for Jake Lever? Our defense is so bad that I would give up more than he is. I would give one of those picks.
Yeah.
So I would give like pick 21 or 22.
It's a little bit like us and Darcy Cameron. It's like, I know he's going to cost a fair bit, but we are so bad.
yeah. Like
that even if he's 31.
Get Griffin Logue out of that team and I'm happy. So if Jake Lever can do that, I'll take him. Griffin Logue is the worst player I've ever seen.
It's funny. If you say to Fremantle fans like a few years ago, they'll be like, nah.
Yeah,
he's fit, man.
He's terrible.
I'm only taking the piss. I'll leave those opinions to you on Griffin Logue. Wade Dirksen, we don't have to say too much about this, but like 12 months ago, he tried to get a move from the Giants to the Melbourne Footy Club. I think this was when GWS were losing like 6 players. Remember like Peatling coming and Perryman and more. Dirksen was one they kept, but it seems like he's likely to end at Melbourne. Ollie Florent was a new name that I've seen for the first time linked to a potential move. He's played 7 of the last 8 games in the VFL. The only senior game was 40 minutes off the bench as a sub and then back to the VFL. He's contracted to 2029.
So this is one that really connects with Dean Cox, right? Because presumably Dean Cox just doesn't rate him.
I suppose that's the different variable in this, yes.
Yeah. Whereas John Longmire did.
Yeah. His papers aren't stamped. This is a John Ralph quote. But basically shown they're pushing ahead without him at this stage. He's got pace, great kick. If it's not Carlton, there'd be someone out there who would say Ollie Florent would be very much in our best 22.
I don't feel Ollie, like for Carlton specifically, I know they need good ball users and stuff like that. I feel like Ollie Florent's like not the guy that they need to kind of lead that. Like he's not a strong enough character. He's never really been like a big player in that Sydney team, has he?
No, just a reasonably important cog without being
tidy.
Yeah,
tidy on the ball, those sorts of things. Like I feel like he would more fit into a ready-made contender, pressing that he could sort of like push in as a depth player. I don't rate Ollie Florent as a
needle mover,
which would presumably if Carlton wanted to bring in those better ball users, that's kind of where it would start for them.
I suppose the only justification for Carlton going for Florent, who let's say he's cheap, if he's out of the team and on a big contract, let's say there's maybe not a salary dump, but some sort of relatively cheap deal here.
Yeah.
It makes sense for Carlton if they were to hypothetically move on Curnow and move on Mackay, or maybe not those players specifically. Sam Doherty's just retired.
Yep.
Maybe they bring in some experience, shed some, get some draft picks. That's the only way it makes sense.
Was he under contract?
Carlton. Yes, 2029.
Oh my!
That's a hefty contract to take on. I mean, West Coast, do it. We need any kind of player that we can do the salary cap push.
Ollie Florent though feels like one of those players that you talk about being upset with quite often, as far as like can't find the footy that well.
Yeah, true.
Bit outside.
He's more a defender than anything these days, isn't he?
Yeah.
He probably doesn't make sense. But I just think we need players.
Second distributor, I would probably call him. Could play wing, I imagine.
We could use that. What about North?
Nah, no interest at all. Because we've got the type of players that we're using in those positions, like Dylan Stevens. Like we already took him from Sydney. Like
Surely an upgrade, though.
He's probably a bit better, yeah, but not significantly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't bother.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. One to keep an eye on. That's a long time to be out of the team, to be honest, for a contract player.
I can't believe his contract is so long.
Yeah, I forgot about that part here. Malcolm Roses Jr., Gold Coast small forward.
This is a good one.
Yes, has been revealed as a target for rival clubs at Richmond and Sydney. So out of contract this year, was chased last year by the Brisbane Lions, Essendon and Adelaide. So that's 5 different clubs that have had interest. He's played 48 games, but since Hardwick's come into the fold, he's only played 10 games. What do you think of Roses Jr.?
I think he's a good player. Very creative, like good tackle pressure kind of player, and one that's good on the ball. For me, it probably suits Richmond the most, right? Who just kind of lack those sort of like deeper...
Yeah, that was who the article linked him to most clearly. Like, developing that fleet-footed forward line. They've got Steely Green, they've got Seth Campbell, they've got...
Steely Green, probly.
Yeah, I said Green, but there's another one. Doesn't matter. But they've got a few U-types. Yeah. That will do. So that makes sense. Again, like West Coast need everyone. So
someone said in the comments he kicked 5 today.
I saw that. Yeah, that's crazy. So... Yeah, I mean, talented enough player that you can make a case for any club going for.
I think so.
Like, considering the price would likely be modest.
Similar to what we've seen with the GWS Giants as well, like your Peatlings and your Cummings. They were probably more already in the team, like more so than a Malcolm Roses Jr. But I do think there will be this bit of a run on the Gold Coast Suns in the coming years where they're like everyone's targeting players like Jake Rogers, Roses Jr., Leo Lombard, if he's not getting in the team, you know what I mean? Like there's going to be, because of their academy depth, so many players are going to be not playing and they're going to be trying to keep them all happy.
100%.
And it's going to be so difficult and there'll be bargains to be had.
Absolutely. And then, Gold Coast can points farm as well a little bit here. So, I'd imagine he does get to another club this year. Not sure on the exact method, but I think he would be...
Did you say Essendon were linked?
Last year. Richmond and Sydney are the 2 linked this year.
I feel Essendon would be unlikely. But you also said Liam Ryan was linked to them. But just that, like...
I don't know if that was Morris speculating on Liam Ryan, though, to be honest, like that.
Because you think with them, like Kako last year as a small forward, they also took Unwin later in the draft.
He'll make you cry. Unwin, Onion, continue.
Gee.
I'm sorry. A lot of layers to him.
And then Huss this year, Hussein El Ashkar.
Yeah.
Suede. So like, there's a lot.
And Kako, yeah.
Yeah, and Kako, yeah. So like a lot coming through.
That's true.
Essentially, but interesting. Richmond, I think, works better.
Yeah. That is all I got for you.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, it was a solid conversation.
We've gone through to 12:18.
This has been a 5-hour plus stream.
This is a big stream.
Yeah.
We've got to say a big thank you to our producer over the back, Vika. Thank you very much.
Once again, best on ground for the 10th week in a row.
You smashed it out tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Vika.
Under trying conditions. It was an awesome game.
Yeah, it was. And a great stream as well. So really good numbers. Thank you for taking part today, everyone. Chuck a like on the stream before you go if you can. That would just help us algorithmically, as Dylan would say.
Oh, dear. We still got 41 on the stream.
Yeah.
We'll wrap this up,
numbers.
guys. Thanks for tuning in to the live show.
Yeah.
It's been good. And
True Footy, I guess. Yeah.
Do we know what we're doing next week?
Was it the Crows and... That's not next week, is it? We said GWS North next week.
We'll plan this
We're
later.
gonna choose an absolute fart of a game, like as we do every now and then.
And just talk crap.
Yeah. That's what we do best.
That is a wrap for this one, guys. And we'll see you in the next one.